Xia Fei led his group up to Sun Dajin's home. The Sun clan lived in the southern part of the city in a rather large estate. There were a few guards standing outside, and the estate was new. Presumably, the Sun clan was a wealthy household that had only risen up recently. "Who was it that beat you up earlier today?" Xia Fei asked grimly as he stood outside the Sun clan's gate. Little Shot did not dare to try and hide anything from Xia Fei. He looked around and said, "The person who did it isn't among these people. They could be inside." The ruckus outside drew the displeasure of the Sun clan's guards. A short-haired guard raised a hand and said, "How is it you again? I already told you that our master isn't around. You should come and get your money another day." Little Shot's face turned red as he said swiftly, "They're lying. I've come by several dozen times already, but their master is never home. They're definitely trying to cheat me." Xia Fei frowned as he asked, "How much does their clan owe us? And why do they owe it?" After all, the Aurora clan was a major clan and had many properties in the area. When it came to inns and stores, it had several dozen of such. Alas, because the clan was not that good at business and was also not that good at talking, these businesses were very average, and they sometimes ended up losing clan money. This Sun Dajin was a classic example. Last autumn, he had bought from an Aurora clan company a small warship worth 20 million pearls. At the time, he had only paid 50% of the price, saying that he would pay the rest 3 months later. However, 3 months later, when the Aurora clan came asking for the remainder, Sun Dajin refused to see them. A year had gone by at this point, but the money had still not been paid. Xia Fei slightly shook his head when he heard about this. Clearly, the Sun clan had been taking advantage of the Aurora clan's kindness to avoid paying the money back. 10 million pearls generated significant interest of the principal sum, even if it was only for a month. Who would not be able to perform such a calculation? In truth, the Aurora clan frequently encountered such situations. Many people with ill intentions made it their job to take advantage of it, but Sun Dajin had gone overboard, refusing to pay what he owed for an entire year and even refusing to see any of the clansmen. One of his servants had even beaten up Little Shot. "Already told you, our master isn't here. If you don't leave now, we'll stop being polite." This clearly was not the first time these guards had dealt with such a situation. The more courteous the people from the Aurora clan were, the more arrogant these people became. It was as if they had forgotten who owed whom money. Xia Fei frowned and told Iron Tiger, "Seize these people." Iron Tiger nodded and rushed out with his 2 cousins. The Sun clan guards were only tyrants because this was their home court, but there was no comparing them to someone like Iron Tiger, who lived based on his ability to wield his blade. It did not take long before Iron Tiger's group had knocked down the guards, pressing their heads on the ground. A Sun clan guard immediately saw that things were going poorly and rushed into the estate, shutting the alloy gates while he ordered someone to go and get his superior. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and paced in front of the gate as if nothing was happening. After a while, he pulled out a chair and parked himself in front of the Sun clan's gate, shouting, "Sun Dajin, you owe my Aurora clan money, and you've even beaten someone of it. I'll give you 3 minutes to kowtow as an apology, or else I'll stop being polite." This ruckus drew quite a few onlookers, and as the civilians listened to Xia Fei, they began to talk. "The Aurora Wist clan's people? Am I hearing things right? It can't be. The Aurora clan people always stick to the rules and treat people politely. How could they cause such a big fuss in front of the Sun clan? Is somebody perhaps pretending to be a member of the clan? It shouldn't be. Look at those youths. They're all young scions of the Aurora clan." Little Shot and the other youths went red in the face as they listened to people talk behind them, and all of them stared at Xia Fei. The Aurora clan cared the most about dignity and had never treated people roughly. They found Xia Fei knocking directly on someone's door to be very humiliating. Xia Fei continued to smoke away as if nothing out of the ordinary was going down, treating the crowd like empty air. "Do you know who our clan's first young master is? If you don't release us, our first young master will trample over the Aurora clan when he returns. Hurry up and release us. Our first young master works for Chaos Society." 2 of the guards currently being pressed on the ground by Iron Tiger's cousins still had not given up, using their master's identity to threaten Xia Fei. "Chaos Society?" asked Xia Fei curiously. "Right? Scared now, aren't you? Even if you're the Aurora clan, you're still under Chaos Society. If you release us, Our first young master may just spare your life." Xia Fei frowned and sneered. "He'll tell you the truth. I'm gunning for Chaos Society." He waved his hand and said loudly, "Iron Tiger, kill them all." These words had the crowd in an uproar. The Aurora clan knocking on someone's door was already shocking enough, and Xia Fei was even going to kill. Plush, Iron Tiger's group of 3 were truly people who made their living by risking their lives. Upon receiving Xia Fei's order, they carried them out without hesitation. 5 heads rolled down the steps, spraying blood 2 meters high. Thump! 2 guards had been watching from atop the Sun Clan's wall, and when they saw that Xia Fei had really executed their fellow guards, they fell from the wall. They hastily got to their feet and ran into the inner courtyard. "Murder! Master, they killed them." Without even having time to report, a guard barged into the study and dropped to his knees. "Why are you in such a panic? What happened?" Sitting in the study was none other than Sun Dajin. As the master of the clan, he looked very composed. He was even leaning back in his chair with eyes closed. "Master, they killed our people. Sun Wu and 4 of our brothers all had their heads cut off by the Aurora Whist clan's people." The teacup in his hand dropped to the floor and shattered. Sun Dajin hurriedly got to his feet and asked, "Dead? The Aurora clan's people did it?" "Yes, it's the Aurora clan. The youth we beat up this morning came back with more people." "You must be mistaken. Everyone says that the Aurora clan is docile like a sheep. How could they come over and kill somebody?" Sun Dajin did not dare to believe what he had just heard. When did the Aurora Whist clan become so ruthless? Docile as a sheep? "Master, you should hurry and see for yourself. The people who came this time are like barbarians. Our brothers only mentioned the young master's name to protect themselves, but they ended up losing their heads because of it. You're saying that mentioning that I worked for Chaos Society caused the other party to kill them?" Sun Dajin jumped up and asked loudly. This was far too incomprehensible. A normal person would stay far away when they heard about Chaos Society, but the Aurora clan not only was not afraid, but had even executed those people immediately upon hearing about their connection to Chaos Society. How could this be explained? As Sun Dajin was reeling in shock, another guard ran into the study and dropped to his knees. "Master, it's terrible. The Aurora clan's people have brought out a soul cannon. They're saying that if you don't go out and resolve this problem right now, they'll blast our Sun clan into bits." "Ugh!" Sun Dajin trembled, his eyes exploding with fury and resentment. Outside the Sun clan's gate, Iron Tiger's group carried up a pitch-black soul cannon. The 3 of them had made up their mind to follow Xia Fei. When he said that he wanted the Sun clan to taste a little of his might, Iron Tiger immediately took out his treasure, the 5 Tigers soul cannon. Soul cannons were a type of soul weapon, but they had little value when used by soldiers. They were more often used in high-level warships. The soul cannon Iron Tiger had brought out was not large, but it was more than enough to deal with the Sun clan. One shot would be enough to flatten the estate. Xia Fei chuckled as he patted Iron Tiger on the shoulder. "This was exactly what I wanted. Hurry up and get ready to fire it. We'll be testing its power soon." Iron Tiger nodded and said, "I have killed for you and have brought out my cannon for you. Venerable sir, all I ask is that you be merciful and let my family go." Xia Fei glanced at Iron Tiger. This guy was truly not dumb. By mentioning that he had killed for him, he was not just trying to get on his good side, but also indicating that he was placing himself in his hands. "We did everything that you asked, meaning that we brothers are absolutely loyal to you," was his actual implication. Xia Fei laughed. "Relax. If I have meat to eat, you won't lack for soup to drink. Starting from today, the 3 of you can just follow me." Iron Tiger's group of 3 was elated, instantly dropping to their knees and kowtowing. While others might not know, they knew that Xia Fei was a spiritualist. What could set a person more at ease than serving a spiritualist? Just look at what was happening today. The Sun Clan's people said that their young master worked for Chaos Society, yet Xia Fei still easily took their heads. This was the confidence of a spiritualist. Others might be afraid of Chaos Society, but Xia Fei was not. Little Shot and the other young masters were dumbfounded. They heard that the clan's newly returned ancestor had a bad temper, but this was not just a case of a bad temper. His methods were truly black-heart and ruthless. Xia Fei turned to Little Shot and the others, saying, "Today is just an example. From here onward, anyone who dares to touch our people must all die. Little Shot and the others could only dumbly nod their heads. They were in no mood to think much about it. The Aurora clan had taught them from a young age to treat people kindly, taking many years to teach them this. But Xia Fei had used only one lesson to make them understand what it meant to avenge even the slightest wrongs, and do it ruthlessly at that. You still have 1 minute. Sun Dajin, if you don't come out now, I'll blast apart your entire Sun clan. Xia Fei roared unreasonably. A trembling voice came from the estate. Esteemed sir, my son really is a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society. Please, sir, take away the soul cannon. It'd just be terrible if you were to end up wounding someone. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, What does your son have to do with any of this? 40 seconds. If you don't come out by then, I'll kill you. The spectators dropped their mouths. A patrolling inspector of Chaos Society was not some minor character. But Xia Fei simply did not care, even asking about what his son had got to do with anything. They had seen unreasonable people before, but never someone this unreasonable. He did not even show respect for a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society. Some people started to get scared and scurried off to the side. This is in the middle of the city. Is he really going to fire? Hard to say. Look at that savage look on his face. Best to keep your distance. The civilians, who felt that it was best for them to steer clear of this conflict, began edging backward. At this moment, a woman called, Xia Fei, that's the Sun clan. His son really does go on inspections for Chaos Society. Don't do it. The one who had spoken was none other than Tong Duo. Ever since she saw that healing-type soul weapon, the golden gavel, she had been so excited that she could hardly sleep. She had notified her grandfather to come to guard 83, never imagining that she would see Xia Fei in the middle of the street, intending to blast down the Sun clan. Xia Fei naturally heard this, but he simply waved his hand and said, Screw Chaos Society. Blow it up. 1. Rumble dash. Rumble. There was an eardrum-shattering boom. The Sun clan estate was instantly toppled over, dust rising more than 100 meters above the ground. Once the dust had settled, the fearful populace opened their eyes to a flabbergasting sight. The Sun clan was now gone. There was nothing but ruins. Dead bodies lay everywhere as people moaned in pain. The clan's base had become hell on earth. Not just Little Shot and the other Wisp youths. Even Tong Duo and Tong Jinliang were dumbfounded and did not dare to believe their eyes. Tong Jinliang said in shock, Duo, is this the disciple of the spiritualist of healing that you mentioned? Tong Duo gritted her teeth and said, Yes, he's Xia Fei. So unreasonable. He's truly very unreasonable. Back in Chaos Society's branch office, at the slightest disagreement, he killed a guard. I saw it with my 2 eyes, Tong Duo said. Tong Jinliang frowned. The moment he heard that a healing-type soul weapon had appeared, he immediately rushed over. But from the looks of it, this precious soul weapon probably was not simple. If a spiritualist disciple was this barbaric, then the spiritualist in question might be even more unreasonable. Tong Jinliang shot his granddaughter a glance, and Tong Duo understood and walked over to Xia Fei, saying, Xia Fei, this is my grandfather. He wants to buy that healing-type soul weapon from you, the golden gavel. Xia Fei seemed to be very annoyed, saying coldly, I already gave that soul weapon to the clan, so if you want to buy it, discuss it with Patriarch Wistful Hyzus. I have business here, so I won't keep you company. You. Tong Duo's beautiful face turned red as she faced her grandfather again. This person is very rude. Let's go and find their patriarch instead. Tong Jinliang shook his head and tugged at his granddaughter's sleeve. There's no rush. I'm curious to see how Xia Fei will clean up after making such a big mess. How would he clean it up? At any rate, it would not be in the way Tong Jinliang imagined. Iron Tiger and his cousins pulled an old man out of the rubble and dragged him up to Xia Fei. This old man was Sun Dajing. As he had been hiding in his study and had his guards protecting him to the death, he had managed to survive, but he was still injured. He was sporting a large gash from which blood flowed freely, and he even had several bones broken. Master Sun, weren't you away from home? How come one shot managed to blast you out? Xia Fei sneered. At this point, Sun Dajing finally understood that Xia Fei was a ruthless character. He was different from all the others in the Aurora clan. It seemed like he had no choice but to admit defeat. Sun Dajing trembled fiercely and could barely speak. Xia Fei snorted coldly. Since Master Sun is at home, you can return the money you owe the Aurora clan, yes? 10 million pearls plus interest comes up to 42 million pearls. 42 million, yelled Sun Dajin in shock. This hurt even more than his wounds. It had only been a little over a year, but 10 million had become 4 times that. This was even more wicked than high-interest loans. Xia Fei explained calmly. The interest was calculated on a 10-1 rate. You owe your debt over a course of 32 billing cycles, totaling up to 32 million pearls, and with the original loan of 10 million, we get 42 million pearls. Master Sun, if there's something else you don't understand, please ask. Sun Dajin felt helpless. 10-1 was a term used by loan sharks, and it meant that every 10 days resulted in an accumulation of 10% interest. In other words, every 10 days, a debt of 10 million would accrue 1 million pearls of interest. And if it accrued until now, was that not 42 million? At this point, Sun Dajin had to return the money even if he did not want to. When he saw the wicked look in Xia Fei's eyes, he knew that the next step might be him losing his head. When he understood this, Sun Dajin gave up on any thought of resisting and took out his money to pay all his debt. Don't give it to me. Little Shot, this is your job, said Xia Fei indifferently. Little Shot nodded firmly and came up to take the money from Sun Dajin. It was not long before the debt was cleared, after which Xia Fei stretched and said loudly, I'm a little tired today, so let's end things here. Let's meet up tomorrow at the logistics department. If there's still anyone who won't repay their debt, we'll just go house to house and blast them out. Whoosh! The crowd grew restless, particularly those clans that, just like the Sun clan, owed the Aurorian money. They quickly rushed back to their homes. Now that a monster like Xia Fei had appeared in the Aurora clan, not returning the money might cause them to end up like the Sun clan. 1. On the way back, Little Shot and the other youths were both excited and worried. It had truly been stimulating for them to see Xia Fei raid a home for debt collection. Nonetheless, the clan had strict rules. Little Shot and the others were worried that their elders would punish them. Xia Fei saw that they were worried and smiled. All of you just relax. If the clan punishes you, I'll take everything onto myself. I'll never ever burden you. Today serves as a fine example. You all saw it, yes? Sun Dajin was clearly at home, but he refused to see us. What does that mean? It means that Sun Dajin is a very bad person and that we shouldn't do business with his clan in the future. That's right. In the future, we shouldn't do business with people without much reputation. The clan has lost so much money precisely because of such people. Xia Fei chuckled. You're all wrong. When you open a business, how can you just refuse customers? Who cares what sort of person they are? If you can make money, why not do business with them? What if they shirk their debts? Those people are very cunning. Shirk their debts. Xia Fei smiled. If we handle them all just like we handled that clan today, who will dare to shirk their debts? I could give them 100 times the guts and they still wouldn't do it. Remember, as a person, you have to take revenge for the slightest of wrongs. Anyone who makes you unhappy should be made to never be happy again. Didn't it feel good blasting down that Sun Dajin's house for refusing to pay his debt? Xia Fei asked. It felt good. 'Twas already sick of their clan, but the clan's rules stopped us from dealing with him. Xia Fei said coldly, starting today, just ignore those pedantic rules. As a person, you need to be true to yourself, and people will only see the reason in your words if you have the fists to back them up. Speaking too timidly rarely results in anything good. The youths dumbly nodded. Putting aside whether it was right or wrong, Xia Fei's actions today had truly been refreshing. He was not a yes man like those elders in the clan. Xia Fei glanced at Iron Tiger's group several times and then suddenly had an idea. He called these youths into a tea house and ordered food for them. He then said, I'm sure you all know that my master is a spiritualist, yes? We know. The entire clan knows. It's only a pity that big brother Xia Fei isn't a spiritualist. Otherwise, our Aurora clan would have its first spiritualist in history. Then are any of you interested in the spiritualist path? Asked Xia Fei with a smile. These words threw their minds into turmoil. Everyone understood just how rare spiritualists were, and the Aurora clan had been unfortunate these last few years precisely because it did not have a spiritualist as a representative. If the clan had its own spiritualist, how could it have ever ended up in such a dismal state? Waving his hand, Xia Fei silenced the youths and said, "My master intends to take in a child of the Aurora clan as a disciple, provided that they're talented enough, of course." Xia Fei scanned this crowd of youths and saw that they did not even dare to breathe too loudly, a sharp light flashing in their eyes. These youths realized that Xia Fei could be so unreasonable because he had a powerful spiritualist as his master. If they could also apprentice themselves under a master spiritualist, then would they not be able to be just like him? Thus, I plan to set up a school specifically for the youths of our clan. The one with the qualities will become my junior brother, a disciple to a spiritualist. If you lack the talent, there's no need to worry. Once you graduate, you'll get a personal soul weapon, Xia Fei announced. A spiritualist disciple, a personal soul weapon. Such generous conditions were simply unheard of. Anyone who could become a spiritualist disciple would essentially ascend to heaven in one step. But cultivating spirit required talent, and the vast majority of people did not have a chance. But soul weapons were different. Besides reputation, the Aurora clan was renowned for its soul hunters. What did the clan lack right now? Was it not precisely soul weapons? These youths had already begun to cultivate their soul arts, but none of them had a soul weapon. Let alone them. Even many elders in the clan did not have one. After all, soul weapons were expensive, and not even the Aurora clan could give every warrior a soul weapon. Xia Fei's offer was truly tempting. As long as one entered the academy, they could get a free soul weapon. Who would not be tempted? The youths immediately grew restless, all of them saying that they wanted to study in this school. Xia Fei chuckled. "There's no rush. I still have to establish the rules and also do some filtering. You should all tell the others in the clan first. Regardless of age, gender, or cultivation, any member of the Aurora clan is allowed to attend this school. All applicants will be accepted, and once you meet the standard, you'll immediately be issued a soul weapon." Hurrah! The youths cheered so loudly that they almost raised the roof of the tea house. The youths rushed off to the various villas of the clan to report that Xia Fei had decided to open a school and give out soul weapons. In a flash, the Aurora clan was utterly stunned. Xia Fei led Iron Tiger's group to the external compound, intending to let them live there. Xia Fei had very thoroughly thought about what he would do with this trio. Since they knew that he was a spiritualist, rather than sending the three home, it was best to keep them at his side. If there were any mistakes, he could also more easily take care of them. Iron Tiger, for this school, I plan to have the three of you serve as instructors. What do you think? Xia Fei asked. Iron Tiger was stunned, swiftly saying, "Great Master, how could we brothers be so capable as to teach the descendants of the illustrious Aurora clan? The Aurora clan possesses soul hunter lineage, so the teachers of it are far stronger than us." Xia Fei smiled eerily as he said nonchalantly, "I know that the clan teachers are strong, but I'm not asking you to teach them soul hunting techniques. Don't instructors teach martial techniques? What do you want us to do?" Iron Tiger asked. He could not understand. Since this was a school, why would they not be teaching martial techniques? You three might not be enough. You're people who live on the knife's edge, so you must know quite a few black-heart and ruthless people, yes? Xia Fei inquired. Iron Tiger nodded. Great Master is correct. That is how our Sebastian clan makes a living. Wherever danger is to be found, one can find our Sebastian clan. To survive, we'll naturally resort to any methods possible. When it comes to ruthless methods, our clan truly does have a few people. Xia Fei laughed and said, "Wonderful. Bring your clan's most ruthless, the craftiest, the most black-heart members to me. Invite all of them to guard 83. My school isn't going to teach martial techniques, but rather the art of being shameless and black-heart." Iron Tiger was no fool, so he immediately understood what Xia Fei was going for. He felt that the descendants of the Aurora clan were too timid and kind, so he wanted to change them into people who could commit any kind of evil act. Just like this, the first school in the universe specifically meant for teaching people how to be shameless and blackheart was born. After placing Iron Tiger's group in the compound, Xia Fei headed off to the logistics department. Before he had even gone inside, he saw numerous people with frantic looks on their faces going in and out. The logistics department was bustling, and after asking, he found out that the entire city had heard about what he had done to Sun Dajin's house, and these people had all come to return their money. Not just natives of Guard 83, Even a few people who did not live on the planet went to the Aurora clan in fear of Xia Fei going and taking care of them if they paid a little late. The Aurora clan had always been kind. If they returned the money now, they would not have to pay interest, but if Xia Fei came knocking, they would have to pay on a 10-1 rate, which would be awful. These people had owed the Aurora clan for so many years that the accumulated interest could not be cleared even if they went bankrupt. Wistful Northgaze spotted Xia Fei and waved him over, saying, "Xia Fei, the patriarch is looking for you. You should hurry to his study." Whoosh! The mention of the name Xia Fei caused everyone to fall quiet and look suspiciously at him. The rumors said that it was precisely this Xia Fei who had blasted down the Sun Clan's estate. Could he truly be the person? Xia Fei casually shrugged and followed someone to Wistful Heiz's study. He knocked and entered. What greeted his eyes inside was Wistful Heiz's smiling as he spoke to Tong Duo and Tong Jinliang. Xia Fei found a sofa near the window to sit down. Lighting a cigarette, he asked, "Patriarch, what business do you have with me?" Wistful Heizis replied, "The venerable master of the Tong clan wishes to buy that healing-type soul weapon, the Golden Gavel. Since it's your master who took out this soul weapon, I want to ask for your opinion." Tong Duo and Tong Jinliang looked over with expectant eyes. Xia Fei said carelessly, "The soul weapon has already been gifted to the clan. Patriarch, you can handle this matter however you want. There's no need to ask for my opinion." Wistful Heizis frowned and muttered, "The clan lacks combat soul weapons, and Elder Tong has offered a very good price. That's why I think it is better to exchange the Golden Gavel for some soul weapons that the clan can use more." Xia Fei nodded and bowed to Tong Jinliang, asking, "What's the price Elder Tong offered?" Tong Jinliang replied solemnly, 2 grade 5 soul weapons and 6 grade 4 soul weapons. All of them are high-grade combat types. Xia Fei was startled, slapping his thigh as he exclaimed, "This piracy. What about it?" Tong Duo asked hastily. "TT really isn't anything." Xia Fei frowned and said, "My master has a lot of hobbies. While he is a spiritualist, he doesn't really like forging soul weapons and only produce a new one every 1 or 2 years. I heard that he had used 4 units of spirit power for the Golden Gavel. It's worth 4 grade 5 soul weapons at the minimum." Tong Jinliang's heart shuddered. Xia Fei truly had a big appetite, asking his clan for 4 grade 5 soul weapons. It must be understood that grade 5 soul weapons were almost priceless in the Alpha universe, and Tong Jinliang would feel a lot of pain if he had to trade 4 of them for a grade 1.5 healing-type soul weapon. Wistful Heizis also frowned, believing that Xia Fei had gotten a little too greedy. After all, the Golden Gavel was only at grade 1.5, and the Aurora clan was already making a profit with 2 grade 5 soul weapons. Moreover, they were making this deal with the powerful Tong clan. Having this relationship established would make a lot of things much easier in the future. Wistful Heizis had no idea that Tong Jinliang had essentially the same idea. 4 grade 5 soul weapons was an astronomical price, but if he could make a connection with the master behind Xia Fei, then this money would not be spent in vain. After all, this was a spiritualist of healing, perhaps even the only one in the entire Alpha universe. It's rare to hear Brother Xia Fei speak. Since you think that it should be 4, then let's make it 4. Tong Jinliang waved his hand and breezily said, "Grandfather, that's too much, isn't it? Didn't I tell you that the healing-type soul weapon is only grade 1.5? Tong Duo pouted and said, thinking that her grandfather was being too generous. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Miss Tong, if you think that the price is too high, you can stop the deal anytime. It's not a problem." Tong Jinliang saw that things were about to go poorly and hurriedly stopped Tong Duo, saying, "Some things can't be valued with money alone. Let's take this healing-type weapon as an example. It's been many years since the universe last produced a spiritualist of healing, and the number of items left by our forebears is dwindling by the day. As they say, rarity determines the price. While this soul weapon doesn't have a high grade, it can heal the souls of others. If we hadn't come early, there would probably be tons of people coming here trying to buy it. At which point, the price might be many times greater." Xia Fei nodded. Tong Jinliang's argument was reasonable. The greatest function of healing-type soul weapons was to repair damaged souls. For those people who urgently needed treatment, They would even go bankrupt to buy one. After all, no amount of money could bring back their life. The Tong grandfather-granddaughter pair left, leaving Xia Fei alone with wistful Hyzus. Xia Fei, I heard that you used a soul cannon to flatten the Sun clan this morning? Wistful Hyzus frowned and asked. Xia Fei nodded. That did happen. Did you know that Sun Dajin's son, Sun Xiaojin, is a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society? Yet you still rashly attacked the Sun clan? Wistful Hyzus said, raising his voice. Kill one to all 100 requires a forceful execution. If I flatten 2 ordinary civilian homes, not only would I not win anyone's respect, I would only earn their scorn. Patriarch, be at ease. Xia Fei will take on any of the consequences, Xia Fei said casually. All right. Wistful Hyzus concurred. Putting aside the Sun clan, I heard that you plan on setting up a school and taking only descendants of the clan as students, with those talented being sent to learn spirit arts, while those untalented being given soul weapons on graduation. What is that about? Xia Fei shrugged. There's truly such a thing. It is my master's intention to take a disciple. Fertile waters shouldn't be allowed to flow into the fields of others. Is there anything wrong with giving the opportunity to my clansmen first? Did your master really say such a thing? Wistful Hyzus was startled. If this was not Xia Fei's idea and, instead, the will of that mysterious spiritualist, things would be entirely different. After all, everyone had to show respect and reverence to a spiritualist. Xia Fei nodded. It is my master's will. Then the soul weapons. That's also my master's will. Wistful Hyzus did not have anything more to ask. After all, this was all the will of that spiritualist, and he had no right to interfere. It was just that he could not understand what relationship that spiritualist had with the Aurora Wist clan for him to be so generous. Xia Fei felt very calm about it. After all, his so-called master was just an excuse Xia Fei was using to correct the overly kind nature of the Aurora clan. Since there was nothing else, Wistful Hyzus let Xia Fei go. Not long after Xia Fei left, an old man appeared in Wistful Hyzus' study. His hair was white and his back was stooping. He even coughed from time to time. So that's Xia Fei, the old man muttered. Court head, do you really plan to just let Xia Fei be? He's flipped the entire clan upside down in the last few days, Wistful Hyzus asked. The elder smiled and muttered. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. The clan does need to change. In the past, we had the help of a noble, so everything went smoothly and we didn't suffer any great injustice. Now that the noble is gone, you can see what's been happening to our clan. Without Xia Fei, we would have fallen to a third-tier clan. A different sort like Xia Fei appearing in the clan is like a breath of fresh air. Without something like this, decline is only a matter of time for the stagnant pool that is our clan. We've had it easy for far too long, and the clansmen have lost their sense of danger. Let Xia Fei do whatever he wants. The elder sighed and disappeared. Wistful Hyzus nodded at the air as he said, Very well, I will do as you commanded. Xia Fei stayed in courtyard one of the Aurora clan for a few days before returning to the external compound. In truth, he preferred the compound, as there was peace and quiet in it, making it easy for him to go in and out. However, Wistful North Gaze and his wife were unwilling to let him go, insisting that he stay in courtyard 1. Xia Fei currently had other business to attend to, so he reported this to Wistful North Gaze, and then he returned to the compound. After lunch, Xia Fei summoned Iron Tiger and his cousins. What are your thoughts about that matter I mentioned this morning? Xia Fei asked. Iron Tiger replied solemnly. We did some research. Not far from Guard 83 is a planet under the control of our Sebastian clan. The overseer there is a distant uncle of mine, and I plan to seek personnel from him. Xia Fei nodded. Remember, I want the most ruthless and black-heart people in the universe, but while they can be ruthless and black-hearted to others, I don't want them to play any tricks in front of me. If I discover anyone not playing by the rules, I won't care if they're your relations. Xia Fei's meaning was clear. He had gathered these people to teach Little Shot and the others, but he would not permit them to use their shameless and black-heart methods on him. Naturally, if anyone disobeys Master, there will be no need for you to do anything. I, Iron Tiger, will twist off their heads. Iron Tiger thumped his chest and promised. Xia Fei chuckled as he took out a deerskin pouch from his ring. It was heavy and probably contained tens of thousands of pearls. Put this money in a safe place. You'll naturally be generously rewarded if you do good work. Bring those people over for me to have a look, and anyone that I end up choosing will have free board and lodging, and 10,000 pearls of spending money on top of all that. If they do a good job, I'll even give them bonuses at the start and end of the year," Xia Fei said casually. Iron Tiger quickly said his thanks. They had served Xia Fei in the hopes that this spiritualist would not seek vengeance. They had not expected that Xia Fei would not be petty at all. Not only had he let them live, he was even paying them money. Iron Tiger and his cousins were delighted. The Sebastian clan took on all kinds of dangerous jobs precisely for the money. Xia Fei was offering a hefty salary that would probably have tons of people from the Sebastian clan willingly working for him. After giving his orders, Xia Fei returned to his room and saw that Fuchen was waiting for him inside. Fuchen had a somewhat unusual look on his face today. He pulled out a little golden bug from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "This came to find you, I presume?" It barged into my formation and almost ended up losing its life. Xia Fei looked at the bug and went pale. Little Goldie. Little Goldie." Xia Fei was alarmed. Fuchen had placed a golden bug on the table, and while it was many times smaller than before, Xia Fei could instantly tell from its aura that it was his good comrade from the dark space. "Goldie, what happened to you?" Xia Fei exclaimed. He quickly grabbed the demon chrysalis, his heart twisting in pain and agitation. Little Goldie seemed to understand what Xia Fei was saying. It twitched its body slightly, as if to convey how much it had missed him, but it clearly lacked the strength. Fuchen sighed. "What a loyal little creature. If my guess is right, to search for you, this chrysalis crossed through the dark space barrier, and as it was crossing, it suffered very serious internal injuries. I gave it some medicine for the injuries, but it would require your healing-type soul weapon for it to make a full recovery." Xia Fei nodded firmly, and he took out the 8 tunes golden falcon, which he had turned into a soul weapon. In the meantime, Fuchen quietly put down a seal so that the surroundings would not be affected by the 8 tunes golden falcon. Ping! There was a soft moan as little Goldie's body trembled, its only eye brimming with excitement. The demon chrysalis's body was still weak, and it could not endure much healing. After only 15 minutes, little Goldie fell asleep. Xia Fei put away the 8 tunes golden falcon. For the weak, healing was a slow and steady process. Xia Fei could not heal little Goldie at one go. He would have to heal the demon chrysalis many times, each time treating it a little to restore little Goldie to its original self. Exhaling, Xia Fei carefully inspected little Goldie's body. After ensuring that there were no major problems, he told Fuchen, "I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't lent aid in a timely manner, little Goldie might have lost his life." Fuchen chuckled. "Why are you thanking me? It's this little guy's loyalty and tenacity that saved it. To tell the truth, I'm amazed that it could cross the dark space barrier and get here. It seems like this little fellow is just as tough and stubborn as you are." This was true. Back then, little Goldie had relied on its intense desire to live to break through the turbulence and become Xia Fei's demon chrysalis. This time, it had once more been the demon chrysalis's tenacious vitality that had helped it get to the other side of the barrier and reach Xia Fei's side. The will of the heavens moved in mysterious ways. Be it Peacock Blue or Little Goldie, while neither was very smart, both had a persistence akin to Xia Fei's. Perhaps this was why they had ultimately ended up together. As for Furball, he was a highly intelligent being, and he shared Xia Fei's cunning and madness. In short, Xia Fei's allies all shared similar traits to Xia Fei. Perhaps this was what was meant by birds of a feather flock together. Xia Fei's mind rapidly whirred. Little Goldie breaking through the barrier and reaching the Alpha universe was naturally wonderful news to Xia Fei. This indicated that there was another link between the Alpha universe and the Law realm besides the Cosmic Gate. This also meant that Xia Fei and the yearning Avril might still be able to communicate with each other. What's this about a dark space barrier? Is it an existence similar to the Cosmic Gate? Xia Fei asked. Fuchen shrugged and muttered, "I'm not sure about the exact details, either. According to the investigations of our forebears, the universe isn't alone. In other words, there may be many more universes in our surroundings, and no one can say how many universes make up this dimension. The dark space barrier truly is similar to the Cosmic Gate, but the sealing method is different. I don't know how your little chrysalis managed to get past the barrier, but it's probably because its body is small and agile, and its vitality is tough enough. Many universes and many parallel dark spaces? Xia Fei frowned. Since there are so many universes and parallel dark spaces, why are they all separated from one another? If these passages were to be opened, wouldn't all the sapient life forms of the universes go berserk? Would killing and slaughter be inevitable? Fuchin chuckled. That's the advantage of the cosmic gate. It seals the various universes and prevents meaningless slaughter. On this subject, I have to tell the truth and say that the woman who wants to kill you isn't from the Alpha universe. Just like you, she came from another universe. As for the law of primal chaos and the immemorial mystical armament that you possess, those were brought from that other universe. This matter was a secret of the Alpha universe, but I've lived countless eons and have acquired a unique social network to others, which is why I'm able to know so much. In the higher-end circles of the Alpha universe, people like you and that woman who intruded from other universes are called wanderers, meaning people who have intruded into the Alpha universe from another. Wanderers often bring with them incomprehensible combat skills of astonishingly destructive power. Many of those with high statues in the Alpha universe are actually hostile to wanderers. That's both to your advantage and disadvantage. The disadvantage is that, as a wanderer from another universe, you won't be accepted by the upper echelons. Your advantage is that you have the blood of the Aurora clan, so you are like a half-native of the Alpha universe, while that woman is an intruder through and through. If the two of you were to get on a fight, those above would probably favor you. Xia Fei nodded. Ever since he went from the Law realm to the Alpha universe, he had expected that there might be other universes, along with more inexplicable sapient life forms, besides these two. As Xia Fei explored the depths of the universe, he had not only failed to understand its mysteries, but had also realized that the universe was far more complex and profound than before. Xia Fei had initially not expected this. In fact, he had even believed that he had reached the end of the universe when he arrived at the Law realm. He realized now how naive his thoughts had been. Calling her that woman again. Doesn't she have a name? Xia Fei asked jokingly. She doesn't have a name, only a code name. They call her Lady Aquamarine, Fuchin said. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, took a few deep drags, and began to think. Fuchin said indifferently, there's no need to worry. With me around, Lady Aquamarine won't be able to hurt you. You must be thinking about your loved ones in the other universe, yes? You wish to bring them to the Alpha universe. Xia Fei replied. A person has to constantly get stronger on their own. I can't be under your protection forever. As for the Law realm, I won't touch it. Since Lady Aquamarine is very powerful, a day that she's not dead is another day when my friends aren't safe. Leaving them in the Law realm might be the best for them. Fuchin's eyes twinkled. Xia Fei had not refused Fuchin's offer of help, indicating that he was a pragmatic person. In addition, Xia Fei did not hope to rely on Fuchin always and hoped to get stronger himself, which won Fuchin's admiration. After some thought, Fuchin said, let's do this. Starting tonight, I will guide you through 8 hours of intensive training every day. What do you think? What aspect will we be training? Xia Fei asked. Your two great laws, naturally speed and primal chaos. Primal chaos comes from Lady Aquamarine's universe, so I may be unable to help you with that, but I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to the law of speed. You've already entered the spirit system, so if you don't quickly cultivate these law systems to their maximum, it may affect your future development, Fuchin explained sincerely. Xia Fei suddenly thought of something when he heard this and curiously asked, my space law pattern and beast spirit codex pattern both completely disappeared. What's the reason for that? Fuchin smiled. That's how our orthodox spiritualist lineage differs from others. Since the law of space and beast spirit codex already reached their maximum levels, your spirit pattern absorbed and integrated their powers. While you don't have these patterns, you can still use the powers of beast spirit and space like normal. Xia Fei was startled. Integration. The integration of law powers with the spirit system? Isn't that very difficult? How can I do it? Fuchin replied carefreely. It's very difficult for outsiders, but since we're orthodox spiritualists, we naturally can't be compared to them. Of course, such a powerful background comes with significant sacrifice. Just like me, because you grasp the greatest and most mysterious power in the world, we can't possess eternal lives and don't have a seed of life. Xia Fei nodded. Radix and Oro had reminded Xia Fei more than once that different paths all came together, that no matter what power system one used, the ultimate goal was to get stronger and faster. His law power integrating with the spirit system had come as a pleasant surprise. Once he finished training all his law powers, Xia Fei's seventh brain region would only have his unrestricted soul spirit mark, an unimaginably powerful soul mark. Vast and all-accepting. Let's start today's lesson. Our first objective is your law of speed. Your body is now completely healed, so I wish for you to reach a very important benchmark in the speed system, light speed, Fuchen said. Light speed? Xia Fei was shocked. Fuchen was quite the ambitious fellow, making his first target light speed, traveling through the universe with his physical body at light speed. Just the thought of it had his blood pumping. He could still remember the scene of the Skywing clan's heaven-defying grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, killing enemies in a single second at light speed. That formidable strength was beyond the ability of words to describe. As the most heaven-defying law power, speed was slow to improve and number one in terms of difficulty. If he really managed to reach light speed, Xia Fei's combat power would instantly reach an absurd level. Together with his unrestricted soul spirit, Xia Fei would be unrivaled throughout the world, which was truly something to look forward to. Xia Fei's face reddened with excitement. Back in the Skywing clan, he had learned an unusual training method. He wondered if a great spiritualist like Fuchen could bring Xia Fei any more pleasant surprises. Fuchen saw the desire for power in Xia Fei's eyes and nodded. This frenzied obsession with strength was the foundation of a warrior's survival. Xia Fei was ambitious, ruthless, and cunning. If he reached the speed of light, he would be his enemy's worst nightmare. Let's start training now. Xia Fei focused and said excitedly. After a long period of rest and consolidation, Xia Fei was starting to get busy once more. Every day, Xia Fei had to handle the organization of his new school. For some reason, Aurora Clan Patriarch Wistful Hyzus had unexpectedly agreed to allow Xia Fei to use the clan's external compound. This immense estate could hold 10,000 people, and Xia Fei did not have to spend a cent. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Xia Fei had planned to use Courtyard Number 1 to test the waters, and if the effect was good, it would not be hard to use the other courtyards. Iron Tiger had gone to recruit teachers from the Sebastian clan. He reported on his progress daily to Xia Fei through a long-distance communication device. Xia Fei had to decide who was a good candidate and who was not. Little Shot and the other youths were all extremely excited about the establishment of this new school. Every day, numerous members of the clan would visit the external compound to find Xia Fei and ask about the details of the school's test. Surprisingly, it was not just the young who wanted to enter this academy. There were also many people who had made a name for themselves a long time ago. Having already clearly stated that anyone in the Aurora clan, regardless of age and cultivation, could apply, Xia Fei naturally did not refuse these older applicants. At the start, Xia Fei was still interested in explaining to everyone, but as time went on, he could not take it anymore. Repeating the same thing every day was just too boring. Thus, Little Shot and the steward of the external compound, Wistview, became Xia Fei's ad hoc representatives. Whenever someone came to ask about the details for applying, they would take the responsibility of explaining everything to them and of taking down their info, as well as contact information so that everyone could be notified when the time came to take the test. The Aurora clan, which had existed for ages, had countless descendants, so many people came to apply. While Little Shot and Wistview were busy every day, they were happy to work. Everyone could see that the Aurora clan had been on the decline recently, and it was obvious that if the clan kept treating people nicely, it would fall into ruin eventually. However, now there was Xia Fei, the monstrous Xia Fei. Wistview and Little Shot saw a sliver of hope. Xia Fei, who had come out of nowhere, was very different from the other members of the clan, acting with ruthless resolve. If Xia Fei could make the Aurora clan shed off its timid and cowardly hat, Little Shot and Wistview were sure that it would be a good thing for the clan. The ambiguous attitude of Wistful Hyzus and the other clan elders imbued Little Shot and Wistview with confidence. Since the clan elders had not stopped them, it meant that they did not mind Xia Fei slightly altering the Aurora clan. In the dangerous Alpha universe, survival was what mattered. What good would reputation be? It was not like one could eat it. Xia Fei had made up his mind to turn the Aurorians into the sky wings of the Alpha universe, an existence that was both hated and feared. Once he was done with work, Xia Fei threw himself into cultivation. To his surprise, Fuchin's so-called formidable instruction plan did not involve providing him cultivation assistance, but rather providing him food. Fuchin explained that the Skywing clan's special training method for its clan's specialty had pushed the cultivation method of the law of speed to the very limit, and not even Fuchin could do any better. However, he could give Xia Fei good food that would be better for the body and would increase the efficiency of his cultivation. "What's there to eat for today?" Xia Fei asked curiously as he entered the training room. The Aurora clan had its own spatial training ground, and as a member of the clan, Xia Fei needed only to apply to use one. It was not far from the external compound and was very convenient. Fuchin smiled mysteriously as he took out a ceramic jar from his spatial ring. "Winter bamboo shoot and corn porridge." Xia Fei shrugged. Winter bamboo shoots and corn porridge were very ordinary food often seen on the tables of commoners, but since both were from Fuchin, they should naturally be anything but normal. Xia Fei reached out to take the food, but Fuchin slapped his hand down. "What's the rush? If you want to eat, you have to pay me. That's the rule we made. 700,000 pearls for cooking the porridge, 50,000 for labor, so 750,000 in total. Hand it over." Xia Fei was speechless. While Fuchin did provide him 3 meals a day, he would ask for a labor fee each time, and his prices were not low. This porridge, which cost 750,000 pearls, was actually quite cheap. The carp from last night's dinner had been at an absurd price of 1.3 million pearls. In just 3 days, Xia Fei's wallet had shrunken at an incredible rate and was still rapidly shriveling. Expensive as it was, Fuchin's food boasted impressive effects. Xia Fei had benefited a lot, so he was willing to fork out the money. Fuchin took the money and smiled as he stowed it away in his spatial ring. At this, Xia Fei frowned. "Tumli have less than 5 million pearls now. In the next 2 days, I won't have any money to pay for food," Xia Fei said with a bitter smile. "What? You plan not to pay your debts? You don't know how to make money? You're a spiritualist of healing, and I haven't heard of a spiritualist in this day and age who has starved to death. Plus, you're a healing-type monster. If you want, you can sell any soul weapon you make to the Tong clan at a high price," Fuchin replied casually. This was true. Xia Fei still had 67 standard units of spirit energy in reserve. If he could make about a dozen healing-type soul weapons with them, each one would sell for an astronomical price. However, Xia Fei had longer-term plans, and he had stolen this spirit energy. There was no spirit energy in Guard 83's vicinity for Xia Fei to use, so if he wanted to gather spirit energy, he would have to travel very far away. Thus, Xia Fei wanted to keep this spirit energy in reserve to use when needed. After all, spirit energy was not just used for making soul weapons, but also for battle. It was best to make money through other means, but Xia Fei had not decided how just yet. Glug! He drank the porridge. It was sweet and tasted pretty good. A warmth soon began to travel through his body quickly, and he cried in contentment. Standing up, Xia Fei set off for today's cultivation class. The best time to train was when the food's power was still ruining through his body. Xia Fei continued with the Skywing clan's insane cultivation method, drawing the pattern while sprinting at high speeds. It was extremely difficult. Fortunately, this was not Xia Fei's first time using this crazy training method, and he was familiar with every step. His speed was constantly increasing as the pattern was drawn out. Xia Fei got faster and faster, and with each redrawing of the pattern, he made significant progress. Xia Fei currently had the level 5 law of speed, and he could travel as fast as 4 million meters per second. With the power of the soul mark, he could double this to 8 million meters per second. While cultivating, Xia Fei did not use the soul mark's power, so his speed floated between 3.5 and 4 million. This was a dizzying speed, and ordinary people could not even see Xia Fei. They would only feel a gust of wind as he blew past them. The legendary armor, Celestial Soul Warning, might not have been specifically for speed-type warriors, but it still was able to significantly weaken the wind resistance. While he sprinted, Xia Fei did not create any powerful sonic booms or winds. He was like a silent ghost as he traveled through the training chamber. The 6th law of speed pattern was already in its last phase, and Xia Fei estimated that he would break through today. Once he got past the 6th threshold, Xia Fei would have a speed of 8 million and a max speed of 16 million. 16 million? What was that? Half the speed of light, too. It was not light speed, but it was so fast that he could chase after light. Time went from dusk to dawn. Fuchin's bowl of porridge had sustained Xia Fei for 8 hours. In such intense cultivation, every second consumed an astronomical amount of energy. It was clear that this gourmet food was bursting with power. Not even the finest natural treasures could compare. Even more valuable was that Fuchin's food had been made according to Xia Fei's needs. Putting aside the fact that it was suitable for Xia Fei's high-intensity cultivation, it had no side effects on his body. Medicine could never accomplish the same effect. Every medicine had a little poison, and even the most gentle medicines concealed edges that could harm the body. Keep going. The food's power is about to pass. If you can't break through today, you'll have to wait for tomorrow night. Radix said urgently. Understood. Watch me, Xia Fei roared. He mustered the rest of the strength in his body and began a new round of frenzied sprinting. A ghostly figure moved through the training chamber as Xia Fei put everything on the line to get past the level 6 threshold. At the side, Furball watched with eyes full of excitement. Having grown more and more sick of Peacock Blue, he much preferred interacting with Little Goldie. Little Goldie, which had never been very smart, was weaker than Furball in combat and was now as small as a caterpillar. Thus, Furball managed to find some self-esteem from Little Goldie, as he was much larger than the other. Little Goldie very obediently crouched next to Furball, as if it were the holy beast's little toad, as Furball watched their master with a very exaggerated expression. It was truly a very amusing sight. Through Xia Fei's constant treatment, Little Goldie was more than half recovered, but it had yet to return to its domineering size. Furball was a little fellow that could just not grow any larger. Xia Fei felt very depressed that the massive little godly had also become so little. There was one other thing that was very interesting. Normally, demon chrysalises were more suited for life in dark space, and if they were gone from that type of environment for too long, they would be like fish out of the ocean and grow sick. However, Little Goldie had completely adapted to conventional space and did not seem uncomfortable at all. In the future, it would become an ultimate trump card that could dominate both spaces and would be of much help to Xia Fei. Break. It's going to break soon. Radix yelled. Laws were very strange powers. As long as the pattern in the 7th brain region was formed, one's cultivation would naturally improve. However, right now, Xia Fei's advance was being blocked by a wall, but once this wall was shattered, he would be greeted by a brand new world. Xia Fei turned savage, gritting his teeth. Break. Break for me. Rumble. This sound had not come from the training chamber, but rather from Xia Fei's 200% open 7th brain region. After a moment of chaos in the brain region, the 6th law pattern finished forming. Level 6 law of speed. You did it. Fuchin stood up and waved his hands in excitement. Xia Fei, you can now move at half the speed of light. Chasing light. You're a real war god who can chase after light. Xia Fei's law of speed had broken through level 6, letting him achieve 8 million meters per second of speed. With an activated soul mark as he sprinted at maximum speed, he could even achieve 16 million. As of the most difficult laws, speed had always been known as a lethal law. This was because this law, which let one move as fast as lightning, was something that opponents of the same level who were practicing other laws simply could not deal with. Only someone several ranks higher than Xia Fei would possess the sharp reactions necessary to fight against him. Warriors of the same level would almost all be instantly killed. As Xia Fei returned to Fuchin's side, he was clearly rather tired. Fuchin lightly stroked a finger across his spatial ring, producing a bunch of small bananas. They were golden, looked adorable, and exuded alluring aroma. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the youngest among all the speed-type warriors I've met who have reached level 6. This means that you have some incredible talent in the law of speed. As a fellow orthodox spiritualist, you possess an unrestricted soul spirit mark which provides you with a powerful energy foundation. Creating soul weapons is your main skill, but in the battle, you need to rely on your speed. In normal circumstances, a spiritualist can't compare to warriors of the same rank in combat power, but with your speed, you don't suffer from this problem at all. Fuchin said with some satisfaction. Xia Fei took the small bananas, peeled them, and quickly devoured everything. This was the breakfast that Fuchin had prepared for him. It went without saying that these bananas were incredibly expensive, but Fuchin had been so excited that he had forgotten to take money from Xia Fei. Of course, Xia Fei would not pass up such an opportunity and ate everything at once. These small bananas had an astounding effect and quickly began to work on Xia Fei, recharging all the energy he had used up in a night of cultivation. Fuchin's food was truly magical. The time, state, and kind of food consumed were all specifically selected, not just given at random. Xia Fei was soon brimming with energy again, not even feeling the slightest fatigue. After a brief pause, Fuchin added, "Now that we've made progress in the law of speed, we should move to the law of primal chaos. Lady Aquamarine is a very mysterious person, and the law of primal chaos is a top-class legacy that she brought from another universe, possessing the ability to reverse black and white. Your grandfather stole Lady Aquamarine's supreme techniques back then, and while he ended up getting caught, he left behind an enormous opportunity for you. From what I know, Lady Aquamarine is the only one in the Alpha universe who possesses this subversive power, and now, you are the second." Xia Fei shook his head and said, "Besides me, I have 2 friends in the law realm who practice the law of primal chaos." Fuchin was shaken, hurriedly asking, "Other people have learned it? Have they reached level 5 like you?" Xia Fei replied calmly, "Not at all. The gods of black and white are stuck at level 3 and unable to get into level 4. It's actually quite funny. They're the ones who gave me the law of primal chaos, but they ended up lagging behind me." Fuchin laughed and then muttered, "Being unable to break into level 4 means that they lack the talent to cultivate the law of primal chaos. After all, stepping into level 4 is getting through a major threshold and becoming an intermediate expert. Almost all law powers are divided into 9 ranks, with level 4 and level 7 being important benchmarks. A normal person won't find it very easy to break through. For you, breaking into level 6 of the law of speed is a very important step. Rest a little. Tonight, we will start cultivating the law of primal chaos, and I'll prepare some food specifically for that purpose. Right? Those 6 golden orchid bananas are 100,000 a pop. To congratulate you for breaking through that major law of speed threshold, I won't take a commission. 600,000 in total, hand it over." Fuchin beamed and held out his hand. Xia Fei was speechless. He thought that Fuchin had forgotten, but he had actually just left the payment for the end. There was nothing to be done. Fuchin's food was just too incredible. Xia Fei had been able to break through so quickly largely because of Fuchin's diet plan, and so no matter how unhappy he felt, he could only fork out the money. "Only have 4.1 million pearls left. This can't be allowed to continue," Xia Fei muttered as he shook his head. It was not just the food that took more than 1,000,000 pearls every meal. The school also had significant expenses. While the Aurora clan had not stopped Xia Fei from opening his school, it did not give him even 1 pair in support, and Xia Fei had to cover all the expenses himself. If he did not find a source of income soon, bankruptcy was just a matter of time. Fuchin never stayed at Xia Fei's side for long. He always promptly left once day broke. Xia Fei knew that Fuchin was not actually having an easy time of it. He both needed to guard against Lady Aquamarine's sudden appearance while also preparing suitable food for his cultivation lessons every day. All of this took a lot of energy. As for why Fuchin was going to such great lengths just so he could help him, Xia Fei had thought about it very carefully. Was it really because of healing-type soul weapons? It was not unreasonable. It was clear that Fuchin had his own considerations, but since the man had no malice for him, Xia Fei decided to keep trusting the other. Xia Fei was in a good mood after his breakthrough. When he arrived at the gate of the compound, he saw that numerous Aurora clan descendants had lined up to ask questions and apply, and Little Shot and Wistview were so busy that they hardly had time to breathe. After some thought, Xia Fei decided to avoid the main gate. After all, it was very annoying to be surrounded by people and pestered with questions. Xia Fei had cast aside all other thoughts besides cultivation and his preparations to deal with an abrupt attack from Lady Aquamarine. As he was walking and thinking, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw that it was Suzu Treasure and Zesser Knight. "Xia Fei, I came to find you yesterday, but you weren't here. Thankfully, We were clever this time and came to intercept you at the rear gate, or you'd run off again, Zesser said, sounding rather frustrated. The two girls had different expressions. Suzu was still rather afraid of Xia Fei, while Zesser was completely without restraints while with Xia Fei, which was quite fitting with her personality. After all, she was not some ruthless businesswoman like Suzu, and she did not understand the relationship between spiritualists and ordinary people. In her view, Xia Fei was just an ordinary friend, so there was no need to be restrained around him. Xia Fei shrugged and said lightly, I don't have any grudges with you, so why come and intercept me? Zesser pulled on Xia Fei's sleeve and asked urgently, I heard that you know a spiritualist master. Is that true? Everyone knew by now that Xia Fei had a spiritualist master, and Xia Fei did not see the need to hide it and would even openly admit it when someone asked. Also heard that your master is a spiritualist of healing. Zesser tilted her head and asked. This? Xia Fei gave Suzu a sharp look. Only the higher-ups of the Aurora clan, the upper echelons of chaos society, and Suzu knew that he was a spiritualist of healing. Xia Fei had told them not to spread this word around, but since Zesser knew, it must be because Suzu had been a blabbermouth. Suzu was startled, and then she said swiftly, while many things can be hidden from those below, they can't be hidden from those above. The Venus of Eternal Night clan is a top-tier clan in the Alpha universe, and it has a widespread information network. The moment Zesser heard of this matter, she grabbed me and came over to find you. Xia Fei nodded slightly. Suzu had spoken very clearly. She had not been the one to leak this news, and Xia Fei also knew that she did not have the guts, so he did not pursue the matter. Correct. My master is indeed a spiritualist of healing, Xia Fei said nonchalantly. Zesser was elated and said quickly, Wonderful. Since he's a legendary spiritualist of healing, my grandfather can be saved. Hurry up and get him to treat my grandfather. If you can treat my grandfather's illness, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Xia Fei found it rather laughable. If he were willing to show his face, why would he go to the trouble of hiding his identity? Zesser was truly naive. Her one request was asking Xia Fei to expose himself. However, when Zesser brought up money, Xia Fei suddenly had an idea. Given how much money he had to spend with Fuchin, it would not be 3 days before he spent all 4 million of his remaining pearls. Xia Fei was sorely lacking for money, so treating the Venus of Eternal Night's old patriarch for a large sum was a decent choice. Treating someone also took up spirit energy, but while healing would cost 1 standard unit of spirit energy at most, forging a soul weapon took 3 to 4. Xia Fei's first priority was to preserve spirit energy in preparation for the big battle. Fuchin had promised him that he would kill Lady Aquamarine, but Xia Fei had a habit of never entirely relying on someone else. He had to have a backup plan. If Fuchin could not do the job, Xia Fei could rely on his formidable spirit energy reserved to fight a battle to the death with Lady Aquamarine. Thus, spirit energy was very valuable to him, and it was best if he minimized his use. If he could use up 1 unit of spirit energy to keep himself in the green, that was a pretty good choice. Xia Fei chuckled and said, This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a tea house. Suzu and Zesser agreed. The 3 of them found a tea house and asked for a secluded VIP room. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said coolly, First, spiritualists of healing aren't omnipotent. They can only treat people with injured souls. What is your grandfather's situation? Zesser pouted and said, That's exactly the injury my grandfather has. A few years ago, my grandfather left home without a word, and when he came back, he was injured. Over the years, he's been experiencing throes of pain at set intervals. I saw it once with my 2 eyes. Our Venus of Eternal Night was holding a feast when my grandfather, while talking to someone, suddenly collapsed and started twitching, nearly scaring everyone to death. Xia Fei nodded as he got a measure of what he was dealing with, muttering, This situation truly is within the abilities of a spiritualist of healing to deal with. Unfortunately, my master doesn't like showing himself. If you don't give him a good enough reason, I'm afraid that his venerable self won't appear to treat your grandfather. Xia Fei squinted at Zesser as if to say, I can treat the illness, but you'll have to put up a big sum. However, he did not expect Zesser to be so inexperienced and not get his meaning. Instead, she thought of her arranged marriage to the Aurora clan and grimaced. Zesser Knight grimaced and then harumphed. You're not having designs on me, are you? Let me tell you, while my clan may have signed a marriage contract with your Aurora clan, it's not your place to interfere. You should just dispel any such thoughts. Xia Fei was baffled. What was this about a marriage contract? He was waiting for Zesser to put out the money, so where had this come from? Suzu Treasure saw the awkward spot Xia Fei was in and explained hastily. Good sister, you absolutely must not misunderstand. Xia Fei has only recently returned to the Aurora clan, so he presumably doesn't know anything about the Chaos Pact. The Chaos Pact. Xia Fei was even more baffled, but Radix quickly understood what was going on. Our clan truly did sign the Chaos Pact. We're one of the founding clans of Chaos Society. Xia Fei asked him quietly, what is that Chaos Pact? Why is it connected to marriage? Radix explained. Back then, several thousand major clans came together to establish an alliance. And in order to ensure that the alliance remained solid, a rule was made that the major clans should marry among one another to strengthen their bonds. As one of the signing clans, our clan will have several arranged marriages a year. It seems like it's between the Aurorians and the Venus of Eternal Night this year. This Zesser girl must be thinking that you're trying to take advantage of her, which is why she's become so agitated. The Aurora clan is declining, while the Venus of Eternal Night remains strong. She presumably looks down on us. Xia Fei was both angered and amused by Radix's explanation. Zesser had somehow taken him to be a social climber, not realizing that he only had Avril in his heart. If he wanted, he could have numerous concubines, and it would never be Zesser's turn. Zesser also realized that Xia Fei might not have been making looks at her because of the marriage, but she was rather innocent, so she still did not understand what Xia Fei wanted. Whether you've got a nice chest or a nice butt, I don't have the time to hook up with you. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and brusquely said, let me be honest with you. Spiritualists have never had a habit of working for free. If you want my master to work, you have to pay a sufficiently high price. As for you, I wouldn't want you even if you were handed to me. These words were a little provoking, and Zesser's beautiful face turned white as she retorted, it's good that you don't harbor such a despicable thought. Though I have to marry someone, I'd rather it be 7th Master Xiao. I'd never enter your Aurora clan. Spurred by her anger, Zesser said what she was really thinking. Suzu frowned and looked at her in confusion while Xia Fei laughed. Xia Fei knew that Zesser was the girl who had been exchanging messages with him back on the Mammoth. It was just that she thought he was that 7th Master Xiao. HA8th. Is that really worth the hassle? It's just a movement technique. It's not like it can clothe or feed you, Xia Fei muttered. Zesser had no idea what Xia Fei was saying, unhappily saying, that's what I want, so what's it to you? If you've got the skill, why don't you use one-armed Shaoxing and make your own peerless movement technique? The sins of heaven could be forgiven, but there was no hope if one sinned by their own volition. Zesser had never regarded Xia Fei with any importance. She could just remain in ignorance, as he simply could not be bothered to correct her. Xia Fei decided to stop arguing with this silly girl, holding out his hand and saying, a deposit of 50 million and 50 million on success, and you must do everything as I say. If you can do all this, I'll ask my master to save your grandfather. Zesser was startled. Compared to her marriage and 7th Master Xiao, she was far more concerned about her grandfather's illness. Moreover, her grandfather still held sway over the Venus of Eternal Night, and if he was happy, she would not have to marry into the Aurora clan anymore. This matter was far too beneficial to her. To hold you to it. I'm paying 100 million, but what if you can't get your master to help? Zesser asked. TL compensate you with 200 million, Xia Fei said confidently, his reply crisp and simple. All right, I don't have the money on me. Big sis Suzu, I'll borrow the money from you and then pay you back in a bit. Zesser turned to Suzu and said. Suzu was the behind-the-scenes boss of Heavenly Treasure Firm's Guard 83 branch, so this sum was no trouble for her. Also, be it Xia Fei or Zesser, both were very important people, so she was naturally happy to get a little of this business. Thus, she wrote out a check. Whoosh! Xia Fei put the check away and stood up to bid farewell. Zesser pulled on him and said, You've gotten my deposit, so what's the next step? Have your grandfather come here. I'll arrange a time for him to receive treatment, Xia Fei said. What time? It will naturally have to be the right time. My master is a spiritualist, and he'll naturally decide when he wants to come and treat your grandfather. Just wait back at this planet's heavenly treasure branch for news. When the time comes, I'll inform you." With that said, Xia Fei skipped away. Zesser fumed as she watched Xia Fei leave. Pointing at the little peaches on her chest, she asked, "Big sis Suzu, do I really not have an ample chest or a perky butt?" 2 days went by. Under Xia Fei's meticulous care, little Goldie had completely recovered, but it still was not back to its big self. This left Xia Fei feeling very troubled. He already had the tiny furball. Now that little Goldie had truly lived up to its name by becoming this tiny, what was he going to do? The recovered little Goldie immediately nuzzled Xia Fei upon seeing him, biting his sleeve while moving its eyes in the direction of the law realm. It seemed to be saying that Xia Fei should go back. 1. Unfortunately, Xia Fei could not go back yet. The mysterious Lady Aquamarine was like a curse, and as long as she was not dead, Xia Fei would be unable to live in peace. However, for some reason, this Lady Aquamarine who hated the Aurora clan and hated Xia Fei had not appeared, so Xia Fei could only keep waiting. Little Goldie was not very smart, and it took a while for the demon chrysalis to understand that Xia Fei could not go back, but when it did, the little fellow began to roll around on a white sheet of paper, using its body to write squiggly characters. What is this little guy doing? It seems to be saying something to you," Fuchin said in surprise. Today's cultivation was done, so he and Xia Fei were looking into little Goldie's condition. "It seems. Perhaps it wants you to write a letter so that it can deliver that to the law realm?" supposed Radix in shock, his eyes widening. Fuchin chuckled and stroked little Goldie, muttering, "I'm liking this little guy more and more. If this fellow is really doing as you say, then it's terrifyingly loyal to you. It went through many perils to find you, breaking through the seal, and now it's trying to help you get in touch with the law realm. It's risking his life going back and forth like this, you know." Radix was a soul, so little Goldie naturally could not hear what it was saying, but it could hear Fuchin loud and clear. The demon chrysalis furiously nodded its head, greatly resembling some righteous martyr. Fuchin was startled, saying loudly, "Your soul's servant actually guessed it right. This guy truly wants to be your courier and help establish a connection between you and the law realm. Don't you miss that girlfriend of yours, who's still in that other universe? Why don't you send this little fellow as your go-between? From what I can tell, little Goldie is an extremely resilient creature. Though it's small, this demon chrysalis's body is brimming with energy, and its single eye even exudes the aura of a king. Though this guy doesn't show it in front of you, the reality is it's a powerful monster which possesses the strength to dominate dark space." Fuchin had a very high opinion of little Goldie. Xia Fei could also tell from little Goldie's performance that it was truly different from before, and he would encounter little hardship in dark space. Furball once more became troubled. Putting aside Peacock Blue's rapid growth, even little Goldie seemed about to replace him. The proud Furball could not accept this. Shaking his head, Xia Fei sighed. "It's still not good. What if that demonic Lady Aquamarine is watching? If I send little Goldie back to the law realm, won't that expose Avril's location? For safety's sake, we should wait until we get rid of Lady Aquamarine first." Little Goldie seemed quite disappointed by these words, dropping its head and falling silent. Xia Fei muttered, "The world is ever-changing. I thought that the inverse were my greatest foe, but only now have I learned that I have a mortal foe called Aquamarine. But when would that demoness appear? I'm already being very conspicuous. If she's been paying attention to any news from Guard 83, there's no way that she doesn't know that I'm back." Fuchin replied, "There's no rush. Aquamarine is a mysterious woman, and many experts want her life, but nobody has ever been able to injure her, a sign of her cunning and patience. Many people know that you have a spiritualist of healing for a master, so she won't act recklessly. Rather, she'll choose a time and location that's most in her favor to strike you down." Xia Fei pouted, grumbling, "I said not to go overboard. Now, Lady Aquamarine isn't showing up, so I just have to lure her out." Fuchin chuckled. "Someone as smart as you can't understand it. But if you swaggered back into the Aurora clan without any sort of backing whatsoever, it'd be far more bizarre if Lady Aquamarine could be taken in. This situation is perfect. The soul weapon you made is only grade 1.5, so Lady Aquamarine will quickly understand that, while your master might be a spiritualist, their cultivation shouldn't be very high. She'll inevitably make a move against you. And because of your lie, my involvement will be successfully concealed. Xia Fei naturally understood that Fuchin had made him claim that he had a spiritualist of healing for a master precisely as cover for the latter. Although Xia Fei did not know how formidable Fuchin was, he could tell from the other's tone that, if Lady Aquamarine knew that he was supporting him, she would never show up. Nodding, Xia Fei said, "It seems like I need to get stronger. Aquamarine won't just let me get stronger. After all, I already have a healer-type master. If my strength grows, she may no longer be able to deal with me." Fuchin's eyes flashed. "A good idea. Get stronger so that she attacks you soon. How do you plan to do it?" Xia Fei smiled, lighting a cigarette. "The patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Night, has already come, hoping that I will heal his illness. I wonder what sort of effect getting Cloud Night on my side will have." Fuchin was startled, and then he clenched his stomach and laughed. "Interesting. Truly interesting. You want that stubborn donkey Cloud Night to be your bodyguard? That's the stubborn donkey of the dawn of eternal night. You had best think this over carefully." The patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Night, arrived faster than expected. After just one day, Zesser Knight came to find Xia Fei so that he could arrange a time to have her grandfather treated. Xia Fei talked with Fuchin. They would need to use the threat of getting stronger to lure out Lady Aquamarine, making her feel anxious that if she did not strike now, she would never get the chance. In this way, Lady Aquamarine would cast aside her apprehensions to have a battle with Xia Fei. With the plan set, Xia Fei immediately had someone notify Zesser to meet in the Aurora clan's compound. It just so happened that, on the same day, Iron Tiger's group of 3 returned from their mission. They were gone for 5 days but returned with 4 suitable teachers for Xia Fei's newly established school, which was quite efficient. Go and find Westview. He'll arrange the food and board for these people. If there's nothing else, you're all dismissed, Xia Fei said sternly after looking through the dossiers of the 4 new instructors. Iron Tiger reported to him every day, so he already knew the situations of these 4 instructors and did not need to interview them personally. With Iron Tiger's trio, these 7 made up the first batch of instructors for his school. Zesser and a rather formidable old man arrived at the compound. While the Venus of Eternal Night was powerful, Cloud Night did not bring many followers with him. All he had was Zesser's uncle, Savatu. Xia Fei did not come out to welcome them himself. Instead, he had Little Shot lead the 3 to the place he had readied. Zesser seemed rather displeased, muttering, "That Xia Fei is truly despicable, not even showing his face. Isn't he just a spiritualist's disciple? What's so great about that?" As she spoke, Zesser intentionally puffed out her chest. Ever since Xia Fei had commented about her figure, Zesser had started to care a lot about such aspects. Today, she had specifically worn a navy blue gown, stuffed padding into her chest, and even used her makeup to accentuate the curves of her face, all in hopes of her appearance being more attractive. Unfortunately, despite all her preparations, she still came across as childish and simple no matter what. Cloud Knight chuckled and said, "You can't say that. After all, we're the ones seeking his help. I'm actually quite excited to meet a legendary spiritualist of healing. Don't complain anymore. That man is already showing us enormous kindness by being willing to help us." Zesser pursed her lips and said, "It's not like we're getting this for free. We're not taking advantage of him." Cloud Knight shook his head, saying with a slight frown, "Many things can't be bought with money. I've been bearing these injuries for 3 years, and none of the countless apothecaries I've met before were able to do anything. If I could truly be completely healed, I'd even be willing to pay 100 times the price without hesitation." Cloud Knight turned to Savatu and said, "Prepare a generous gift for Xia Fei and his master regardless if this succeeds or not." Savatu quickly agreed, while Zesser continued to nag about Xia Fei's bad qualities. To tell the truth, Zesser was initially not holding any grudge against Xia Fei, but after he had passed judgment on her figure, she could not help but find him ugly and not adorable at all. There was nothing to be done, for girls were born to admire beauty. Appearance was more important than their own lives, and Zesser was no exception. At compound number 6, Little Shot had the Venus of Eternal Night group wait outside while he went in to call Xia Fei. Xia Fei greeted them with a smile, and his meek attitude was completely at odds with the arrogant disciple Cloud Knight had expected. Xia Fei used this opportunity to examine Cloud Knight. The current patriarch of the Venus Eternal Knight had a stalwart figure and did not seem at all like the stubborn and testy donkey knight that he had heard about. At least, in his view, Cloud Knight was not somebody who was too arrogant or brash. Venerable Elder Knight, please follow me. Xia Fei made an inviting gesture with his arm. Cloud Knight strode into the garden. Zesser and Savada were about to follow when Xia Fei stopped them. My apologies. My master doesn't want to meet strangers. Please wait outside. Xia Fei smiled. Waiting was fine. Even more important was that Xia Fei had not properly looked at Zesser from start to finish. She had taken such great pains to dress up, but Xia Fei ended up treating her like empty air. Zesser pursed her lips and stepped back with a huff. Xia Fei naturally did not care what Zesser was feeling. He led Cloud Knight into a prepared room and personally brewed him a pot of tea. Why don't I see your master anywhere? Asked Cloud Knight curiously. This large courtyard was empty, holding only Xia Fei and Cloud Knight. That legendary spiritualist of healing was nowhere to be seen, leaving Cloud Knight feeling confused. Xia Fei smiled. Master has an eccentric personality and refuses to meet strangers. Please forgive this, Elder. Cloud Knight nodded in disappointment, muttering, I'm fine with being unable to see your honored master, but if he doesn't see me, how will my injuries be treated? Xia Fei said calmly, Senior, this Xia Fei has learned some skills from my master. In a little while, I will assess the senior's injuries, upon which my master will choose the proper method to treat you. Then I'll be in your care, Cloud Knight said politely. Several minutes later, Xia Fei removed his hand from Cloud Knight's back. His examination method was quite strange. He had simply placed his hand on Cloud Knight's back and had done nothing else. Frowning, Xia Fei said, Venerable Senior, your injuries are quite serious. Someone used Soul Eater arts to damage the foundation of your soul mark. I presume that every time your injuries flare up, your seventh brain region will be left in excruciating pain, as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing away at it, and the frequency of the flare-ups is increasing. It might have only been once a month in the past, but it's now happening once every week. Cloud Knight was stunned, saying quickly, Correct. It's exactly as this little brother said. That year, I fought with a powerful Soul Eater and was unable to dodge his strike. Thankfully, I had powerful allies with me at the time, and they barely managed to keep me alive. Xia Fei shook his head. This isn't good. If you don't receive treatment soon, you won't be able to last the year. Cloud Knight fell silent. Xia Fei was speaking the truth. Otherwise, as Venus of Eternal Night Clan's patriarch, he would have never rushed over to meet Xia Fei upon hearing about a spiritualist of healing. He looked expectantly at Xia Fei. Cloud Knight knew that spiritualists of healing were formidable, but he had not expected this young disciple to be so formidable, too. With a simple inspection, he had managed to figure out the root cause of his illness. After a pause, Xia Fei added, Senior, you're not being honest with me. Cloud Knight's face turned white as he said anxiously, What do you mean, young one? Xia Fei faintly smiled. The one who had injured you was no Soul Eater. From what I could tell, this was a compound attack. There is, as of yet, no one in the Alpha universe who can be both a Soul Eater and a Soul Hunter. The person who injured you probably wasn't from the Alpha universe, but rather an outsider. Cloud Knight was stunned. If Xia Fei had merely diagnosed his illness, Cloud Knight would not have shown such an exaggerated expression. Crucially, Xia Fei had been able to deduce the nature of Cloud Knight's opponent. This was simply miraculous. Cloud Knight seemed to be rather embarrassed, saying, Yes, the person who injured me went by the name of Lady Aquamarine. She's a wanderer. Lady Aquamarine? There was a subtle glint in Xia Fei's eyes. Lady Aquamarine had once laid down an insidious curse on Xia Fei's family, and even this Cloud Knight had been wounded by her. That mysterious woman truly had a list of impressive feats in the Alpha universe. Oh, I'm no stranger to that name. I'm sure that the Elder is aware of the Aurora clan's history with Lady Aquamarine, Xia Fei said calmly. Cloud Knight thought it over and replied, That should be something from a very long time ago when your Aurora clan was still at the peak of its power, and I had yet to become patriarch. I heard that a wistful valley angered Lady Aquamarine, and your clan was ultimately forced to call out its reclusive old monsters to calm the storm. As for Wistful Valley, He was exiled from the clan because of that incident. It's truly a pity. Wistful Valley was said to be Aurora Clan's strongest genius, but for him to end up like that. Cloud Knight suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Fei in shock. You're a part of the Aurora clan, but your surname is Xia. Could it be? Xia Fei replied calmly. Wistful Valley is my grandfather, but he has already passed away. Zing. Cloud Knight's face twitched. There was no doubt that Wistful Valley had been a very formidable character. Although Wistful Valley, just like the rest of the Aurora clan, had rarely fought with others, at key moments, he could perform impressive feats like opening the cosmic gate. In the face of Lady Aquamarine's curse, he had managed to live for many years. All of those were signs of his strength. As Wistful Valley's grandson, Xia Fei had returned to the Alpha universe. It must be understood that Lady Aquamarine was still alive. This meant that Xia Fei would very likely have to deal with a sudden attack from her, and so Cloud Knight was puzzled as to why Xia Fei could so divulge his identity freely. What made him so confident? Xia Fei continued calmly. Senior is the Venus of Eternal Night's patriarch, and those who you had partied with can't be minor characters. Can I presume that your group had a reason for attacking Aquamarine? That Cloud Knight was momentarily speechless. Xia Fei seemed to be concerning himself with too many things, even wanting to know why he had tried to attack Aquamarine. I'm afraid that I can't answer that question, Cloud Knight whispered. Xia Fei chuckled and said, I was just asking. Please wait a moment. I'll explain the situation to my master. Your injuries are serious, and only his venerable self will understand how to proceed. In the next room, Radix said, we've gained a lot from this meeting with Cloud Knight. For his group to attack Aquamarine, she must truly be a wicked character who has offended all of the Alpha universe. Xia Fei replied nonchalantly, that's not for certain. Aquamarine had the Beast's Spirit Codex, the Law of Primal Chaos, and the immemorial mystical armaments. She might have had even more good things. It would be quite normal for Cloud Knight's group to try and steal from her. Radix nodded. It makes sense. Given the kind of person Cloud Knight is, he'll only take action if he stands to benefit enormously from it. No wonder Fuchin speaks so solemnly when it comes to Aquamarine. She's no ordinary woman. Even with Cloud Knight and his people working together failed to kill her. Xia Fei replied, what I worry about is that, even if we do manage to take down Aquamarine, other people may catch wind of it and come to find me. Aquamarine's belongings are bound to bring trouble down our heads. After talking with Radix in the adjoining room for a while, Xia Fei returned to Cloud Knight's side. Cloud Knight was rather nervous. He knew more than anyone else that if this illness that had tormented him for 3 years was not cured, he would find it hard to stay alive. Xia Fei said very grimly, Master said that your situation is very special, and treating it will take a lot of energy. Cloud Knight shuddered and stared at Xia Fei, waiting for the answer that would decide his fate. After a pause, Xia Fei smiled eerily and then said softly, you currently have 2 choices. Outside, Zesser was getting antsy. Not long after Cloud Knight entered the place, a powerful spatial seal had appeared. This blocked Zesser and Savato out and prevented them from knowing how the treatment was going. After around 2 hours, the seal was undone. Zesser rushed inside. When she pushed open the door, she saw Zesser sitting on the ground, his face pale and covered in sweat. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zesser asked concernedly. Cloud Knight was clearly in a lot of pain. Clenching his chest with his hand, he cursed, what trash spiritualist. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have ended up dead. Whoosh. Everyone paled. After all this time, Xia Fei's master had not only failed to treat Cloud Knight's wounds, but had almost taken his life. Patriarch, don't speak. Eat this first. Savatu immediately squatted and fed a green pill to Cloud Knight. At this moment, Xia Fei frantically walked over to try and help Cloud Knight up, but Cloud Knight pushed him away, so all he could do was purse his lips and stand in a corner. Rumble. The moment Cloud Knight recovered, he raised his hand and tore the roof off the building, showering the area in debris. Old man, get out here right now. I'd like to see who actually dared to impersonate a spiritualist of healing. Cloud Knight roared. As a great soul master, Cloud Knight could easily tear off a roof. But this was the Aurora clan's property. Cloud Knight's actions were no different from a war declaration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dozen soul masters of the Venus of Eternal Night answered the summons and appeared at the Aurora clan's compound. Cloud Knight's eyes glinted with cold light as he shouted, "Find that spiritualist for me, dead or alive." "Yes, as you commanded." Those accompanying Cloud Knight were all Venus of Eternal Night elites, and in less than a minute, the entire compound had been searched. Alas, there was no sign of Xia Fei's so-called master. Xia Fei walked out of the room and patted the dust off his clothes. "My master is already gone. My apologies. Though he is a spiritualist of healing, his cultivation is only level 1.5, so even though he tried his best, he couldn't heal your injuries." Xia Fei spoke very meekly, but Cloud Knight was clearly throwing one of his legendary temper tantrums, clearly unwilling to be merciful. Everyone knew that the patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night was a donkey, the most stubborn donkey. Once he got angry, even the gods would find it hard to stop him. Level 1.5. Cloud Knight glared as he pointed at Xia Fei's nose. "A level 1.5, and he dared to try and treat me? The nerve. He almost took my life. Since your master has run away, you have to take responsibility." Cloud Knight spread apart his arms, and the winds howled as the sky rumbled with thunder. Severe lightning bolts cracked down with piercing howls, the blue lightning landing on Cloud Knight's arms, where it was absorbed. His two arms swiftly began to gather with a terrifying light. This was the skill that Cloud Knight had grown famous from, the great soul hunter art, the Azure Nebula Waterfall. Cloud Knight was actually using a well-known ability of his on Xia Fei, a clear indication how furious he felt. Black clouds roiled as the blue lightning cracked down. The compound collapsed as doomsday befell it. Cloud Knight's face turned darker and darker under the crackling blue lightning, his eyes spitting flame. "No!" Zesser clutched her chest and yelled, trying to stop her grandfather. It was actually rather strange. Zesser had been mocking Xia Fei before this, trying to get back her pride, but now, her pulse had suddenly sped up, for she did not want to see Xia Fei injured. Nearby, Xia Fei had sent out the fiendish blade Nirvana. While Peacock Blue and Furball did not move, both growled as where they stood ready. "Old thing, my master was already giving you a lot of respect by offering to cure you. It's your own injuries that are too serious. After all, it's not like spiritualists of healing are omnipotent. It's just not your fate to keep living. So don't blame my master," Xia Fei said sternly. If Cloud Knight was a reasonable sort, he would not be called Donkey Yi. When he was angry, he did not differentiate between black and white, so Xia Fei's words fell on deaf ears. All he wanted was to kill. Cut the chatter. Other people might fear spiritualists, but not me. Whoosh. He pushed his arms forward, and the world went black. The Venus of Eternal Night. The Venus of Eternal Night had this name because when they activated their clan's unique Great Soul Hunter art, the world would be plunged into the utter darkness of primordial chaos. It was a situation where one could not even see their fingers in front of their face. Suddenly, a blue lotus of flames bloomed in the darkness. A dazzling blue, intense blue lightning howled out from Cloud Knight's hand. The dark world turned blue. The Venus of Eternal Night used the color blue to commence the slaughter in the night. The moment the blue lightning appeared, one's life was over. Rumble. Thunder boomed as the blue lotus's petals scattered, surrounding Xia Fei. 1 second later, they came together. Even a god would find it difficult to avoid this lethal lightning, as expected of the mighty soul art of the Venus of Eternal Night. If this attack hit Xia Fei, he would be obliterated in both body and soul. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a powerful energy emerged from Xia Fei's body. Cloud Knight's great soul hunter art had left only 2 colors in the world, black and blue. However, when this power appeared, a rainbow tornado swiftly emerged in the darkness. Not only did it protect Xia Fei, it even slowly scattered the darkness Cloud Knight had laid down. Those within felt like they were in a dream. Rather than a clash of experts, they felt like they were in an observatory, witnessing a calamity take place in the depths of the universe. Cloud Knight's blue lightning was brimming with intimidating power. On the other end, the rainbow light was more talented and possessed a strange aura. Watch closely. This is our clan's great soul hunter art, Aurora Horizon. The patriarch is here. Radix shouted excitedly in Xia Fei's ear. When your cultivation reaches the absolute limit, soul arts no longer display your power, but rather the miraculous power akin to nature. Look at this light, doesn't it resemble the polar aurora? Radix was clearly very confident in the great soul hunter art of the Aurora clan. The moment this aurora horizon appeared, Radix was certain that an expert who could unleash an aurora had arrived, and thus, nobody could harm Xia Fei anymore. Sure enough, while Cloud Knight scowled, his darkness and blue lightning were pushed back and scattered, pushed away by that rainbow light. Wistful Hyzus, are you trying to make an enemy out of my Venus of eternal night? Cloud Knight demanded coldly, his face pale. He had placed his hands behind him as though he no longer planned on continuing the attack, but his killing intent was still there. The Wisps doesn't want to make an enemy of anyone, and neither does my Aurora clan. Wistful Hyzus's voice came from the distance, polite and steady. Still, this is the Aurora clan's territory. For what reason has the Venus of eternal night attempted to kill another? Asked Wistful Hyzus. What reason? Your clan's Xia Fei tricked me. He said that he'd get his master to treat me, but not only did the treatment fail to have an effect, he even caused my injuries to flare up. If I had been a little slower to realize it, I would have died at the hands of your Aurora clan. Cloud Knight shouted. At this time, the two-peak Great Soul Hunter arts were starting to retreat. Darkness and blue lightning lurked behind Cloud Knight, while a rainbow aurora shone behind Xia Fei. Wistful Hyzus emerged from the aurora and bowed to Cloud Knight. Cloud Knight snorted coldly and looked away, his attitude extremely rude. Wistful Hyzus turned to Xia Fei and frowned. Was it really as the Venus of Eternal Night Patriarch said? Xia Fei smiled and replied, Elder Knight, we said that we'd try to treat your illness, but when was it said that we'd definitely be able to cure it? You. Cloud Knight went pale as he glared viciously at Xia Fei. It's truly never been said that you could cure me, but were you allowed to collude with your master to try and hurt this old man? Cloud Knight shouted. Hurt you? What good would killing you do to us? Xia Fei countered. Then how do you explain my injuries flaring up? They're even worse than usual. Cloud Knight shot back. Xia Fei laughed and shook his head. Senior, how come you couldn't even endure the pain of treatment? Soul injuries aren't ordinary injuries. Since it's unable to be cured, there will naturally be a harsh backlash. That's to be expected. Nonsense. When has treating an injury ever resulted in the injury getting worse? Xia Fei admitted frankly, there's nothing to be done. The person who injured you is just too formidable, surpassing the ability of my master to treat. In the middle of this stalemate, Zesser somehow mustered up the courage to say, Grandpa, treatment has always been very painful. Also, we truly didn't say anything about Xia Fei curing you for sure. We can't blame him for this. Cloud Knight was so angry that he could not be bothered to listen. He glared at Zesser and said viciously, You're a girl. What do you know? Xia Fei was trying to get me killed. Zesser, who had never seen her grandfather in such a state before, froze. A moment later, a tear slid down her cheek. She turned around and ran off. At this moment, Cloud Knight felt regret for treating his granddaughter so harshly, but this was just how he behaved when the anger got to his head. I'm not finished with you yet, roared Cloud Knight. He turned to chase Zesser, but after running 2 steps, he stopped and said coldly, According to the Chaos Pact, it should be the Venus of Eternal Night and Aurora clan's turn this year to get married, but you should stop thinking about that right now. As long as I'm alive, our clans will be enemies. Cloud Knight left. Wistful Hyzus furrowed his brows and sighed. He told Xia Fei, I was originally going to tell you that our clan managed to keep its second-tier spot, but this ended up happening. Our Aurora clan has never had many friends, and now, it seems like we have one less. Good news did not leave the door, while bad news traveled 1,000 kilometers. The news of the Aurora clan and the Venus of Eternal Night fighting against each other traveled through various channels on the same day, and soon had everyone talking. The Aurora clan, Patriarch Wistful Hyzus' study. I think that Xia Fei will have to take responsibility for this conflict with the Venus of Eternal Night. Wistful Pangaea, the one in charge of the clan's arsenal, suddenly said. These words caused some turmoil. No one had expected Wistful Pangaea to bring up placing the blame on Xia Fei for this incident. Wistful Blue frowned. Pangaea, Don't forget that our Aurora clan's second-tier evaluation was entirely due to Xia Fei's efforts. If not for him, we might have fallen to the third tier. Wistful Frambao grumbled. That's right. Let's not forget our roots here. While Xia Fei might not have the surname Wistful, he's still a member of our clan and has done a lot for it. Wistful Pangaea seemed to take the objections of the others in stride, saying, Does doing a lot for the clan mean that one can recklessly commit crimes? I'm sure that everyone understands the consequences of offending the Venus of Eternal Night. Plus, we were able to get the second-tier evaluation because of Xia Fei's master, but now, even his master has run off for fear that the Venus of Eternal Night will try and seek justice. It's clear that this spiritualist is all talk and doesn't have any real strength. The sides wanting Xia Fei to take the blame and to protect him were at a stalemate, and a loud quarrel broke out in Wistful Hyzis's study. Quiet. Wistful Hyzis barked suddenly. Everyone calmed down and turned to the patriarch, seeking an explanation. Merits and errors can't be treated equally. Xia Fei has caused the relationship between our Aurora clan and the Venus of Eternal Night to turn sour, with neither side willing to back down. It was Xia Fei's greed for achievements that caused him to place the entire clan in jeopardy. Also, Xia Fei has a ruthless personality, not in line with our clan's ancestral teachings. Starting from today, Xia Fei is forbidden from entering any property or residence of the Aurora clan. The clan will only accept him again once he completely understands and is willing to comply with our clan's ancestral teachings, said Wistful Hyzis coldly. Everyone gasped. Xia Fei had essentially been banished from the clan. This was a very harsh punishment, and Wistful Northgaze sighed and dropped his head in grief. Patriarch, isn't this punishment too harsh? Even Wistful Pangaea, who had supported punishing Xia Fei, found this hard to accept. Even if Xia Fei is rather unreasonable, it doesn't mean that he has to leave the clan, does it? Wistful Hyzis waved his hand and said firmly, Have you forgotten that Xia Fei killed a guard of Chaos Society back at the Guard 83 branch? Chaos Society hasn't issued any punishment, but we can't simply ignore this act. His personality is so ruthless that he truly can't remain in the clan. To tell the truth, even without this incident with the Venus of Eternal Night, I was planning to talk Xia Fei into leaving. This has just moved up my plans a little. That's the end of the discussion. This matter is decided. Contrary to how he usually was, Wistful Hyzis had ignored everyone's objections and made the decision himself. However, it was absolutely true that Xia Fei's personality did not mesh with the clan's, and everyone understood this. It was just that Wistful Hyzis's punishment was so harsh that they found it rather difficult to accept. In the Aurora compound, Xia Fei packed up his things and said farewell to Wistview and Little Shot. Wistview was very sad, while Little Shot was on the verge of tears. Smiling, Xia Fei said, There's nothing that can be done. I managed to anger that Venus of Eternal Night crowd, so the clan had to give the other party an explanation to protect itself. If I were in Wistful Hyzis's position, I would do the same thing. I'm just moving out of the clan, not leaving. You can meet me whenever you want. So why the long face? In my opinion, leaving gives me more freedom. I don't have to be bound by the clan's nonsensical rules. Little Shot nodded and said, I'll come and see you. Xia Fei chuckled, patting Little Shot on the shoulder before leaving. An old man in the alley saw all this clearly. He was Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful Northgaze. Wiping his tears, he sighed, apologized to Xia Fei, and headed deeper into the alley. As Wistful Northgaze left, two figures suddenly appeared where Wistful Northgaze had been standing. One of them whispered, It seems like Xia Fei has truly angered both the Venus of Eternal Night and the Aurora clan. Even his great-grandfather can't protect him anymore. Xia Fei is all alone now. This is the perfect time to strike. That's right. This truly is an opportunity. Originally, Xia Fei had the protection of a spiritualist and the Aurora clan, preventing me from touching him. Unfortunately for him, that master of his has angered the old Donkey Knight, and probably won't be able to show his face for a bit. Meanwhile, the Aurora clan has expelled him. I thought I would have to wait a long time. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Goldman Treasure was a rather ordinary inn on Guard 83, located around 15 minutes away from the Aurora compound. Xia Fei paid for a room and went up using the stairs on the side of the building. Iron Tiger's group and those 4 other instructors are still at the compound. Is that okay? Xia Fei said indifferently. What's wrong with it? The Aurora clan has always been very nice to people. Those moochers from before were able to occupy the Aurora compound. So why not Iron Tiger's group? This is also fine. I can use this chance to see if Iron Tiger's group is actually sincere about staying by my side. If they leave because of this, it's fine, but if they don't leave, then I'll be able to use them for more important things. Radix nodded in agreement. Arriving at room 17 on the 5th floor, Xia Fei found that the door was open. A woman responsible for cleaning was carefully folding the sheets on the bed. Upon seeing Xia Fei, the woman grumbled, "I'll be done in 2 minutes." The previous guest only just left. He brought 3 girls back with him and left the room in a complete mess. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa, an imperceptible smile on his lips. The woman continued to fold the sheets, not even turning her head. Her movements were very slow, seemingly because of her age. Suddenly, a white light shot out from the neatly folded sheets, moving very quickly as it headed straight for Xia Fei. 2. Furball jumped out and swallowed the energy beam. The holy beast Shatterstar loved energy. The enemy had used such a low-level energy attack on Xia Fei, and not only had this failed to threaten him, Furball had even treated it like a little appetizer. "Oh, whoa," Furball bellowed. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had already taken out the fiendish blade Nirvana and lunged at that woman from behind. Traveling at 8 million meters per second, he instantly arrived. Pow! His hand instantly seized the woman's throat, the fiendish blade exuding a bone-chilling killing intent as he stared at the woman. "You're not Aquamarine?" Xia Fei frowned as he barked. There was no doubt that the legendary Lady Aquamarine would never resort to a lowly ambush, nor would she have been seized by Xia Fei in a single move. After all, even Fuchin feared Lady Aquamarine. The woman's eyes bulged as the sound of bones breaking came from her throat. Xia Fei was not using a lot of strength, but he had accidentally shattered her throat. Clearly, she had a very low cultivation. Xia Fei's mind spun rapidly. Since this was an extremely ordinary assassin, the real person trying to deal with Xia Fei would not give her such an important mission as killing him. Thus, she was only the bait. Withdraw. Xia Fei stopped hesitating, exerting his strength and killing the woman. He then backed away and tried to leave the room. Xia Fei was a speedster, able to travel at 8 million meters per second. He was very fast, but that carpet on the floor was somehow faster. It was a gray round carpet, the same as the carpets used in other cheap hotels. But when Xia Fei crushed the throat of the assassin, this carpet began to change. Soul power silently stirred, creating an invisible pillar around Xia Fei. Only when he tried to back out did he realize that he had been engulfed. The power released by the gray carpet was like a spider web, an extremely flexible spider web that managed to stop Xia Fei in his tracks. Bait. The energy beam had been bait, as was that woman. All of this had been to lure Xia Fei to the bedside so that he would step on the gray carpet, throwing himself into the trap. Law of primal chaos. The invisible energy had caged Xia Fei, so all he could do was break out of this cage using that subversive power. It was not a particularly fierce palm thrust, but it contained the power to flip over the universe. However, Xia Fei was attacked from a strange angle, not to his front, but rather from the ground. Getting injured, and then biding his time. After not battling for so long and waiting for so long, Xia Fei was bursting with the desire to battle. His eyes exploded with dazzling light. As long as he lived, the battles would never end. No matter how strong Xia Fei's unrestricted soul spirit mark was, in terms of constitution, Xia Fei was far from a spiritualist. He was a warrior. He would always be a warrior. Only battle could get his blood pumping. Rumble. The power was too great. It had been so long since Xia Fei battled that he had forgotten how terrifying the strength he possessed and how to control this furious flood of power. This one strike blasted apart this 6-story building down the middle. Not torn apart, but blasted apart. It was as if the most powerful powder keg had been ignited, dividing this building in two all the way to its foundations. As the building was halved, it exposed countless fearful eyes on the floors below. Yes, the beam and the mediocre female assassin had all been feints, as had the energy barrier released by the carpet. The real enemy was hiding down below, as fierce as a tiger. After blasting apart the building, Xia Fei threw down the Nirvana. The lack of battle had not caused Xia Fei to lose his senses. With his absurd reasoning ability, he was able to determine his true enemy in the shortest time possible and unleash the most vicious attack. It was back. It was all back. It had taken only 1 second for that omnipotent super warrior of the past to return. All of you, Xia Fei roared. Although Xia Fei had not fought in a very long time, this did not mean that he had forgotten how to do so or how to make accurate judgments. Rumble. The law of primal chaos blasted through the building without resistance, exposing those enemies on the floor below to Xia Fei's butcher knife. There were 4 men in green armor, and they were using their soul power to create an encirclement to try and control Xia Fei. Unfortunately, they had made the wrong choice, for the law of primal chaos was so unreasonably powerful that not even soul power could resist. With one strike, Xia Fei destroyed their plans. Plush! The fiendish blade Nirvana came down, cutting the warrior closest to Xia Fei in half. Nirvana greedily sucked in the soul and energy of the enemy. After such a long break in battle, it was not just Xia Fei. Even Nirvana desired to battle and hungered for blood. It absorbed blood much faster than usual. No doubt that Nirvana had become even greedier. Retreat. The 3 others hastily fled in the face of Xia Fei's ferocity. Blood was still trickling down from the corners of their mouths, indicating that they had been injured by the absurd law of primal chaos. The 3 were not stupid and fled in different directions. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped off the floor, charging out like a lightning bolt. He burst through a collapsing wall and lunged at the closest enemy. Plush 1. Plush 2. Xia Fei had taken 2 more lives in the blink of an eye. The last enemy reached the ground but grew even more frantic. This was because he realized that Xia Fei was a speed type, and speedsters could slaughter all other warriors of the same level. Even a fool understood how difficult it was to flee from a speedster, and this was not considering the shock delivered by the law of primal chaos. After all, the soul net created by 4 great soul hunters had been obliterated with a single thrust of Xia Fei's palm. The power of reversal was unrivaled. Pow! Before the last person had time to be afraid, Xia Fei sent a chop at his neck with his palm. The man groaned and fell unconscious. The rest are dead, so what do we do now? Asked Radix. Let's find a quiet place. I suspect that these people have nothing to do with Aquamarine, Xia Fei said grimly. Aquamarine was Xia Fei's first official enemy in the Alpha universe and his ultimate nemesis, too. She had once left the Aurora clan in tatters and forced Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley to leave his home. Her strength was not to be underestimated. It was bad if these people had not been sent by Aquamarine, for he had exposed more than half of his strength, allowing her to get a better understanding of his strength. Whoosh! Grabbing the unconscious foe, Xia Fei charged out of the city at an unimaginable speed. Thump! Xia Fei used a very cruel method of delivering a heavy blow to awaken the person. The pain of this blow immediately awakened the man. His face twisted the moment he raised his head and saw Xia Fei's dark face as well as the sandy area around. Following Fuchin's instructions, Xia Fei had not taken the foe very far. Instead, he brought him to a small gully 15 kilometers from the city. Talk. Who sent you? Xia Fei bellowed. The man hesitated, so Xia Fei immediately stabbed his left leg with a knife. The pain instantly caused the man to faint once more. Xia Fei woke him up again and fiercely asked him the question again. It's the Sun Clan. We're Sun Xiaojin's personal bodyguards. Plush! Xia Fei swung his knife. Having observed the man's expression, he could tell that the other had not lied to him. Thus, he mercilessly killed the man. It's the Sun Clan. Xia Fei frowned as he muttered, somewhat disappointed. Xia Fei had been waiting for Lady Aquamarine's sneak attack this entire time. After all, she was his greatest enemy, but to his surprise and against his wishes, rather than her, it was the Sun Clan who had attacked. It must be because you used a soul cannon to flatten the Sun Clan, causing them to hold a grudge against you. As such, when they heard that you'd been banished from the clan, they immediately sent assassins, Radix remarked. Xia Fei said, That's no more than making trouble. I'm not in the mood to deal with the Sun Clan right now. Aquamarine is probably going to become cautious again. Fortunately, Fuchin didn't strike, or else my biggest trump card would have gotten exposed. Radix asked in surprise, so you're not going to attack the Sun Clan? Xia Fei's style was to strike back at once when he was struck. Since the Sun Clan had attacked him, he should be going to pay them a visit. Xia Fei chortled and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but the Sun Clan is already gone. I simply don't have a place to visit." Radix slapped his thigh and said in realization, "Of course. You already flattened the Sun Clan, and their family doesn't have their original residence. The Sun Clan has probably already left Guard 83 and is directing things from a distant location. Finding them won't be easy." Xia Fei fell silent. He and Fuchin had already made arrangements. Fuchin had laid down an enormous solar array that surrounded the city. If he left this place, he would lose the protection of that array. Thus, Xia Fei could not find the Sun Clan's people even if he wanted to. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei began to head back in disappointment, but he had only made it a few steps when he stopped and began to listen carefully. Underground activity? Something is approaching. Xia Fei did not just possess astounding eyesight. He also had a frighteningly sharp hearing. He heard faint tremors under the ground and put up his guard. The tremors intensified, making him feel in unprecedented danger. This sensation was somewhat similar to furball, leaving Xia Fei very confused. Rumble. With a boom, the ground cracked open. A gerbil-like creature lunged out and opened its maw to bite Xia Fei. It was particularly large, the size of a hunting dog, but this gerbil had scarlet fur, and even its eyes were wide. It was as if a ball of fire had rushed at Xia Fei. Whoa! The gerbil let out a tyrannical roar. There was no doubt. This was a holy beast. This aura, this roar, the peerless look in its eyes. It was a carbon copy of Furball. Only a holy beast, which was beyond the constraints of the universe, could exude such grandeur. In normal circumstances, even divine beasts knew fear, but the proud holy beasts would never be afraid. Just look at Furball. When had he ever been afraid? Even when he was facing down the vast army of the inverse, Furball had still charged right in. This scarlet gerbil was the same. It's a holy beast. Holy beast flame chain tail. Radix and Xia Fei shouted in unison. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless against this holy beast. After interacting with Furball for so long, he knew very well their personality and power. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body flashed, his feet moving in a strange pattern as he retreated. The holy beast pursued him doggedly. Xia Fei was moving at 8 million meters per second, but the flame chain tail at full power was managing to keep up. The flame chain tail opened its mouth and fired off a string of fireballs. This attack method was very similar to Furball's, but this one spat out flames, not energy. Humph! Xia Fei snorted as he shifted his feet again, his body leaning to the side at an absurd angle as he shifted to the left. Xia Fei did not just have his speed, but also his crafty approach. Avoiding this string of attacks was easy for him. Radix suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Flame Chain Tail's attacks primarily come from its tail." Rumble! A blazing tail suddenly swept toward him. While this holy beast was the size of a hunting dog, its tail was 10-some meters in length. Flames completely covered the tail, so it was hard to see if it had any other joints. However, this tail moved so quickly and nimbly that it seemed like the whip of a god, whooshing as it rushed to Xia Fei. However, just when Xia Fei was prepared to use the white dragon's screech, there was another proud roar, and Furball appeared at Xia Fei's side. Holy beast Shatterstar. Whoa! His howl was more mournful and bitter. The little creature flew into the flame chain tail like a cannonball. The impact created a colossal storm. The air was thrown into disarray while the ground collapsed. Holy beast versus holy beast. One was set on taking Xia Fei's life, whereas the other was loyally protecting him, and both were using 200% of their power. It was truly an incredible sight. The little fur ball managed to send the flame chain tail, which was double his size, flying. Whoosh! The flame chain tail's powerful and mysterious tail swept across Xia Fei's face. If not for Furball's desperate strike, Xia Fei would have to take the full brunt of this attack. The tail was like a whip, and the whip had a heavy strike paired with bizarre movements, making it a most difficult to deal with weapon. If Xia Fei had used the white dragon screech to block it, the flame chain tails. Tail might have softened and scratched his face from another angle. A whoa! The two holy beasts parted swiftly, staring and growling angrily at each other from several hundred meters away. Xia Fei had never seen Furball this angry in his life, and he had certainly never seen two holy beasts appearing at the same time, each one trying to outdo the other in wrath. It was too shocking. Without even needing to fight, the clashing of their gazes unleashed an eruption of sparks. Simply the clashing of their growls was enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary person. This was a holy beast. Everyone was unique and would never back down. The proud and fearless holy beasts. In the distance, the entire city was in turmoil, countless people falling on the side of the road, and even those that had not fallen had nasty looks on their faces. Xia Fei's face chilled. Peacock blue on his right arm built up power, while he readied to pull out from his left arm the white dragon's screech whenever required. There was no doubt that there were still enemies in the area. An enemy that could use a holy beast to attack him was undoubtedly a terrifying and powerful foe. They're here. Xia Fei's gaze chilled as he muttered. It was a face twisted with anger, and it had suddenly appeared less than 100 meters from Xia Fei. The appearance of a holy beast and a stranger had given Xia Fei quite a bit of trouble. Moments ago, the flame chain tail had almost succeeded in striking Xia Fei's face with its infamous tail, and now his master had silently appeared. It was a distance of less than 100 meters. For this person to risk being this close to Xia Fei, a speed-type warrior, meant that he was extremely confident in his reaction speed being enough to fend off Xia Fei's high speed. The white dragon's screech was slowly unsheathed, and with a slight exertion from his hand, the legendary sword let out a mournful screech. "Who are you?" Xia Fei asked grimly. "My surname is Sun. You should know now who I am," replied the ashen-faced man. It was clear that he was very angry, as his mouth had been twitching this entire time. Xia Fei smiled and said disdainfully, "Oh, so your son Xiaojin, that guy working for Chaos Society." Xia Fei felt disdainful not because he was looking down on his enemy, but because this person was not Aquamarine. After all, that woman was the most sinister and most well-concealed enemy of his. It would not be good if he fought to the death with Sun Xiaojin right now, for the real enemy was still hiding in the shadows. Alas, Sun Xiaojin did not think the same way. With his mouth curving into a smile, he began to exude pride and arrogance. Xia Fei did not understand Sun Xiaojin. In actuality, not even many of the latter's colleagues in Chaos Society understood him. The sounds of their names, Sun Dajin and Sun Xiaojin, made them seem like nouveau riche, not people from respected clans. Moreover, the Sun clan had never been respected. Even though Sun Xiaojin now had a seat in Chaos Society, his clan was still unable to get onto the universe's big stage. Sun Dajin had not imagined that Sun Xiaojin would one day get famous when he was deciding on his son's name. He just felt that it would be enough if his son could study hard and inherit his pharmaceutical business. Unfortunately, this universe had something called genetic mutation, and the ordinary merchant Sun Dajin ended up fathering a very extraordinary son. From a very young age, Sun Xiaojin exhibited an astounding talent, and in his 40s, he would turn out to be an intermediate soul hunter with 5 soul marks. A level 5 founder. Sun Dajin was a minor businessman who calculated everything meticulously, and his sudden wealth could not correct the bad habits built up over many years. The refined descendants of great clans would rarely do something like shamelessly refusing to repay a debt over a little profit, but Sun Dajin felt like it was a glorious thing to take advantage of the Aurora clan, which had resulted in him suffering the great misfortune of his entire estate being flattened by Xia Fei. This matter should not have been a big deal, as if it was not like the Sun clan had any sort of deep resources. Even if Sun Dajin had an outstanding son, he could not possibly do anything to the Aurora clan, so he had basically accepted his fate. The problem was that, when Sun Xiaojin heard of what had happened, he immediately marked the Aurora clan and Xia Fei as his mortal enemies. As he grew up under a businessman father, Sun Xiaojin had come to have a very narrow mindset, always thinking that other people were targeting him. Fortunately, he had good potential and was also lucky enough to get a holy beast as his companion, so he had smoothly climbed to his current position. Alas, a few days after Sun Xiaojin had gotten his new job, Xia Fei used a soul cannon to blast off the estate, which Sun Dajin had only bought recently, thereby forming this grudge. Who's commanding you? I just know that those scoundrels are directing things from behind the scenes. I didn't think that they'd work this quickly. Tell me, who is it? Sun Xiaojin roared. Xia Fei was instantly rendered speechless. Sun Xiaojin seemed to have a case of paranoia. It was one thing to attack him, but he should be the one asking such questions, not Sun Xiaojin. No one commanded me. Your dad owed my clan money, so it's only natural for me to collect payment for the debt, replied Xia Fei, shrugging. Impossible. It must be. It must be those guys who couldn't stand me even when I was still a kid. They're in disbelief that I was able to enter chaos society, and now that I'm a patrolling inspector, those guys must have gone crazy. What even is your Aurora clan? It's just a clan in decline. You must have been hired. Someone ordered you to deal with me in exchange for helping your Aurora clan keep its second-tier spot. Am I right? Sun Xiaojin continued to spout baseless accusations. This was undoubtedly a senseless argument. It was wholly through Xia Fei's efforts that the Aurora Xiao clan had been able to keep its second-tier spot, but Sun Xiaojin had somehow linked it to some under-the-table deal. To think such a person could become a patrolling inspector for Chaos Society. It would probably only take him a few years in his position before he built up a small mountain of false charges. Frowning, Xia Fei decided to stop arguing with this conceited maniac. It was not the bull's fault that it failed to appreciate zither music when played to it. Someone of Xia Fei's judgment could not possibly out-argue. Someone who had a problem in their head. If you want to die, no one's stopping you, said Xia Fei softly, his voice exuding an irresistible majesty. This was no longer the recuperating Xia Fei. Having returned to his peak combat strength, he did not need to fear anyone. So what if the other had 5 soul marks? He was just a level 5 founder, and Xia Fei, who had 1.5 soul marks, was already about to become a level 2 founder. Fighting above his level was something Xia Fei had spent his entire life doing. All right, since you won't talk, I'll beat it out of you. Sun Xiaojin pulled out a trailing chain blade, which had an azure luster, and said this viciously. Fiend Tail Strike. Rumble. The Holy Beast Flame Chain Tail and level 5 founder Sun Xiaojin attacked, in unison. Holy Beast versus Holy Beast. Founder versus Founder. Sun Xiaojin's weapon was very strange, so Xia Fei had treated it with wariness right from the start. Using his high speed, he first approached the battle defensively. The chain blade was less than 3 meters long and was wrapped around Sun Xiaojin's waist via a thick chain. The blade was like a scythe, while the hilt, which was 2.5 meters long, could be folded. He kept it around his waist when not in use. Sun Xiaojin was tall and bulky, so this weapon rather suited him. A chain blade was one thing, but a trailing chain blade was something else entirely. The two had entirely different forms. Besides that, this was a soul weapon. A holy beast and a soul weapon. Sun Xiaojin getting his hands on these 2 trump cards despite coming from a merchant family meant that he possessed some truly incredible luck. Of course, this was just because he had never met Xia Fei, for Xia Fei was an even crazier person. His equipment had long ago reached the very highest level in the universe. Xia Fei was in no rush to attack, observing Sun Xiaojin's movements. In addition, Xia Fei was also worried about whether or not Furball could hold out against the Flame Chain Tail. Xia Fei and Sun Xiaojin were still warming up, but the 2 holy beasts had been fighting at full power all this while. A whoa, a roar, a plaintive roar. Furball's furious roar was already like a roaring tsunami, and as these 2 holy beasts roared, the sound was enough to break a man. Whoosh whoosh. Furball might not have been as powerful as the Flame Chain Tail, but Furball was more cunning. The little ball dodged left and right in the narrow space, seizing a chance to bite viciously that Flame Chain Tail. Holy beasts were naturally stubborn creatures. Moreover, in the years Furball had spent with Xia Fei, he had learned cunning and madness. Furball had long ago surpassed the common qualities of a holy beast. He was perhaps the most cunning and smallest holy beast in the universe. While the Flame Chain Tail was larger and clearly of a higher rank, in this apex clash between 2 holy beasts, the Flame Chain Tail held no advantage at all. On the contrary, Furball had even been able to seize a few chances to take a few bites off him. Howl! The flame chain tail howled in pain. Furball's small body served him as an excellent weapon, and though the flame chain tail's tail was fast and sharp, it had a difficult time hitting the agile Furball. As the two holy beasts fought to a draw with each other, little Goldie charged in. The demon chrysalis was in existence many times smaller than Furball. Furball was a tennis ball, little Goldie was a needle, and this lethal golden needle jabbed into the flame chain tail's body. Sun Xiaojin was stunned. He did not know what sort of creature little Goldie was, but he knew that it was not normal. Beasts had a strict hierarchy, and even top-ranked divine beasts would have to back down in front of holy beasts. However, this little Goldie was not at all daunted by his flame chain tail. What was the reason for this? Either little Goldie had a level on par with holy beasts, or it was not part of the universe's hierarchy of life. Yes, little Goldie was born as a demon chrysalis, but it was also not a demon chrysalis. It was a monster that had been modified by Xia Fei using the law of primal chaos, a stubborn little life form that had crawled out from the underworld. A stunning scene played out. Catching the flame chain tail off guard, little Goldie burrowed into its body and did not come out. He burrowed into the holy beast's body and began to bite and tear. Normal creatures would be left shivering in fear when facing a holy beast, but not little Goldie. He had elected for a surprisingly cruel method, starting to eat the enemy holy beast from the inside. This was just insane. Furball howled, growing even more crazed and more proud than before. Furball had fallen behind in his contest with Peacock Blue, leaving him feeling very frustrated, and now, even little Goldie had started to eat away at the flame chain tail from the inside. Where was his pride as a holy beast? Furball had to take the top spot in the contribution ranking for this battle. Whoa! Furball went mad. Utterly mad. He had completely forgotten about his ability to use energy attacks, doing nothing but biting away at the flame chain tail. Sun Xiaojin was so angry that he wanted to throw up blood. Furball and little Goldie were like two rogues, using the most insidious of methods to beat up his beloved holy beast. Normally, holy beasts were too proud to resort to sinister methods, but Furball and little Goldie were different. Xia Fei had not taught these two freaks to be gentlemen, only how to kill their foes, and they were willing to use the most sinister of methods to do so. Fiend tail. Sun Xiaojin watched as his holy beast was being eaten up alive, but he was unable to do anything to help and could only shout in anxiety. At this moment, Xia Fei shifted from passive defense to frenzied attack. Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, the vampiric fiendish blade Nirvana, the legendary sword White Dragon Screech. Xia Fei unleashed all his treasures. Fiend tail? Whatever tail it is, it shall die. As Furball and little Goldie fought in an unreasonable fashion, Xia Fei roared in an even more frenzied manner. Defense had always been a tactic. Just when Furball's battle with Sun Xiaojin's flame chain tail had reached a climax, Xia Fei had finally unleashed his all-out attack. No doubt that, although both were holy beasts, Xia Fei's holy beast was stronger. This power was not merely in the combat might that they exhibited, but in their personality, too. Under Xia Fei's influence, Furball and little Goldie had developed personalities that other creatures did not have. They were more frenzied and cunning, not caring about what methods they used, only caring about slaying their enemy. Fiend tail? Whatever tail it is, it shall die. Xia Fei roared. Everything he had up was thrown at Sun Xiaojin. Yes, Xia Fei didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, for the mysterious aquamarine was still hiding in the shadows. However, there was only one path before him. Sun Xiaojin had cast aside his status in Chaos Society to try and kill Xia Fei, so he could only go all out against him. Future matters would be left for the future. A deluge of attacks. As Xia Fei mounted an all-out assault, Sun Xiaojin instantly felt the pressure on him soar. Only at this point did he understand that Xia Fei had not dared to flatten his home because he had someone supporting him, for even without the Aurora clan, Xia Fei was still a peerless warrior. Peacock Blue flailed its 13 blades of grass. It was not only Xia Fei who had started to itch from the lack of battle. Even his loyal followers had been very much craving for it. Rumble. Xia Fei traveled at high speeds while dragging along immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, which could attack over a vast area all on its own. The power he had unleashed was terrifying, but it definitely was not everything Xia Fei had. There was the fiendish blade Nirvana, which was under Radix's control, and the legendary sword White Dragon's Screech. They were just waiting for a chance, each of their strikes insidious and lethal. Sun Xiaojin swung his chained blade soul weapon in the air and unleashed a massive arc. This was soul power, a standard soul hunter combat technique. This arc rapidly expanded, sweeping over the land like a crescent moon. Law of primal chaos. No retreating, only advancing. Xia Fei punched out, using primal chaos force against Sun Xiaojin's soul power. Rumble. There was a boom of thunder. At this level, powers would often invisibly clash in the air. Soul power was meant to injure the opponent's soul, while primal chaos force was for reversing everything. That almost imperceptible crescent began to disperse, destroyed by the law of primal chaos's reversal power. Sun Xiaojin was aghast. This was already the second time Xia Fei had used this incomprehensible and bizarre power to reverse his attack. This put him in an extremely precarious spot, for while Xia Fei could destroy his attacks, Sun Xiaojin could only try and evade the other's frenzied attacks. Of course, trying to evade a crazed speedster was difficult. Even though Sun Xiaojin was almost 4 ranks higher than Xia Fei, this was not enough to create a decisive advantage. There was nothing to be done. Speed was just too difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xia Fei did not just have speed. He also had a full arsenal of treasures, which could dominate this battlefield. As Sun Xiaojin grew panicky and uneasy, Xia Fei broke through his soul power and charged up to him. Screech. As White Dragon's Screech was held aloft, it let out its characteristic dragon screech. This was a truly sharp and bizarre weapon. Whenever Xia Fei wielded it, it would let out a draconic screech. The intimidating power of this sound alone was enough to make the vast majority of enemies turn pale in fear. Xia Fei was moving too fast. Sun Xiaojin saw that he could not dodge and used his soul weapon to block his attack. A pit, 10 meters deep, appeared in the ground. Such was the focused power of this attack. The White Dragon's Screech's vertebrate-like form was thrust into Sun Xiaojin's chain blade, and its plaintive screech was still going. At this distance, it was sheer torment to Sun Xiaojin's ears. This was a combo attack of weapon and sound wave. Zing! Sun Xiaojin's face whitened as he tried his best to push Xia Fei away, but just as he was about to retreat, Peacock Blue arrived, descending from the sky like a giant hand and swatting at him. Sun Xiaojin raised his soul weapon to block, and while he did manage to block the attack, he was still thrown several hundred meters away, his body riddled in wounds. These had been inflicted by Peacock Blue, which was like the claw of a devil, sharp and nimble. Around 500 meters away, Sun Xiaojin met with his flame chain tail. Both of them were panting for breath. Sun Xiaojin was injured all over, but the flame chain tail was even more injured. It had found it hard to hold out against the combined attacks of Furball and Little Goldie. Growl! The flame chain tail was still roaring, berserked. If there was one thing that other exotic beasts could not learn from holy beasts, it was pride. Even though it was at a disadvantage, and though it was severely injured, the flame chain tail still proudly held its head high like an unbending warrior. In contrast, his master, Sun Xiaojin, was in tatters after that vicious battle, both physically and mentally. Both men had come from the lower class, had borne unusual experiences, and had extraordinary talent. Sun Xiaojin was rather similar to Xia Fei in such aspects. Alas, he lacked Xia Fei's mental fortitude. Reckless madness and the willpower to never give up were not things that anyone could pick up and learn. Xia Fei was Xia Fei, and there was no replicating his existence. Sun Xiaojin scowled, his eyes teeming with anger and hatred. On the other end, Xia Fei was calm and relaxed. Whether one was ruthless or not did not depend on their face's expression but on their performance during battle. This was the difference. Sun Xiaojin, who thought that the entire universe was against him, was very narrow-minded, whereas Xia Fei would be more than happy to make an enemy out of the entire universe. Xia Fei flexed his wrist. That contest of power just now had left it rather sore. Till Furball spat out a chunk of the flame chain tail's flesh, while Little Goldie was covered in blood, the blood of its enemy. Xia Fei glanced at Furball and Little Goldie, very comforted by their ability to work together. Little Goldie was a demon chrysalis, a creature of dark space, and it was very difficult for the demon chrysalis to use its full power in conventional space. Fortunately, Furball had drawn most of the Flame Chaintail's attention, giving Little Goldie the chance to strike. These crazed creatures and their frenzied attacks had pushed a proud holy beast to the brink. This was something Xia Fei had not expected. To tell the truth, he had not been focused on the battle at the start because he was worried about Furball being unable to hold on. Xia Fei was bound to be in a difficult spot if he had to face a holy beast on one side and a high-ranking warrior with 5 soul marks on the other. Fortunately, Furball and Little Goldie had not let him down. Not only had they held out against Holy Beast Flame Chaintail, they had also left him picking up his teeth from the ground. This allowed him to deal with Sun Shaojin at his leisure. Let's not drag this out any further. I'll finish this battle in 3 minutes. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said solemnly. After all, he was a newcomer to the Alpha universe, and he still had the threat of Aquamarine looming in the background. Xia Fei had no desire to prolong this battle. 3 minutes, Sun Shaojin sneered. Xia Fei saying he would kill him in 3 minutes had deeply angered him. As a narrow-minded person, he cared about his pride most of all, but Xia Fei refused to give him any, raising his hand and giving him a big slap to the face. His twisted face twitched, and he began to softly laugh, which soon morphed into crazed laughter, his eyes erupting with flames of fury. Let's make a bet. Let's see who will be the one on the ground after 3 minutes. Sun Shaojin said coldly. All right, Xia Fei replied tersely. It was a simple answer, but it was bursting with confidence. He was too indifferent, and what Sun Shaojin could not stand the most was this attitude, which thought nothing of death. They were both warriors, so why could Xia Fei be so relaxed? Why? On many occasions, anger was strength, a crazy strength. Sun Shaojin's body shuddered as his 7th brain region unleashed a powerful soul power, and then his body was engulfed in a giant conflagration. A small-minded person could not stand seeing another person having a good time. Sun Shaojin had cast aside all apprehensions and forcibly unlocked all his potential. Burning life force again. Why is it that everyone does this when forced to a dead end? Xia Fei spat as he commented mentally. Radix felt very helpless. Xia Fei's words were rather unreasonable. He had already pushed this man to the brink, and he was not even letting the man forcibly increase his power? This was a little too absurd. Not just Sun Shaojin. Holy Beast Flame Chaintail had also become extremely restless. Both were clearly holy beasts, yet while Furball was an energy type, the Flame Chaintail was a standard fire type, its body beginning to seethe in black flames. Flames turning from red to black? Xia Fei did not know what sort of transformation it was, but he was sure that the proud holy beast was putting its life on the line. Whoa! However, in the face of this looming threat from the Flame Chaintail, not only did Furball not back down, he roared at it with even greater fervor, too. Zing! Golden light. Golden light erupted from Furball's body. This was the purest energy, the foundation of Furball's life. Since the Flame Chaintail was going all out, Furball had decided to go all out too. Little Goldie was no longer at Furball's side, having gone into hiding. This lethal and poisonous needle was once more building up power for an insidious strike. While it was not exactly smart, this demon chrysalis had a sharp intuition when it came to battle and knew what it should do at what time. Pow! Sun Shaojin suddenly thrust out his left arm, and the Flame Chaintail jumped onto it, its 4 limbs firmly hugging him. This made Sun Shaojin's form become very strange. In his right hand was his 3-meter-long chain blade, and if one measured the length of the chain, it could extend up to 15 meters. Wrapped around his left arm was a holy beast and its famous tail, which could also control a range of 15 meters. What was he trying to do? The flames of life continued to burn, and Xia Fei soon bore witness to a strange sight. Sun Shaojin became completely engulfed in those black flames. Rumble! The assault began in an instant. Xia Fei and all of his powerful allies encroached from all sides, while Sun Shaojin turned into a black tornado. The black flames had a temperature in the tens of thousands of degrees, and mixed in them was soul power, which had been gained through trading in his Sun Shaojin's force. This was his ultimate power. Sun Shaojin and Holy Beast Flame Chaintail had produced a miraculous chemical reaction. First and foremost was their self-protection. That layer of black flames was scorching hot and was even mixed with violet soul power, which made long-distance attacks ineffective. Moreover, there appeared to be some sort of inexplicable energy transference going on between them. Sun Xiaojin, who should be on his last leg, was suddenly bursting with power, his every move able to exert enormous pressure on Xia Fei. Rumble. The flame chain tail's 15-meter-long tail had become a defensive screen for Sun Xiaojin, as if he had grown eyes on the back of his head. No matter what angle Xia Fei attacked from, the flame chain tail could accurately predict his trajectory and block his high-speed attack. The flame chain tail's agility and speed had managed to largely compensate for Sun Xiaojin's lack of speed, and the battle grew more and more intense. Furball. Xia Fei roared as he retreated hastily. Furball and Little Goldie followed, pulling back a whole 5 kilometers. Accelerating at full speed. Accelerating in a curve, Xia Fei became like light as he attacked. Energy was the foundation of all defense and offense. Xia Fei had realized that the quickest and most effective way of dealing with Sun Xiaojin was to unleash an even greater power. It should be so great Sun Xiaojin and the flame chain tail would be unable to handle it. Whoosh! The mysterious soul mark in his 7th brain region began to turn rapidly. The mystical unrestricted soul spirit mark helped Xia Fei gain spirit energy, and it also let him erupt with double his usual combat power. Xia Fei had created distance precisely to exploit fully his speed advantage so that he could sprint and accelerate. Full speed. Eruption. This was a freakish speed. In a flash, Xia Fei had reached his maximum speed of 16 million meters per second. It was impossible to describe the explosive strength endowed by this speed. Even the legendary armor, Celestial Soul Warning, slightly vibrated. It was a sign of just how terrifying Xia Fei's speed was. Xia Fei gave Furball a solid push, sending him flying out. A powerful energy had enclosed Furball in a protective layer, turning him into a super-speed cannonball that slammed into Sun Xiaojin's chest. Sun Xiaojin's eyes flew open, while the flame chain tail bristled in fear. At this speed, the collision would be akin to an asteroid striking Earth. Sun Xiaojin and his holy beast were not sure if they could block such a frenzied strike. Alas, it was moving too fast for Sun Xiaojin to dodge, even if he wanted to. In a flash, Furball had arrived. Whoosh! The enemy holy beast's famous tail thrust out, its sharp end pointed right at Furball. Pow! This soft and fast tail instantly became as tough as steel. The flame chain tail tried to force back Furball with this method. After all, this was a tough spear, and if Furball wanted to get closer, he would have to push his body onto the spear tip. Roar! Furball acted like he could not see the sharp tail, furiously roaring as he sought to complete his mission. Trying to force Furball to back off? No chance. Furball knew nothing about retreating. To kill was his only mission and objective. Time seemed to stop, followed by the thunderous conclusion. Rumble. Super speed added to Furball's absurd energy reserve had created an earth-shattering result. The flame chain tail's renowned tail shattered. It had broken like glass, letting out black flames as it broke, piece by piece. Roar! The flame chain tail let out a heart-rending roar, and with this scream that bemoaned its fate, flame chain tail slammed into Sun Xiaojin. Rumble! There was an explosion of light that made it impossible to see what was happening, but everyone could hear this universe-tearing noise. There was no doubt about the destructive power of this impact. As the massive sound wave traveled, a second figure arrived. This was Xia Fei, traveling at a similarly absurd speed and with a similarly enormous impact. His spirit energy converged as he swung the white dragon's screech. Rumble! One explosion became a chain as Sun Xiaojin's long soul weapon, the chain blade, shattered. The blade kept going, cutting into Sun Xiaojin's body. Starting from the head, it cleaved through this intermediate soul hunter with 5 soul marks, as well as his holy beast. It still was not over with that. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, flashed a myriad of colors as it stabbed into Sun Xiaojin's body from an angle, sucking out his energy and soul. Not good. In the indescribable chaos, Xia Fei sensed a hint of turmoil. Sun Xiaojin and his holy beast were both burning up their life force. Xia Fei's vicious attack had not just taken their lives, but had also triggered an enormous energy collapse. Burning life force was releasing the maximum amount of energy in one's body, and it was limited by the amount of energy the user could endure. However, now that Xia Fei had sliced apart the man and his holy beast, this energy had no more restraint, and it was all unleashed in a single instant. Rumble. This was the energy of a level 5 founder and a holy beast. It was simply too terrifying, the black energy wave spreading out like a nuclear bomb. Sound. There was no sound. This formidable energy had drowned out all sound. Phew. Xia Fei's body uncontrollably flew backward, carried along by the tsunami of energy. Aayua. It was Radix who made this scream, and only Xia Fei could hear it. At this moment, Radix was desperately absorbing energy with Nirvana. After all, if the shockwave was reduced, Xia Fei would sustain lighter injuries. In the heart of the energy explosion, Nirvana was like a king. It greedily absorbed the surrounding energy. However, this speed was not fast enough. This was the detonated energy of 2 super experts. The instantaneous release of energy had far exceeded Nirvana's limits, the pitch-black blade already turning red, giving off thick fume. Even worse was the battlefield only being 20 kilometers away from the city. In less than a second, the energy shockwave would turn the city upside down. Even the Aurora Wist clan would not be spared. There were rules to everything, and while Xia Fei did not intend to harm the Aurora clan, Chaos Society would be unable to just sit back and do nothing. After all, this elite social group was the law enforcer of the Alpha universe, and it could not allow any expert to run around and do as they pleased. Things were dire. In a flash, the trees at the edge of the city had been turned to dust, and the roofs of homes were already starting to disintegrate. At this moment, a giant net suddenly emerged from the ground. Fuchin had finally taken action. Fuchin had originally laid down a soul array to take Aquamarine's life, but with the city in danger, he had no other choice but to act. In this way, everyone would know that Xia Fei had an ally in the shadows, an absurdly powerful ally. The death of a holy beast and level 5 founder was not something one could see every day, and this was undoubtedly a rare spectacle. In the air, Xia Fei was completely engulfed in this immense energy. Fortunately, he had the protection of a top-class suit of armor, or else this energy would have torn him apart. This is too much. Xia Fei was awed. He had never expected for the explosion to be this powerful. The massive energy storm had passed, and when Xia Fei saw the surroundings again, he thought that this explosion was excessively powerful. As for the civilians in the city, they were all staring up in the night sky. This explosion had almost obliterated the atmosphere, and a giant vacuum had appeared over the city, revealing the stars in the middle of the day. Thump! Xia Fei was thrown very far by the energy shockwave. He was no longer able to see the city, falling on a mountain densely covered in silver-leafed trees. Standing up, Xia Fei moved his body around and found that he ached all over. This was with the protection of Celestial Soul Warning. It was difficult to imagine what would have happened to him if he had been wearing an ordinary suit of armor. Whoosh whoosh, Little Goldie, Furball, and the fiendish blade Nirvana under Radix's control came over. The explosion had also been quite tough on them, and they had used all their power just to dodge it. They stopped next to Xia Fei and panted for breath. "Are all of you okay?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I didn't expect it, either, for those two to explode, and with that much force." Neither Furball nor Little Goldie said anything, only shaking their heads and sighing. As for Radix, he grumbled, "That was a close shave. Good thing I was absorbing energy while falling back, for it took away more than half of the impact, or else the Nirvana might have broken apart. Xia Fei, you were too careless. If Fuchin hadn't made his move, the entire city would have been flattened." Radix was a loyal guard of the Aurora clan, and his heart had leaped to his throat when he saw the city almost about to be engulfed by the explosion. Xia Fei shrugged, extracted a wrinkled cigarette, and placed it in his mouth. Lighting the stick, he took 2 deep drags. "They're a holy beast and a level 5 founder, so the two held formidable soul power," said Xia Fei frankly, not hiding his surprise at the result. "As long as you understand for next time, this isn't the law realm, where the number of founders is limited. There'll often be battles with founders here. Also, that holy beast Flame Chaintail was at least level 7, and even more savage existence than Furball. By cleaving those two top-class war gods in half, it's only natural for a terrifying explosion to ensue, Radix said grimly. Since Xia Fei was alright, and the Aurora clan was alright, Radix felt much better. Regardless, the enemies were dead, and Xia Fei had a moment of peace. However, this peace was temporary. After all, Sun Xiaojin had been a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society, and Chaos Society would come looking for an explanation eventually. Xia Fei could never escape trouble. While trouble might come late, it would come nevertheless. Xia Fei remained quiet for quite a long while. He had actually expected this to happen. The soul array meant for Aquamarine being exposed too soon and the death of a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society at Xia Fei's hands were all problems. But this was only the corner of the iceberg. This battle was only the prelude to even greater trouble. Suddenly furrowing his brows, he silently dropped the wrinkly cigarette from his mouth and stood up. He looked toward the city. Heh, pretty sharp. You noticed that I arrived. It was a female voice, cold and lacking in human emotion. Aquamarine. Xia Fei silently clenched his fists as he growled. At this moment, Xia Fei was far away from the soul array Fuchin had laid down. Aquamarine. Xia Fei roared, his brows furrowing. In front of him was a very strange-looking woman. She appeared to be a woman getting on in the years, but her skin was like aquamarine, appearing translucent. This was probably how she had gotten the name Aquamarine. Her eyes were black, empty, and lifeless. This was the worst scenario Xia Fei could have imagined. He had been waiting for Aquamarine all this while, but it had been Sun Xiaojin who showed up, but after he killed the man, Aquamarine emerged from out of nowhere. In this story of twists and turns, the most dangerous enemy had been left for last. He looked around. He was far away from the soul array that Fuchin had laid down, so all of their meticulous preparations had been rendered useless. Xia Fei could not help but chuckle. Lighting a cigarette, he massaged the wound on his chest while he puffed out smoke rings. Aquamarine was very curious, asking with a smile, "What? Have you given up on fighting back, or are you waiting for your so-called reinforcements? I advise you to give up. Without a soul array, Fuchin is no match for me." Xia Fei still said nothing, kicking at a nearby pebble, which arced through the air and landed in the distance. Aquamarine chuckled again. Buying time is also pointless. The city is in chaos, and nobody will think that you and I are on this mountain. Xia Fei sighed and asked helplessly, "You just have a rather cold personality and don't seem like some particularly wicked person. Why did you cast such an insidious curse on my grandfather?" This question was rather innocent, as if these two were not enemies facing off. Even Aquamarine found this to be rather amusing. Shaking her head, she replied, "You're too cunning. How can you be Wistful Valley's grandson? If not for you using Peacock Blue and the Law of Primal Chaos earlier, I might have really been fooled by you. Alas, it no longer matters how innocent you pretend to be. Your heedless attack just then has already exposed your true personality and cultivation." When Xia Fei was not doing anything, he looked innocent and harmless, and Aquamarine could not help but sigh and wonder at how deceptive his appearance could be. Earlier, he had crazily attacked Chaos Society's Sun Xiaojin, his berserk appearance making him seem like a man-eating devil. Xia Fei smiled and continued to act unconcerned. He had achieved his goal. Though Aquamarine said that she had not been fooled by Xia Fei's outer appearance, she had already unconsciously lowered her guard. In a battle with 0% chance of victory, he would fight for even the smallest chance. After all, his life was on the line. Since Fuchin is no match for you, I naturally can't win either, so why don't you just answer my question out of the kindness in your heart and do a good deed for once in your life?" Xia Fei said, lowering himself. Aquamarine was taken aback. As an old witch who had come from an unknown universe and had lived for countless years, she had never seen someone as strange as Xia Fei. He moved so naturally from madness to calmness that it seemed instinct. People often had two faces, but Xia Fei had many faces. In truth, there's no harm in telling you. The reason is very simple. Your grandfather stole from me, and those things he stole were all very important. You've already experienced the power of the immemorial mystical armaments and the law of primal chaos, so you should understand that such things don't belong to this universe. A pity. Aquamarine glanced at the stars, melancholia in her eyes. as if the mere sight of peacock blue and the law of primal chaos had stirred some old memories. A pity that you are ultimately a short-sighted little fellow. You triggered the plant elemental power and obtained the complete synthesized form of peacock blue. You even harnessed the power of that most concealed part of your genes, becoming an orthodox spiritualist of healing. All of that is excellent, but since you're so smart, how come you've never wondered why the Alpha universe hasn't had any spiritualist of healing as of late? Is it a good thing that you're the only who knows how to control this special spirit energy? Xia Fei frowned slightly. It truly was very strange that the spiritualist lineage in the Alpha universe had been waning and that not a single spiritualist of healing had appeared for many years, all until Xia Fei activated Peacock Blue and returned to this place. Aquamarine paused and then went on. It would be one thing if you unlocked the healing potential on your own, but this ability was given to you by Peacock Blue. It's because of you that the 5 natural elements were reactivated. You obtained the plant element, which means that other people will get the other 4. You must understand that of the 5 elements, your plant element signifies life and healing, the only non-combat element. You can only use your ability to help people, but you can't use the power of the elements to fight. Do you still think it's lucky that you activated the 5 elements? These words stirred many memories in Xia Fei's mind, particularly those 4 mysterious lights he had seen when he first arrived at the Alpha universe. You're saying that when I arrived, there were 4 lights that arrived with me in the Alpha universe, each one representing an elemental power, asked Xia Fei. Aquamarine replied calmly, correct. Metal, plant, water, fire, and earth are the 5 fundamental elements that make up the universe. Don't think that the 30 immemorial mystical armaments are as one, when in actuality, they're mortal foes. I don't know how you managed to activate Peacock Blue. This is your fortune, but it's also your tragedy, for the plant element is the weakest of the 5. Moreover, with the activation of the plant element, the other 4 elements had also activated themselves in self-defense. Even if I don't kill you, it won't be long before other people in this universe will have discovered the other elemental powers, and they will want to kill you. This is your fate. The 5 elemental powers are all opposed to one another. When I brought the 30 elemental mystical armaments to this universe, I was only planning on taking the strongest, the water element, using water's all-encompassing nature to merge all the 5 elements. Alas, while I had the mystical armaments, I didn't have the luck and was incapable of finding a way of merging them all. The 5 elements remained in that scattered form of existence, right until your grandfather stole them. Aquamarine grew more and more agitated as she spoke, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Still, your grandfather was very lucky, for he had a very unusual grandson. You managed to do what I couldn't. Now, I just need to find the water mystical armament and subdue it, and after which, I can settle that old score. This makes me very thrilled, so thrilled that I told you this much. Ha ha ha. Aquamarine spread her arms apart, her hair wildly dancing in the wind as thick killing intent erupted from her. Those not of the same race would inevitably hold different ideals. Aquamarine had never been a kind sort, and Xia Fei understood that she had told him all this because she wanted him to die in regret. Xia Fei had gone to great lengths of merging the mystical armaments, and in the end, he had just inadvertently helped his enemy. Who could accept such a thing? A perfect plan had been ruined just like that. Without Fuchin's solar ray, what chance did Xia Fei have of winning, and how could he accept that? Are you angry? I'd really like to see you angry. You were so impressive when you went all out to kill that child. So why have you fallen silent now? Is it because you've accepted your fate? Aquamarine continued to speak insidiously. Surprisingly, Xia Fei smiled breezily and said, You're saying that the plant element is the weakest of the 5? Correct. What's the point if it can't help you in battle? It's no better than trash. Aquamarine said loudly. Xia Fei laughed, his eyes erupting with a sharp light. He moved very quickly and lightly stroked his spatial ring. A dazzling pillar of light then shot into the clouds. As the light rose, a cold and intimidating aura engulfed the area. Bang, 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 bang. 4 figures appeared, 4 comets making impact. They landed in 4 different positions around Aquamarine, surrounding her. Great Soul Hunter of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Knight. Great Soul Hunter of the Aurora Clan, Wistful Hyzus. Great Soul Hunter of the Tong Star Pavilion, the Alpha Universe's illustrious soul weapon collector, Tong Jinliang. There was also that great master of the orthodox spiritualist path, Fuchen. For powerful allies had arrived, as if everything had been arranged beforehand. In 1 second, the tables had been turned. Xia Fei was not alone. For peak experts were facing down Aquamarine with him, too. Huh. Pointing at Aquamarine, the most irascible Cloud Knight shouted, I couldn't get you last time, and my soul mark was even wounded by you. I was looking to settle this debt, but you ended up coming to me. No more words. Today, only one of us is walking away alive. The other 3 said nothing, but they looked at Aquamarine coldly. Aquamarine had not expected Xia Fei to have secretly invited over so many experts. Fighting 4 of Alpha Universe's best experts all at the same time could only be a trying task for her. Cloud Knight was one thing. Aquamarine had fought him before and had some measure of his strength, but Aurora Clan Patriarch Wistful Hyzus had always been very mysterious. No one had ever seen his true power. As for Tong Jinliang, he was known as the most irresponsible great soul hunter of the Alpha Universe. Just what method had Xia Fei used to have this man, who had spent his entire life slacking off, to come here? The most important of all was Fuchen. This successor of the orthodox spirit lineage was a great spiritualist. Everyone knew that when a spiritualist took up a weapon, calamity would descend. Gnashing her teeth, Aquamarine swept her pitch-black eyes over the group and said coldly, Very good. I truly didn't expect that all of you would be willing to help Xia Fei out. I guess that the quarrel between the Aurora clan and the Night clan, as well as Xia Fei being driven out, was all staged. Xia Fei admitted shamelessly, You guessed it right. I've always treated people with kindness. So how could I quarrel with the Night clan? And how could I inexplicably be banished from the clan? What a joke. What about you? Tong Jinliang, what reason do you have to stand on their side? Aquamarine asked, unwilling to give up. Tong Jinliang shrugged and said casually, I'm not standing on their side. I'll stand on the side of anyone who can give me a good soul weapon. Aquamarine went pale and said no more. This scheme that Xia Fei had concocted on the spot was not that hard to see through. The problem was Sun Xiaojin's very timely appearance. That had truly been a battle to the death, and since these people had not appeared then, Aquamarine reckoned that Xia Fei had truly been abandoned by the Aurora clan, leaving Fuchen as his only ally. This was why she had dared to appear on guard 83, completely ignoring the fact that this was the territory of the Aurora Wist clan. The 4 of you won't be able to keep me. Aquamarine swung her arms and screeched in fury. Have you gone senile? Who do you think these 4 are? You think they would come without helpers? Spat Xia Fei sarcastically. I'm not my even-tempered grandfather. I may be unable to beat you, but I will connive you to death right now. I may be unable to beat you, but I will connive you to death right now. Xia Fei spat. Aquamarine's face began to twist. As she was from a different universe, Aquamarine was different from the sapient life form Xia Fei was used to. Her skin had a bizarrely translucent and faint blue luster. However, all sapient life forms had rather ugly faces when they became angry. That pale blue face turned weird as powerful energy erupted from every inch of Aquamarine's skin. Xia Fei could sense that this was the result of cultivating both spirit and soul. There was a hair-raising chill to this energy. Good. Very good. Puny life forms, if you think that you have enough power to stop me, then try as much as you like. Aquamarine screamed and did something no one had expected. Vast amounts of energy flooded out, like a pressurized well suddenly exploding. With a deafening explosion, the surrounding trees were cut down and the earth was sundered. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fei shouted, She wants to escape. Hurry up and strike. Whoosh. The movements of experts were basically unseeable, only leaving a few blurry afterimages. The 4 experts converged on Aquamarine from 4 directions, while Xia Fei grabbed Furball and jumped into the air. With his sharp judgment, Xia Fei had realized that Aquamarine's sudden release of energy was not some expression of rage, but rather an attempt to create chaos, using that chance to escape. The experts covered the 4 sides, so Aquamarine was likely to choose up or down. Sure enough, as Xia Fei jumped up, Aquamarine disappeared from the ground. She was not a fool. She knew that these were 4 masters, for patriarchs even. They would never fight alone. In places that she could not see, There were undoubtedly even more experts, forming a second and even third encirclement. Xia Fei's vivid performance had been for no other reason than to give them time to lay down their trap. After all, this battle was very far from the site he had planned, and he needed to set everything up again. Oh no, she went underground. Radix shouted. Don't worry. Whether it's sky or earth, Aquamarine can't run away. Xia Fei replied. Only then did Radix notice that, though Xia Fei had flown in the air, immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue had not followed him. The giant blades of grass, each more than 10 kilometers long, had cunningly hidden underneath the surface. It turned out that Xia Fei had already laid down countermeasures. Peacock Blue was of the plant element, and the plant element used the earth as its foundation, a master of underground combat. Flip it over, Xia Fei roared, and the 13 blades of Peacock Blue crazily writhed, acting like 13 giant snakes as they rapidly dug through the earth and flung it all into the air. Rumble! Such power! Dozens of furrows, several kilometers deep, instantly appeared, all of them the work of Peacock Blue's frenzied attack. Aquamarine flew out of the earth, and behind her was a pack of snakes. Peacock Blue had forced the woman back to the surface. This is the plant-type mystical armament that you look down on. I'm going to show you its true strength now. Xia Fei swung White Dragon Screech while the 4 peak experts used their own moves, forcing Aquamarine into a narrow area. The battle had been one-sided from the very start. Just as Aquamarine said, Peacock Blue, which had given Xia Fei healing abilities, was the only one among the 5 elements that could not be used in battle. Xia Fei could not use this power in battle, but he could use it as the foundation for his own power. If Xia Fei were not a healer, Great Master Spiritualist Fuchen would not be so taken by him, even considering taking him as his last disciple. If Xia Fei were not a healer, he would never have an irreplaceable status in the clan, such that Patriarch Wistful Hyzus would resist the pressure of those old softies in the clan to act on his behalf. If Xia Fei were not a healer, Tong Star Pavilion's master, Tong Jinliang, would never make an exception by standing on his side. If he had not used his healing powers to heal the injuries of the Venus of Eternal Night's patriarch, Cloud Knight, this stubborn donkey would never pay Xia Fei the slightest attention. Aquamarine was not wrong. Healing was indeed not an offensive power, but it could subdue the hearts of others. It could make more experts gather at Xia Fei's side. One person might have limited power, but a group of them could unleash such strength that even the infamous Wanderer, Aquamarine, would be forced into dire straits. This was a heavenly ability. It may not have been very useful to the loner Aquamarine, but with his well-developed mind, Xia Fei could do many unthinkable things. The era of fighting alone was a thing of the past, and when facing a stronger enemy, fighting them in groups was the way. Rumble. At this level, a single move was enough to wreak havoc. 1016. Once one had finished cultivating the body and obtained a soul mark, an expert could call fierce. Indescribably fierce. The formidable Aquamarine was fighting to a draw against the 4 peak experts and Xia Fei, fighting across the heavens and earths, from the abyss all the way to the stars. At this level, a single move was enough to wreak havoc. Once one had finished cultivating the body and obtained a soul mark, an expert could call themselves a founder. They could create worlds and could also destroy worlds. Insane. These people are too insane. While fighting, Xia Fei mentally cried in shock. He was a madman through and through, so for him to say such a thing, it was truly rare. Radix said excitedly, "Remember, these are the peak experts of the Alpha universe. Those guys without soul marks in the law realm are just too weak. At this level, when you attack, you use soul power and dark energy, powers that surpasses human imagination." Xia Fei firmly nodded. To tell the truth, one could not watch these inhuman experts using one's eyes. They would not any particularly flashy moves, but with a wave of their hands, energy that could shatter galaxies would erupt and the stars would dim. The battle reminded Xia Fei of those legends of founder gods who could single-handedly create worlds and reverse heaven and hearth. The ground was too confined a space for this battle, so the battle had long ago gone from Guard 83 to space. True experts had surpassed life and death and could travel through the stars without combat armor. Gravity? Vacuum? They could all screw off. The ultimate power of life could surpass all common understanding. Even terrifying black holes could not stop these godly warriors. The attackers were Xia Fei and 4 peak experts, but in farther-off areas, there were even more experts in reserve, ready to charge onto the battlefield at any time. While battling, Xia Fei observed the moves of these experts, taking advantage of this rare opportunity. There were many times where battle was not just about techniques, but also about experience. Seeing all these peak experts fighting on the same battlefield was undoubtedly a good thing for Xia Fei. Xia Fei quickly discovered that the stronger the expert, the simpler the move. On many occasions, it was more a contest of cultivation than skill. At this level, ordinary tricks rarely had a lethal effect. They contested each other in cultivation and energy reserve, especially energy. These old fellows all had absurd energy levels. Energy was the foundation of combat, and the higher one's rank, the greater one's energy reserve. It was no wonder origin crystals were no longer the primary energy vessels used in the Alpha universe. Such fierce battles far surpassed the capacity of origin crystals. Other than the 3 highest-tier crystals, the Alpha universes really did not use origin energy. They mostly used soul power and the mysterious dark energy. As the battle dragged on, Aquamarine began to feel an immense pressure. From start up to this moment, she had not once gained the upper hand in this battle. Cerulean Soul Gem. Almost driven mad by desperation, Aquamarine suddenly shouted this. "Watch out. That move of hers is very formidable. She used that very same move on me and managed to injure me," warned Cloud Knight in an even louder voice. Aquamarine's body began to transform, as mysterious energy seeped out of her body and gathered around her. Even more bizarre was that this energy was hardening, becoming crystal. Be it origin energy, which signified positive energy, or soul power, which signified dark energy, both were formless. But how could a formless energy take on a physical form? Xia Fei was surprised by what he saw while the other experts, excluding Cloud Knight, frowned. The cerulean crystal continued to expand, gradually taking a form that left Xia Fei shocked, for this was a human form. It was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, and while it was rather distinct, it had all the features of a sapient life form. Don't be fooled. That girl is vicious. The strange blue crystal is meant to distract you. The moment you drop your guard, you'll be wounded by a powerful energy. Cloud Knight had experienced Aquamarine's moves before and shouted in warning. Is that blue translucent person Aquamarine's clone? Xia Fei wondered. As he was thinking of this, Aurora Clan Patriarch Wistful Hyzus unleashed a fierce soul attack on the blue crystal. Rumble. There was an explosion of light, but the crystal was unharmed. Such a formidable energy vessel. That's no ordinary energy. Xia Fei gasped mentally. It must be understood that this was Aurora Horizon, the strongest soul hunter technique of the Aurora clan. Yet this great soul hunter art could not damage this cerulean crystal at all. Its toughness had reached a terrifying level. Wistful Hyzus seemed to be very surprised over his attack, not even inflicting any damage on the cerulean crystal's surface. He then went slightly pale out of embarrassment. Cloud Knight shouted, "I told you to ignore her. That thing is very weird. No attacks work on it. Get ready and focus. It'll start moving soon, and its combat power is no laughing matter. If we can't kill Aquamarine before that blue crystal finishes forming, we'll all be in danger." Cloud Knight sweated hard. He knew how terrifying that blue crystal in human form was, and so he unleashed 200% of his power at Aquamarine. Alas, his warning was inaccurate, for before he even finished speaking, that human-shaped cerulean crystal had already started to move. All this was very strange. It was one thing for energy to condense into a crystal, but for this energy to take human form and even be capable of movement. It was not the same as Xiaoyu's Amethyst Guard. While they were both crystals, Amethyst Guard originated from tiny particles in the air, which went through a complicated process to take the form of crystal. Aquamarine's crystal was instead formed from pure energy. Xia Fei did not know how much energy was needed to achieve this state, but from that extremely tough defense, it was clear that the energy within had reached astronomical levels. Cloud Knight had barely spoken when that cerulean crystal in the form of a little girl suddenly twitched. Her form was rather complete now, with her hands, feet, ears, and even her transparent eyes being capable of movement. She scanned the crowd with her incomprehensibly bizarre eyes. Hurry, there's no time to lose. If we don't kill Aquamarine, we'll have to deal with a huge problem, roared Cloud Knight, stirring everyone from their stupors. This cerulean-colored energy life form was truly bizarre, and even the usually focused Xia Fei could not help but glance at it a few more times. Forget about that weird thing. Aquamarine is the real body. As long as we can kill her, that strange human-shaped thing will disappear, Cloud Knight said as he attacked. Real body? Which one is the real body? Why is it that the most human-like life form must be the real body? Is that the only form in which life can exist? Cloud Knight's words only created more questions for Xia Fei. Xia Fei liked to think, and unlike others, he often considered problems from various perspectives. As had been proven countless times, he had never walked the conventional path and never acted according to common sense. The same was true for his way of thinking. Moreover, Xia Fei possessed astoundingly sharp mind. But no matter how sharp his mind was, it could not keep up with the developments on the battlefield. The strange blue crystal life form suddenly moved. The little girl placed her hands in front of her chest and took up an offensive stance. Cloud Knight had already said that this blue crystal life form was a powerful offensive weapon. Once she entered the battle, she would give Xia Fei's side an unimaginable amount of trouble. At this moment, Fuchin suddenly made a weird action. Stroking his spatial ring, he pulled out a soul weapon. It was a mottled glass pearl of red, white, and blue, about the size of a billiard ball. Even from a distance, Xia Fei could sense that it was thrumming with intense energy. It clearly was no ordinary item, even if he did not know what it was actually used for. Soul Eye? That's a soul eye. The soul weapon expert, Tong Jinliang, glanced at that item, and his eyes flew open. He even forgot that he was in the middle of battle, only staring at that strange glass pearl. Everyone else went pale in shock, with Aquamarine even letting out a terrified scream. This was very abnormal. Aquamarine was a formidable character, managing to hold out against Xia Fei and the Four Peak experts, but the moment she saw the soul eye, she went pale in fear. There was clearly something odd about the soul eye. A second later, to everyone's surprise, Fuchin crushed the soul eye into pieces. That's a soul eye. How could you do that? Yelled Tong Jinliang in frustration, placing a hand on his head. It was as if Fuchin had killed his dad rather than having just destroyed a soul eye. Eye of Soul seizing go. Fuchin remained very calm, seemingly not caring much about this soul eye that Tong Jinliang regarded as a treasure. Fuchin shouted, and an eye of red, white, and blue emerged in the form of a vast net of energy. The three different colors began to revolve rapidly within the soul eye. Xia Fei realized that this method of operation was very similar to the soul mark in the seventh brain region. The three colors were like tadpoles, circling around in a dizzying fashion. The three colors converged, then a single eye appeared silently in the universe and charged at Aquamarine. The scene was straight out of a fantasy. Gritting her teeth, Aquamarine acted as if she were facing some formidable enemy, using all of her power to try and get away from the soul eye. Alas, this strange eye seemed to only be capable of seeing her as it doggedly pursued her. Soul eye? What is that? Xia Fei muttered. That strange eye did not seem to have much power, so he felt confused why Aquamarine was afraid of it. It should be a mobile soul array. Fuchin's soul eye gives off an indescribable feeling, but since Aquamarine is afraid and Tong Jinliang is shocked, that three-colored eye should be very powerful. Radix speculated, not completely understanding what was going on, either. Soul arrays were a specialty of spiritualists. They were laid down with energy, and those who went in were essentially walking into cages and would be left at the mercy of the ones controlling the soul arrays. This mobile soul array had opened Xia Fei's mind. With this soul eye, one could essentially throw it out whenever the situation was bad and create an array to slay their foe. Still, Xia Fei noticed that this soul eye was not then just a simple array. There was also something in there that he could not fathom. After her. Don't let Aquamarine escape, yelled Cloud Knight, his eyes going red. Ever since Aquamarine injured him, Cloud Knight had been holding a grudge. This eccentric old man who always avenged the slightest wrong seemed to have gone crazy as he desperately chased after Aquamarine. What about that weird thing? Asked wistful Hyzus. It was quite strange. That crystal girl was running off in exactly the opposite direction of where Aquamarine had run off to, leaving them in a bind. Forget about her. That's not Aquamarine's real body. Our target is over here. Cloud Knight seemed to be even more full of zeal than Xia Fei, fiercely chasing Aquamarine. Real body. Xia Fei gasped. He then suddenly turned around and chased after that cerulean crystal, leaving the main group. Why are you chasing that thing? She's not Aquamarine, and she's not your foe, either. Hurry up and go back so that we can kill Aquamarine. Radix shouted. Having personally witnessed Wistful Valley's death, Radix, whose eyes had gone very bloodlust at this point, was anxious to kill Aquamarine so that he could avenge Wistful Valley's death. Don't forget, no one has ever been to Aquamarine's universe. Who can say for sure what her real body looks like? Xia Fei replied. Radix froze. Xia Fei was right. No one had ever actually seen Aquamarine's real body, so Cloud Knight was not necessarily right. Xia Fei was very cautious, and when he attacked, he made sure to pull out the enemy by the roots. No matter what this bizarre crystal was, today must be the day she dies. Whoosh. Xia Fei was a speedster, and he could turn around very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to that strange human-shaped crystal. While Radix was unwilling to let Aquamarine go, he was currently the controller of Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana and had a duty to stay by his side. With no other choice, Radix helplessly watched Aquamarine flee and then went off with Xia Fei in pursuit of that strange crystal. Furball attacked first, unleashing a series of dazzling energy waves. Then Peacock Blue swung out from Xia Fei's right arm, and last was the White Dragon Screech, thrusting at the waist of that human-shaped crystal. It was a classic combination attack from Xia Fei, and it was the type of attack Xia Fei could be deemed as most skilled in. He used all the weapons that could deal damage at once, not giving his opponent any chance of surviving. Rumble. There was a massive explosion as that human-shaped crystal came under the fiercest barrage, but Xia Fei scowled. This was because the White Dragon's Screech had been stopped by some unimaginably tough substance and had not advanced a single inch. The attacks of Furball and Peacock Blue had not had an effect, either. Is there really no way of hurting her? Xia Fei remarked in shock. The White Dragon's Screech was a legendary weapon forged from dragon bone and possessed a frightening lethality, but even this legendary sword could not injure his opponent. This was just absurd. Xia Fei had put all his power into that blow. Upon being attacked, the human-shaped crystal suddenly turned around. Xia Fei was very close, so he had a clear view of her face. This strange crystal was smiling at him. This human-shaped crystal had very small hands, like those that belonged to a child, but this did not stop her from making lethal attacks. With a light raise of her left hand, a lethal energy shot towards Xia Fei. This was not soul power, but rather a power that Xia Fei was more familiar with, the subversive power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's only choice when dealing with a primal chaos attack was to counter it using the same law force. Law of primal chaos versus law of primal chaos. Both laws clashed. Then a strange electromagnetic noise traveled across space, as unpleasant as a sharp object dragged across glass. It was all the power of subversion, so now, it was just a matter of whose was stronger. Whoosh. The unrestricted soul spirit mark in Xia Fei's 7th brain region crazily spun. There was no command for Xia Fei. The soul mark had fiercely come to life entirely because it had sensed danger. Spirit energy. This energy system unique to spiritualists was supporting Xia Fei as he fought with the human-shaped crystal's boundless energy till the end. Xia Fei had always cautiously preserved his spirit energy precisely so that it was there when he needed it most. Now, this carefully preserved spirit energy finally had a place to be used, and he used as much as he could. The human-shaped crystal seemed to be very surprised by Xia Fei's energy reserve. They were both using the law of primal chaos, and they both had a vast sea of energy. Neither could wound the other. At times like this, they could only compete in terms of energy. Neither side could back down for fear of suffering a backlash from the frenzied law of primal chaos. No one understood more than Xia Fei what the law of primal chaos could do. This was the power to reverse everything. Oro had gone from being a Lionheart royalty to a human all because of this law, so there was no telling what would happen to him if he was hit by the law of primal chaos. This is it. No retreating. Xia Fei roared inwardly. After helping Cloud Knight recover, Xia Fei still had 65 units of spirit energy left. This time, even he had to use up all his spirit energy, he would not give a single inch. Crazy. All of them had gone crazy. Xia Fei could not retreat, and neither could the human-shaped crystal. Energy waves and piercing shrieks resounded. It was like two bolts of lightning, wrapping around each other and biting at each other. Rumble. Furball, Peacock Blue, Little Goldie, and Fiendish Blade Nirvana. Xia Fei's powerful allies turned insane the moment they saw that he was in a tough spot. They all began to attack that tenacious and weird crystal from all sides. This was his greatest advantage. Xia Fei was never alone when he fought. A stalemate was what experts most feared. In a contest based entirely on how much energy one had, there was no opportunity to be exploited. This situation was not exactly advantageous to Xia Fei, for he could not utilize his specialty. Other than cultivation, he was able to kill people above his level primarily because of his meticulous plans, but not even the best plans would do him any good now. He could only battle to the death with this human-shaped crystal. So you're Aquamarine's real body. Xia Fei frowned and spoke grimly. The human-shaped crystal on the other side was startled, but she did not reply. However, Xia Fei could tell from her reaction that he was right. It turned out that the real Aquamarine did not have a body of flesh like other sapient life forms, but a body of aggregated energy. Instead, energy could exist as a form of life. Xia Fei did not understand how this could be, but he did not care at this time. All he needed to do was win in this battle. Whether this thing in front of him was human or not, it had to die. Rumble, Furball, Peacock Blue, Little Goldie, Nirvana, and Radix all went crazy. They could not participate in this battle of energy, so they decided to just barrage Aquamarine with attacks. Whoa! Furball let out a series of vicious howls, and then swiftly created distance, trying to use his own energy collisions to end the current stalemate. Furball was truly a cunning holy beast. He even had an unbelievable understanding of the situation at hand. Xia Fei was evenly matched with Aquamarine, and neither side could win. Their two intense energy forces had come together into a giant mass of energy. This energy ball was balanced and did not lean toward any side. But if Furball rammed into this energy ball from behind Xia Fei, he could apply extra pressure for his master. In this contest of law of primal chaos, Furball's power might not be that vicious, but it could still achieve an extraordinary effect. This was because there was a balance. As long as the balance was broken, the tables would turn in Xia Fei's favor. However, this balance had been achieved through the law of primal chaos, which had the rare power to subvert. By interfering in this battle between Xia Fei and Aquamarine, Furball was very likely to injure himself. With his mind made up, the creature's little eyes burst with bright light. Exotic beasts protected their masters, and holy beasts were even more devoted towards serving them. No matter how cunning Furball was, that was only to his enemies. He was so loyal to Xia Fei it could make one emotional. Furball drew back without the slightest hesitation, determined to carry out his plan. Aquamarine looked at Furball suspiciously. She did not understand. Why was someone as smart as Furball doing something so stupid? Suddenly, just when Furball was about to explode forward, Radix, who was controlling Nirvana, stopped him. Let me. I'm an immortal soul. At worst, Nirvana will be destroyed. If I can kill that wicked woman, I'll do it. Radix shouted at Xia Fei, hoping that the other would stop the crazy Furball and let him go. As a servant of the Aurora clan and Wistful Valley's personal bodyguard, Radix was extremely loyal and hated Aquamarine down to his bones. This is subversive power. You'll die too, Xia Fei shouted back. This was just how it was. The law of primal chaos was too crazy and too unreasonable. Xia Fei was sure that be it Radix or Furball, they would both be heavily injured if they came into contact with this lethal law force. That was not something he wanted to see no matter what. At this moment, the rather dumb little Goldie understood what was going on. The little golden insect ran to Furball's side, also creating distance so that it could make a reckless charge. Why are you running over to cause trouble, too? Hurry up and leave. Xia Fei roared furiously, but he was actually rather moved. It was only at critical moments that one's true face would be revealed. Right now, Furball, Radix, and little Goldie were willing to give their lives so that Xia Fei could win this battle. A group of loyal comrades. A group of reckless madmen. The companionship of these crazies alone had made life worth living. A stalemate was not a solution, but adding in a third force would put his comrades in danger. The usually decisive Xia Fei became hesitant. He wanted to win, but he did not want to sacrifice his precious friends. Suddenly, the silent peacock blue made a strange reaction. It made itself extremely long, extending to a length of 20 kilometers, and then its 13 blades of grass balled their tips into bullets, which were all aimed straight at Aquamarine. Good idea. Whoever says that the plant-type mystical armament is trash, I'll kill them. Xia Fei realized what Peacock Blue intended to do and shouted. Yes, be it Furball, Radix, or Little Goldie. All would be in danger if they tried to be a third party in this battle. But what if they did not enter the battle and, instead, only sent their energy over from a safe distance? Peacock Blue had come up with this wonderful idea. This was a plant-type mystical armament with a powerful vitality. As long as its roots remained, it could be reborn no matter what difficulties it faced. The rebirth of the phoenix, a life everlasting. The plant-type mystical armament was just this powerful, just this tenacious. Peacock Blue had offered its blades of grass as the cushion of the impact. In this way, Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix could use their full power without fear of being swept up in the power of the law of primal chaos. The one to get caught would be Peacock Blue, but while its blades of grass would be destroyed, it could just regrow them through its tenacious vitality. All right, let's do that, Xia Fei shouted. Peacock Blue formed its blades of grass into tough shields, while Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix built up power behind them. With an order from Xia Fei, they would push the shields forward and become a third force in this battle. Rumble. Peacock Blue, Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix. This group of reckless daredevils moved forward in unison. A holy beast, a fiend blade, a mystical armament, and the king of demon chrysalises. Each one was a super expert that could hold their own on the battlefield. When their four powers combined, they became like a roaring asteroid. Aquamarine's eyes widened as she beheld this unbelievable sight. At this moment, she finally understood that she was not fighting with one maniac, but multiple. Whoosh! Peacock Blue adjusted its body in flight, plunging into Aquamarine as sharp spikes. Accurate and powerful, the third stream of energy had finally arrived. This was the key to breaking the balance. Peacock Blue's blades of grass shattered, but they succeeded in delivering the energy onto the battlefield. The balanced law of primal chaos forces swiftly began to favor Xia Fei. Dash! Aquamarine screamed. It turned out that this bizarre energy crystal form could speak. Alas, her voice was very unpleasant. Clack! There was an almost undetectable sound in the chaos. The entry of Furball and the others into the battle had multiplied the pressure on Aquamarine, causing a thin crack to appear on her nearly indestructible crystal body. While it was just a small crack, it was a sign that the balance of this battle had tipped. One needed to act decisively at crucial moments. Seeing that she could no longer hang on, Aquamarine immediately decided to give up and flee. Crack, crack. More cracking sounds could be heard. Aquamarine allowed the powerful force to act on her back by turning and running. Yet her crystal body was so tough that she was not instantly obliterated, only suffering some injury. Good job, Xia Fei yelled. He now had a means of dealing with Aquamarine, the law of primal chaos. Victory would ultimately rely on the power of subversion. The cracks on Aquamarine's body had been inflicted by the law of primal chaos. What could be more pleasing than using her own law power to kill her? Whoosh whoosh, Xia Fei waved his hand, ordering his pack of crazy comrades to pursue Aquamarine. Aquamarine no longer had the courage to face Xia Fei. He could use the law of primal chaos to neutralize her attacks, and she did not dare to compete with him when it came to the law of primal chaos. After all, Xia Fei was not alone. Even though he was no longer among the Skywings, he still had a pack of wolves at his beck and call. A comet suddenly smashed into a shattered planet, creating a deep crater. This was no comet, though. Rather, Aquamarine had been kicked out of the sea of stars by someone. This bizarre crystal form panted for breath as it lay in the crater, not moving. The fiendish blade Nirvana paused at Aquamarine's head, its pitch-black blade releasing a pale light. Furball, Peacock Blue, and Little Goldie surrounded Aquamarine, while Xia Fei held White Dragon Screech, gathering the law of primal chaos within it to deal the finishing blow. It was clear from how hard Little Goldie and Furball were breathing that this battle had not been easy. Even if Xia Fei had found a way to deal with Aquamarine, it had still taken considerable energy to force her to the brink. Xia Fei could not but think of a question. Since Aquamarine had come from another universe, then she definitely was not the only one with this weird crystal body. What was his plan if a pack of weirdos like this popped up? The universe was truly unfathomably vast, possessing even such incomprehensible life forms like Aquamarine. You're about to die, so I'll give you a chance to speak, just like how you listened to my chattering from before. Xia Fei smiled and said softly. He was plotting something again. He could kill Aquamarine whenever he wanted, but Xia Fei did not want this monster to die so easily. It would be great if he could gain some key information about the universe Aquamarine used to live and why she had chosen to keep this crystal body a secret. Aquamarine stared at Xia Fei with her transparent eyes, her teeth gnashing together to make an awful noise. Don't think that you'll be safe just because you managed to kill me here. Like I said, you activated the 5 elements, but only obtained the weakest of the 5, the plant type. It won't be long before enemies with the other elements come to find and crush you. Aquamarine said viciously. Frowning, Xia Fei said, I've already got you on the ground, yet you're still thinking that the plant type is the weakest? Aquamarine laughed and spat venomously. Don't think that. Just because you can use the healing ability to gather allies, it means that you can fight against true experts. Once you run into them, you'll understand that founders, who have only just unlocked soul power, are just ants. No number of ants can save you. Xia Fei was rather confused. Aquamarine was saying that founders, who could use soul power, were just ants. Did that not mean that there were even stronger existences in various universes? He had never heard of this. The strongest people in the Alpha universe should be level 9 soul masters, apex founders. If founders are ants, then who aren't ants? Xia Fei feigned indifference as he asked this question. Aquamarine smiled mysteriously as she spoke a bizarre name. Annihilators. Annihilators? Xia Fei muttered in shock. It turned out that besides founders, there were also experts of the Annihilator tier in this universe. But how powerful would they be? Aquamarine saw that Xia Fei was confused and became very smug. She said venomously, You think that founders are heaven-defying? Keep dreaming. Founders, just as their names indicate, have only reached the limit of positive energy and opened the door to dark energy, truly granting them the ability to create worlds. Don't forget, though, that there's always someone stronger, that there are experts who control even greater power. With your reckless personality, you'll end up dead one day. If you don't die at the hands of one of the other 4 elemental power holders, you'll be crushed by a powerful annihilator. Do you know why the experts of that higher realm are called annihilators? Aquamarine asked, seemingly with ulterior motives. Xia Fei shook his head. Aquamarine crowed. Because they are a pack of sinister fellows. At a certain level, dark energy will begin to influence the minds of sapient life forms, turning warriors even more insane and making their minds become more sinister. They're called annihilators because they think themselves as are gods of darkness that destroy the universe. Their ultimate goal is not to create, but to slaughter, instead. What do you think? Afraid, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Probably because she knew that she was about to die. Aquamarine laughed madly before Xia Fei. Xia Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, Oh, so they have sinister minds. I forgot to tell you that I'm quite the sinister person myself, so what you're saying to me doesn't really matter a lot. Huh. Aquamarine's laughter came to an awkward stop. Xia Fei was actually telling the truth. He was no proper gentleman, and he hated those people who spoke only about righteousness and virtue. Xia Fei frequently employed schemes and plots, willing to use any method as long as he could kill his foe. When it came to cunningness and resorting to foul plays, Xia Fei really did stand a fighting chance. Aquamarine glanced at Peacock Blue, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Treasure moments like this, for you won't be able to celebrate long. More cosmic gates will open, and more incomprehensibly powerful warriors will emerge. Don't think that killing me will be enough to undo the curse. You're the type of person who will constantly stir up trouble till you inevitably dies because of it. In that aspect, my curse is still active." After saying this, Aquamarine went absolutely insane and cackled endlessly. Plush. Aquamarine clearly would not be giving any more useful information in her current state. So Xia Fei swung down the fiendish blade Nirvana and killed the woman. Rumble. Aquamarine was a bizarre crystallized energy life form. When she was crushed, a vast sea of energy flooded out. "Xia Fei, it's no good. There's too much energy. Even if I exhaust the fiend blade to death, I still can't absorb it all. Think of something," Radix shouted. The greatest advantage of having an immortal soul in Nirvana was the connection between the fiend blade and Xia Fei went from a simple feeling to actual interaction. In the past, Xia Fei had to analyze the energy reaction and the fiend blade state in order to guess its condition, but with Radix, Xia Fei had a clearer understanding of Nirvana's difficulties and could control it more precisely. Xia Fei was startled by Radix's words. He then opened his seventh brain region and began to madly absorb this surplus energy. This was actually a very risky move. While Aquamarine had a lot of energy, it did not belong to any category that Xia Fei knew of. He did not know what sort of harm forcibly absorbing it might inflict. However, never one to waste energy, Xia Fei refused to let this sea of energy just dissipate. It must be understood that, while this energy was dense, it would not last for too long. In only a few hours, it would completely scatter into the universe. Furball and Little Goldie were also startled at first, and then they imitated their master and began quickly devouring the energy. Furball was an energy-type holy beast, while Little Goldie's growth had a direct connection to its voracious appetite. In any case, there was no way that Xia Fei could absorb this energy alone, so it was better to fill the bellies of Furball and Little Goldie than let the energy go to waste. This was particularly true for Furball. He was still feeling frustrated over having been surpassed by Peacock Blue, and these large amounts of energy could help him advance, so there was no way that he would pass up on such a sumptuous feast. Thus, Xia Fei, Nirvana, Furball, and Little Goldie began to chow down this energy banquet. The surrounding energy was rapidly absorbed. They were all crazy during battle, and they were, too, during this feast. With absurd beast, they devoured Aquamarine's bizarre energy. This energy. What? Is it okay? Radix asked worriedly after hearing Xia Fei's mumble. It's a little weird, but it's very pure, Xia Fei said. Radix sighed in relief. That's good. Nirvana has no problems at all. You can't see it, but I can clearly sense that it's excitedly roaring. After devouring energy for half an hour, Furball advanced. This round little ball flew out in an arc and vanished into the sea of stars. For some reason, whenever Furball promoted, as if he were doing something shameful, he would run off and only return at the most crucial point in battle. He had done this last time, too. Xia Fei smiled and ignored Furball's strange actions. Holy beasts had been very difficult to understand and tame since ancient times. These unique elite monsters of the universe concealed far too many secrets. As his master, Xia Fei had often felt helpless about Furball's strange actions. After several minutes, Furball returned from space like a streaking comet. The first thing he did was to throw himself into the sea of energy once more and continue feasting on it. His form still had not changed. In fact, he was even a bit smaller compared to before, but his snowy white fur was glossy, making him appear even more energetic. Xia Fei did not try to interfere in his pet's business. Furball had a very good appetite, and today was an excellent opportunity. Still, it would be far stranger if Xia Fei did not use this chance to close the distance between him and Furball. Are you seriously cultivating the law of primal chaos right now? Asked Radix in shock. This and the law of speed were the two positive energy systems that Xia Fei had yet to complete, and it was not because he had been slacking. Rather, the two laws were just too difficult. Radix thought that Xia Fei would focus on improving his cultivation of the spirit path. After all, it was still at the very first rank and was much easier to cultivate compared to the middle and high ranks of the laws of speed and primal chaos. If Xia Fei seized this chance, he would definitely be able to get his second soul mark, perhaps even his third. However, Xia Fei had chosen to challenge himself by cultivating the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. You've seen today's battle. I still ended up relying on the law of primal chaos. This heaven-defying power is enormously helpful in battle, so I plan on cultivating it first. As for soul marks, I'll have more opportunities in the future, Xia Fei explained. Xia Fei, who had been cultivating the law of primal chaos before this, was already on the brink of advancing. Hence, he had decided to use this opportunity to boost this lethal power. Radix understood what Xia Fei was thinking. Upon arriving at the Alpha universe, the latter had realized the gap in combat power between him and peak experts, so he decided to prioritize increasing his cultivation in that aspect. Whichever. Anyway, it's fine as long as you don't waste this precious energy, Radix said. Crack. A sense of erupting energy filled Xia Fei's body as the sixth pattern of the law of primal chaos emerged. In the span of 2 hours, Xia Fei had sucked the sea of energy dry and raised his law of primal chaos to level 6. This was simply incredible. Furball had also used this chance to reach level 8. With just one more step, the beast would reach perfection. His level would be the apex. How much energy do you have right now? Radix said in shock. Nirvana was a monster, so Radix was not surprised that it could absorb vast amounts of energy. Yet Xia Fei had absorbed even more energy than the Fiend Blade. Xia Fei thought about it and chuckled. A lot. In terms of standard spirit energy units, I have 280. A total of 280 units of spirit energy. Good heavens. How many soul weapons can you make with all that? Radix began to count with his fingers, but he was not a spiritualist, so he was not so sure. Around 70, Xia Fei calmly replied. 70 soul weapons. If you could really make 70 healing-type soul weapons, you'd be rich. Radix shouted, his eyes flying open. This was actually a conservative estimate from Xia Fei. After absorbing Aquamarine's energy, Xia Fei seemed to possess a somewhat purer form of spirit energy in his 7th brain region. In fact, he could forge 80 soul weapons without a problem. More importantly, Xia Fei's law of primal chaos and Furball had both advanced. Holy Beast required vast amounts of energy to advance, and Furball had seized this chance to get all the way to level 8, making Radix and Xia Fei both excited. What a pity. Furball is just one level away from the apex. If only there's some more energy, Radix muttered as he looked at the adorable Furball. Xia Fei smiled. It's probably not that easy. I've done some calculations, and the amount of energy Furball needs for each level advancement increases exponentially. In the last few days, Furball has consumed an astronomical amount of energy. To make him reach the apex, not even all 280 units of spirit energy will be enough. Plus, Furball reaching maximum level isn't necessarily a good thing. Xia Fei sighed, seemingly rather worried. How can you say that? This guy is so loyal, so the stronger he is, the better it is for you, Radix said in confusion. Xia Fei shook his head. You forgot. When Furball reaches maximum level, he can unleash the Shatterstar Strike. He still hasn't reached the peak, so he can still recover after using Shatterstar Strike, but once he reaches maximum rank, Radix went pale. It was still Xia Fei who considered the problem from all angles. Shatterstar at maximum level would have terrifying power, but he would lose his own life because of it. This was something that Xia Fei never wanted to see. Furball was very loyal as he could be. No doubt that if Xia Fei was ever in a desperate strait again, Furball would risk death to unleash this supreme strike. If that's the case, it's really best if Furball doesn't reach the apex. Radix stroked his chin and nodded. Furball, who seemed to have understood what Xia Fei was getting at, unhappily looked away. Getting up, Xia Fei looked out into the distant galaxy. He could feel that wistful Hyzus, Fuchin, and the other experts were not actually far from where he was, and he must have helped and guarded him as he advanced. Otherwise, with such a powerful energy pulse, the others' curiosity would have long been piqued enough to come investigate what had happened. Xia Fei kept his treasure, and even Furball and Little Goldie were placed in his sleeves. With such a heaven-stirring energy pulse, Tong Jinliang and the others must have plenty of questions they wanted answers to. But the more of these moments Xia Fei found himself in, the more he needed to keep things to himself. Xia Fei had always had the practice of keeping 1 or 2 trump cards hidden, and that was also the key on why he had managed to survive up to the present. Whatever. I'm feeling a lot better now that Aquamarine is dead. Still, how could she have died so easily? I simply don't understand it. We even spent plenty of strength dealing with her from the start, asked Cloud Knight with a shrug. Even when Fuchin had used the tricolored soul eye, the four experts did not give up their dogged pursuit, but they still failed to vanquish Aquamarine. In the end, as if Aquamarine had run out of energy, she was easily killed by Fuchin's soul eye. Everyone had been given a great shock by this sudden turn of events and was now having doubts over Aquamarine's abrupt death. At one side, Tong Jinliang said, "Didn't Aquamarine end up dying all due to the soul eye that the master spiritualist had sent out? That's a rare, tricolored soul eye. To think that you'd use it so easily. Ah, what a waste. Actually, we might not have been able to kill Aquamarine based on our combined strength alone, but it's still a pity that a soul eye ended up being used like that." Tong Jinliang sounded both annoyed and long-winded as he spoke, which clearly indicated that this soul weapon aficionado truly valued that soul eye. "Just what exactly are soul eyes, anyway?" asked Xia Fei inquisitively. This was the first time he had come across such a strange eye. "The moment that I opened and demonstrated its might, it just went homing in on Aquamarine." Xia Fei did not see just how exactly the soul eye fought, so he was very curious about it. Tong Jinliang explained, "Soul eyes, which aren't common, possess first-rate combat strength. They're even harder to find than high-grade soul weapons, for they're made from the fusion of soul eater arts and spiritualist soul array techniques. Aside from being able to cast out a deadly and wide net, even from far away, someone can use soul eater arts to eliminate their enemy's soul. The moment soul eyes appear, they'll shoot out rays called soul eater's rays. Those rays super powerful. This master spiritualist soul eye is even more unique, having the rarely seen tricolor. Even I have not seen such a thing in my life. If possible, I'd be willing to exchange half of Tongxing Pavilion with that master spiritualist." Xia Fei was shocked. Anyone knew that Tong Jinliang's precious treasures were all in Tongxing Pavilion, and he could be called that pavilion's owner. A single soul I would actually be worth half of it. That was more than an astronomical price being offered here. Pausing, Tong Jinliang asked respectfully, "Master spiritualist, if I'm not mistaken, you ought to be who I'm referring to. You're Xia Fei's master, right?" Cloud Knight and Wistful Hyzis's eyes lit up. They had already known Fuchin was powerful, but no one had the guts to put forth the guess that he was Xia Fei's master. This was because the so-called master of Xia Fei would be a spiritualist of healing. That would be an existence akin to that of an old monster. Fuchin smiled and glanced at Xia Fei beside him before sighing. "Xia Fei, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first." Xia Fei gave a deep nod to Fuchin, his eyes full of gratitude. This old man had proven himself to be a man of his word, not betraying Xia Fei. At the moment, rumors were flying all over the universe regarding the appearance of a spiritualist of healing. Fuchin would be taking a huge risk if he accepted this identity. There was no telling if people with ill intentions, who were on the lookout for a precious spiritualist of healing, would happen to be nearby. Xia Fei did not have enough strength at the moment, and revealing his identity as the spiritualist of healing would do him more harm than good. Fuchin would have a lot of trouble coming his way after tacitly accepting this title, while Xia Fei would remain safe. Everyone, especially Cloud Knight, hurried to bid farewell to Fuchin. Mistaking Fuchin for the one who had cured him, he could only, of course, display extreme modesty. Though Cloud Knight was hot-tempered, he had a strong sense of justice and could still discern between gratitude and grudge. Fuchin showed the appropriate amount of confidence and aloofness, ignoring these people as he turned around to leave. Everyone did not fault him for this, either. It was a well-established norm for spiritualists to have eccentric personalities, so Fuchin speaking too much would just go against what the majority expected from a master spiritualist, causing him to be thought of as an aberration. That's no doubt the air of a master. A higher being, a true higher being. The more Fuchin ignored these people, the more Tong Jinliang, Cloud Knight, and the others highly regarded him, praising Fuchin in front of Xia Fei. Of course, this was also done in case Xia Fei spoke poorly of them. In a short time span, Tong Jinliang had not only become more respectful toward Fuchin, but had also become very friendly toward Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled and bowed to everyone. "Patriarch, Elder Tong, and Elder Yi, I thank all of you for your aid. Xia Fei might have been exposed to even deeper trouble today, if not for everyone's help here." If a spiritualist disciple held a position several times higher than that of the average person, what more of a spiritualist of healing's disciple? Xia Fei had acted modestly here, and that comforted these elders greatly, believing him to be someone who was reasonable and respectful. You shouldn't put it that way. It's still your capable and powerful master who did most of the work. We merely lent him a hand. That's all. Tong Jinliang was practically brown-nosing with such sycophantic devotion, so much so that Cloud Knight and Wistful Hyzes could not bear listening to him further. Though he wanted to curry favor with a spiritualist, was there truly a need to belittle himself too much? Xia Fei smiled. Tongxing Pavilion Master, I'll send your soul weapon immediately, so don't panic. This has all been as promised by my master. Oh, there's no hurry. There's no hurry at all. We can talk about this matter at a later time. Tong Jinliang was uncharacteristically dismissive of it, even claiming that he was not panicking at all despite being someone who viewed soul weapons as even more important than his own life. These people exchanged some words of courtesy before Tong Jinliang and Cloud Knight departed together. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and Wistful Hyzes went off another way. Old Tong, just what medicine have you eaten today? How could you be so full of nonsense? Asked Cloud Knight with a mixture of curiosity and dissatisfaction. Tong Jinliang answered fairly sincerely. I'm full of nonsense. Just think about it. If a single tricolor soul I could be exchanged for half my Tongxing Pavilion, would you consider it to be precious or not? That's of course. Anyone knows that your Tongxing Pavilion has hidden soul weapons from all over. Cloud Knight nodded. Today, Xia Fei's master personally took action and used up a soul I worth half my Tongxing Pavilion just like that. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation when he did it. So what does that mean? Asked Tong Jinliang in a severe tone. Cloud Knight was momentarily startled after hearing Tong Jinliang's words, and then he exclaimed, Xia Fei's master is really generous. He may not even be just an average spiritualist, as normal spiritualists will never demonstrate intrepid arrogance like he did. Ever. Exactly. Tong Jinliang hurriedly continued. That person may possibly be a peak spiritualist, and his relationship with Xia Fei is by no means ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used something as precious as a soul, without even batting an eyelid. Would I be a fool enough to hurry such a transcendental individual for soul weapons? Looks like I can't underestimate Xia Fei in the future. Though he is from the Aurora clan, we just might see him ascend like the rising tide. Cloud Knight shook his head and mumbled to himself. Xia Fei and Wistful Hyzes returned together, talking about many things along the way. Xia Fei being kicked out of the Aurora clan was naturally a previously agreed-on ruse, which inflicted injury on themselves in order to win the confidence of the enemy. Now that Aquamarine was dead, Xia Fei could officially stay with the Wist family from here on. Wistful Hyzes was, of course, welcoming Xia Fei with open arms. After all, Hyzes had been brooding over the matter of Xia Fei's grandfather being exiled from the clan all this time. Besides, Xia Fei had a spiritualist for a master. It was just that the mysteries surrounding Xia Fei were simply too much, and Wistful Hyzes could not make sense of them. Patriarch, I'd like to clear out the inverse as soon as possible, said Xia Fei in a grim tone. The inverse were ultimately the biggest threat to the law realm, and each day that passed where this threat loomed would be another day that Xia Fei had trouble sleeping and eating. Now that his greatest foe Aquamarine had been eliminated, it was time for him to deal with the abominable inverse. Hyzes furrowed his brows and said, We'll still need to consider the long-term effects of that proposal. First, the inverse are really far away and very powerful, so mounting a long-distance assault will be fairly troublesome. Second, we don't have detailed information regarding the enemy. We still need to investigate and find out if there are other forces behind them. After all, that's not the only society that is part of the Alpha universe. If we end up causing conflict between two major societal circles, it'll be very detrimental to us, Aurorian. Xia Fei shook his head. Though the Aurora clan was filled with Mr. Nice Guys, it was also not too decisive. Had the wolves of Skywing clan been in their shoes, they would have long gone charging for the enemy, without another word. Forget attacking one of their own. Even harming a blade of grass on their property would result in the Skywings taking out an entire family. I was just mentioning it. Tell the clan that no matter what their final decision is, I'll still be doing it, said Xia Fei very calmly. Heizes found himself momentarily speechless. Xia Fei's personality was far too different from that of the Aurora clan. This was a major situation of wiping out a sentient species. Xia Fei did not even show a hint of hesitation in coming to his decision. Millions and billions of lives had been decided with just that one statement of his, and there was no one in the clan that could do something so ruthless. Rest easy. The clan will definitely treat this matter with utmost severity. I've also organized my thoughts at this point. Going by the old tradition of the clan might see us losing out, so our clan ought to change with the times as well. Wistful Heizes said worryingly. Actually, it was quite pointless for him to say all that. Most teenagers in the clan had a kind personality, and it had been deeply ingrained in them by now. How could that change so simply? Just as they were about to enter the city, Xia Fei said goodbye to Heizes. He proceeded to the location that Fuchin and he had previously agreed on to meet, which was a famous local restaurant. Fuchin had only wanted to avoid being bothered by Tong Jinliang and the others and had not truly left. In actuality, he had gone ahead to order a table of good food in a private room and was now waiting for Xia Fei to turn up. Seeing Xia Fei enter the room, Fuchin pointed to a seat beside him, clearly inviting Xia Fei to sit on it. "You know that you've caused me quite the trouble," said Fuchin as he drank a bowl of soup. Xia Fei grinned cheekily. "Surely not. You're a great spiritualist. Who could do anything to you?" Fuchin shook his head and sighed. "Aquamarine is dead, but left nothing behind. What would others think if this matter got out? Tong Jinliang, Cloud Knight, Wistful Heizes, and me? Who do you think among us is the most suspicious?" Xia Fei was startled, his expression turning stern. "No way. Aquamarine actually had nothing on her? Then where did her precious treasures go?" Dark space, a place in perpetual darkness and desolation, and wherein sapient life forms had no way of understanding or surviving. A silver-colored little insect was forging ahead at impossible speed. It only had just one eye, yet this one eye was filled with confidence and fervor. There were no signs of life anywhere around it, and any nearby biological creature alive in the dark space had long fled, for this little insect was the king of dark space. No one dared to challenge its authority. In fact, no one dared to meet little Goldie in the eye. After experiencing thousands of trials and tribulations, little Goldie eventually found its master. This was a sort of bliss for the demon chrysalis, so when Xia Fei gave it this dangerous assignment, little Goldie naturally went ahead and executed it sans hesitation. With a lighter body, little Goldie moved even faster than it had ever moved. Even its energy was at its peak. The demon chrysalis thought that following Xia Fei had been its greatest decision. Though there would often be trouble, the improvement it saw in itself was more than worth all that. This trip to the Alpha universe saw several changes to it, with its level increasing by leaps and bounds. Honestly, this was not little Goldie's top speed. If it demonstrated its top speed, its current pace would certainly increase by at least another third. It could not be helped. Demon chrysalises came to exist for the dark space. In other words, this was little Goldie's territory. Once here, not even the speedster Xia Fei could outspeed little Goldie. However, the very obedient little Goldie had been prohibited by Xia Fei to go at its top speed and had even been instructed to observe its surroundings carefully. So this was precisely what the demon chrysalis did. Loyalty meant doing exactly what its master commanded, no questions asked, and little Goldie was too loyal. There were restless energy pulses coming from ahead. Little Goldie slowed down and very seriously scanned for the source of the fluctuations. Soon, it resumed its speed, its small eye actually filling with this irresistible air of dominance. Not even several minutes passed when a group of enormous creatures appeared in front of little Goldie in a slow crawl. They looked like black manatees, each one lumbering and clumsy. These dark space creatures were, of course, afraid of little Goldie. Unfortunately, they were too low level. Expectedly, their reaction time left much to be desired. Crippling fear engulfed their hearts only when little Goldie was already right in front of them. Roar! Unexpectedly, little Goldie had actually let out a fearsome roar at that moment. The sound was somewhat similar to what Furball would usually make. It appeared that this creature had not just mimicked its master Xia Fei, but also its master's fellow pet, Furball. This caused quite the stir. These enormous dark space creatures were so frightened from the roar that their spirits fled them. They fled in a panic even as their cumbersome bodies lugged away, not even caring if they got trampled on in the process. Too scary. Little Goldie was too scary. Xia Fei's demon chrysalis had become the kind of king that never compromised once it got to its turf. After staring coldly at the fleeing enormous creatures, Little Goldie resumed its marching pace. Its attitude as it did was extremely tyrannical and rude. Xia Fei had always treated Little Goldie like a child. What he did not know was that, while the demon chrysalis was a small, cute creature when before him, it was already acknowledged as the dark space's absolute king. While Little Goldie was slowly but surely heading to the Law Realm, Xia Fei was piloting his superspeed warship straight to Aquamarine's ex-home. Many years had passed, so Xia Fei was uncertain if the Valley of Wind was still Aquamarine's lair, but he was not about to let this chance go. Aquamarine was already dead, but she did not leave any inheritance behind. This was completely illogical. Everyone knew that Aquamarine was so powerful not because of her high level of cultivation, but because she could wield unfathomable powers from things she had brought with her when she came to this universe. Through the law of primal chaos, beast spirit codex, and immemorial armament, Xia Fei could harness formidable combat strength. If he could just obtain even more valuable inheritances from Aquamarine's lair, it would be hard to imagine if there was anything alive that could resist his assault. Are you certain that others don't know about the Valley of Wind? Xia Fei asked Radix this as they made their way over. I could, at the very least, say that no one knew of that place back in the day. The Valley of Wind is a hidden and sinister place. It took me, Hosu, and my lord a lot of effort just to probe our way in, and it's only after we had gotten our hands on some items that we felt something off. Of course, we immediately returned to our clan, but the moment we took our first step through the entrance, Aquamarine caught up with us. What followed was that vicious battle, which lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The moment the fighting ended, my lord got exiled from the clan, only to wander to another universe. Everything happened so fast, so no other person got the Valley of Wind's coordinates from us, Radix said. Xia Fei nodded. Then it's even more important for us to check the Valley of Wind. As the old saying goes, it matters not the circumstances. As such, we will proceed as planned. If we find anything good, we'll of course profit, but if there isn't anything, it'll still be a decent trip. In any case, it's not as if this voyage to the Valley of Wind would disrupt my cultivation. Fuchen beamed through partly closed eyes. That's a good attitude to have, but with you bringing me along, aren't you afraid that I'll show my true colors, snatching whatever good things you find from you? Xia Fei was unfazed. Haven't you always been saying that you're a transcendental being? Would you set your eyes on such little trinkets? Besides, if you wanted to harm me, you'd have done so long ago. Why help me by releasing that strange soul eye? Speaking of which, I'm curious. For a moment there, Tong Jinliang stopped breathing the instant he saw that soul eye, his face going green with envy. Was that thing really so formidable? Fuchen felt great hearing this. It could not be helped, for Xia Fei's art of flattery was truly exquisite. When he said those words, he sounded as if he were joking, with a harmless smile even plastered on his face. Anyone would have difficulty feeling a dislike for Xia Fei when he was living life, but that was only while he was being carefree. In the middle of a fight, Xia Fei would become an absolutely diabolical existence. Fuchen shook his head with a smile. Can you stop being so insidious, you twerp? Trying to flatter this old man with your honeyed words so that I'll be in a good enough mood to tell you the secret behind the soul eye. The soul eye is actually an eye, a solar ray that combines spirit energy with the unrestricted inner heart. To forge a soul eye, of course, one has to be a spiritualist and then must have a suitable receptacle, which is an expert soul after it gets solidified into an eye. Hearing Fuchen's words, Xia Fei was rendered speechless from sheer shock. It turned out that the tricolored soul eye of Fuchen was made with the eyeball of a divine beast. Even its forging method was rather gory. However, the effect of the soul eye was immense. It was the crystalline form that a spiritualist formed after madly using their spirit energy. If one needed to monitor a huge constellation, using soul eye was the way to do it. When a soul eye rose, it could gain insight to the world. One could even hunt down and end the lives of their enemies after releasing a soul eye. Because the very body of the soul eye already contained a spiritualist's essence, It could act like a powerful reconnaissance tool, as well as a powerful one-time killing weapon. A soul eye could shoot out spirit energy and destroy an enemy's soul. A last-minute array could even be triggered when a soul eye got near, trapping the enemy within. No wonder the expression on Aquamarine's face changed drastically when she saw that soul eye. It was precisely it being something with great lethality. The soul eye, which must be crushed to activate, was without a form and had no energy vessel to speak of. No one could destroy it, which made it an indestructible weapon. Who would be willing to take on an enemy that could not be beaten, right? Xia Fei lit a cigarette. He thought of what old Fuchen had just told him. The latter had been very generous, not only telling him about how to use a soul eye, but even teaching him how to forge one. Tong Jinliang was shocked because no average spiritualist could easily forge such a heaven-defying soul eye, but for orthodox spiritualists like us, doing so isn't really that difficult. After all, the soul marks we have in our brain are unrestricted soul spirit marks. It is a soul mark with the most powerful function across the universe. Be it absorbing a soul or a spirit, converting, storing, or even unleashing energy, nothing can compare to it. The forging of soul weapons is a unique skill of ours. A soul eye can be considered as a special soul weapon and is also something only we, orthodox spiritualists, can afford to play around with. Any average spiritualist will have to expend a lot of their energy to do what we casually do, and their success rate can only be called abysmal, Fuchen said gleefully. Whenever he talked about his background, Fuchen would become very smug. In his mind, only he and Xia Fei could be deemed authentic spiritualists, for they could use both soul power and spirit energy, while the rest were just swaggering swindlers. Xia Fei shrugged as he pulled something out of his spatial ring. Since we, orthodox spiritualists, are so powerful, why has no one else heard of us? Besides, I saw the Spiritualist Association's official promotion website. Not only is there no mention of orthodox spiritualists, not one spiritualist is deemed as part of the orthodoxy, too. Zing. Fuchen became very agitated, his face instantly going black. In fact, the Alpha Universe's spiritualist population had banded together to form the legendary Spiritualist Association, but for some reason, Fuchen had never mentioned its existence to Xia Fei, and it was something he had chanced upon while doing his own research. Something must be afoot based on the old man's abnormal behavior. Except for being occasionally arrogant, Fuchen had actually always been mild-mannered, and Xia Fei had never seen him truly become enraged. This time was different. The moment he mentioned the Spiritualist Association, Fuchen's eyes looked like they would spit fire at any time. It appeared that he had truly gotten fairly angry. Xia Fei was a master at acting in line with momentum. He realized at once that the situation had turned for the worse the moment he saw the change in Fuchen's demeanor. Everyone had their own pain, and that Spiritualist Association seemed to be Fuchen's. Oh yes, I've just remembered something. Xia Fei very deftly changed the subject, all casual-like. When I first arrived at the Alpha Universe, it took me a great deal of effort just to kill the Inverse Invasion Army's leader, and he's got a very strange pair of eyes, not shattering even when I hacked them with my fiend blade. Was that what you meant when you said soul solidification? Could that pair of eyes be used to forge soul eyes? With that said, Xia Fei lifted the 2 golden eyeballs from his spatial ring, each much smaller than that divine beast eye that Fuchen had used before. Sure enough, the moment these 2 eyes appeared, Fuchen's attention was drawn to them. His expression then turned from one of rage to delight mixed with doubt. The inverse. To think that they'd have such good stuff. Fuchen was surprised. He took the 2 eyes from Xia Fei and kept playing with either, unable to put both down. The owner of this pair of eyeballs was no average inverse, but rather golden eyes. I nearly lost my life killing him, Xia Fei said, a lingering fear still lodged in his heart. Xia Fei had truly done everything he could in that battle and was the reason why he had suffered heavy injuries when he was first in the Alpha Universe. Golden eyes. Wonderful. What a wonderful set of golden eyes. Truly top-notch. Excellent for forging soul eyes with, Fuchen said in his excitement. Radix was speechless. It was a weird sight to behold, having an old and a young man playing with someone else's eyeballs. Ha ha ha. Fuchen let out a great laugh. Looks like we must make a trip over to the inverse as soon as possible. What for? Xia Fei asked, startled by the sudden suggestion. To kill them and snatch their eyeballs. Fuchin waved his hand grandly as he made that barbaric declaration. It's definitely not a good thing. The reason why many seek to kill Aquamarine is that they have their eye on the items in her possession. Since we succeeded in slaying Aquamarine after much hardship, once this matter spreads, I doubt anyone will believe us if we claim that we've got nothing to show for our trouble, said Xia Fei. Fuchin sighed. There's a rumor claiming that Aquamarine is a traitor from her foreign universe, having stolen a lot of precious treasures from her master, which she brought with her when she took refuge in the Alpha universe. While the rumor may not be believable, quite a lot of people have seen Aquamarine using powerful treasures when she killed people. Your grandfather was an example. He obtained many good things from Aquamarine, as you are well aware of. Xia Fei nodded. Peacock Blue had been something Aquamarine obtained from beyond. There was also Law of Primal Chaos and the Beast Spirit Codex. These could all verify the truth behind those rumors. With that thought, Xia Fei recalled Aquamarine's dying words. There was not just one cosmic gate, and it was a matter of time before the others opened, connecting the various universes to one another and forming one whole. When that time came, powerful individuals from such universes would explode and bring forth absolute anarchy. There were also the locations of the other 4 mystical armaments that Xia Fei had memorized. Thinking about it, this was really a lot of hassle. Xia Fei frowned. It looked like even after he had traveled all the way to this separate universe, trouble would still find its way to him. Fuchin, who had no idea about the 4 mystical armaments, only thought that Xia Fei was worried about him. Thus, he comforted with a smile. There's no one yet in the Alpha universe that can threaten me. I only said that there'll be some trouble coming our way because of the wanderers from beyond. Aquamarine wasn't the only wanderer out there, and such people often possess unknown powers that we can't even imagine, with relatively substantial combat strength. The death of Aquamarine will soon spread throughout the entire universe, and if any of the wanderers catch wind of me killing her and then assume that I have her treasures, there's no telling if they'll stage an ambush. After all, I am the most suspicious out of the 4 present, so I've been feeling slightly worried. Nonetheless, you don't have to be nervous, for I still have my own foundation, and anyone who even thinks of taking me on will have to first consider if they have enough strength to do so. Xia Fei understood what Fuchin meant. He was afraid of trouble, and in the event that this matter got leaked out, everyone would want to take a shot at him, making it so that the only thing he could do was be on the constant lookout for any enemy. Just dealing with those flies buzzing around Fuchin would be enough to annoy the man to death. In any case, this matter has finally come to a close. Aquamarine is dead, and that's a good thing for you and the Aurora clan. What do you plan on doing next? Fuchin asked. This senior spiritualist seemed to be overly concerned with Xia Fei. Forget that he had already been implicated by Xia Fei. He did not even consider leaving and was, instead, making plans for Xia Fei's future. 3 things, Xia Fei answered. First, I want to establish the academy properly, and second, I want to eliminate the inverse. Fuchin nodded. Not bad ideas. At the end of the day, you still have kinship with the Aurorian, and at any rate, they can't be considered bad people. Their personality is just a little lacking, far too resigned from adversity. Even I am irked by it. So if you can put a stop to them being Mr. Nice Guys, then you'll be doing the clan a service. As for the inverse, there's no urgency on that front. Since the law realm is still relatively safe, you'll be fine once you establish communication with them and keep track of their movements. What's the final thing? Xia Fei's pupil suddenly revealed a mild flash of craziness as he spoke in a deep voice. I want to take a trip to that place. Immediately. What place? Fuchin asked, curious. Aquamarine's lair, where my grandfather obtained his immemorial mystical armaments last time. Xia Fei elaborated. I need to be fast. I believe that various parties have already begun making their move, all in an effort to search for Aquamarine's leftover inheritance. Heavenly Treasure Firm, Guard Branch. Suzu Treasure was extremely surprised that Xia Fei had actually so quickly sought her. Just several hours ago, she was fretting over that big battle outside the city. Are you all right? Suzu immediately asked this the instant she saw Xia Fei. The girl instantly blushed red the moment those words escaped her lips. She and Xia Fei had, at most, a professional relationship, but the words she had just spoken were tinged with ambiguity, and her question was not something she ought to have asked. Xia Fei pretended not to have heard her question and handed over a list to the lady, saying, "Some things that I need at the last minute. I hope that Miss Treasure can be of help." Suzu took the list with a smile, and after scanning through its content, she could not help but go pale. "SEO, you need so many basic soul vessels?" Xia Fei smiled and looked at both his left and right before saying in a low voice, "Miss, you must be mistaken. How could Xia Fei know how to forge soul vessels? These are all what my master wants." Suzu immediately realized her blunder, and she quickly corrected herself. "Indeed, that's a momentary gaffe on my part." Suzu was really feeling a little off. She, who had been nurtured by her mercantile family, seemed to have lost her nerve today and was not in the least bit composed. Xia Fei had already told Suzu to safeguard his secret, yet she had almost revealed his identity, unprompted. It was completely unthinkable of the past Suzu to make such an elementary mistake. "Since last time, I've imported almost 100 of decent goods from headquarters. The shipment's expected to arrive tomorrow. You can have your pick when the time comes. As for the others, I'll be sure to have them all ready by this afternoon." Xia Fei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work then. Rest easy in knowing that I'm a man of my word. My master plans to hand over 3 soul weapons. One is to be given to Tong Jinliang, as was previously agreed on. As for the other 2, I'm free to make the decision, and I resolve to let the Heavenly Treasure firm handle both." Suzu was mildly stunned, her eyes instantly shining as she appeared to be very excited. The soul weapons Xia Fei had just mentioned were nothing ordinary and were, in fact, healing soul weapons. Tong Jinliang had gladly waged war against Aquamarine just so he could get his hands on a healing soul weapon for free, taking a huge risk by doing so. That just showed how huge the temptation of owning a healing soul weapon was. Since Xia Fei said that he would give Suzu 2 of the healing soul weapons, her prestige was bound to soar high into the heavens. At this critical juncture in the Heavenly Treasure firm's throne competition, the 2 rare healing soul weapons she was promised would definitely help her gain a decisive lead. Those were 2 healing soul weapons. There were plenty of merchants who had tried all means just to get their hands on one. Money was actually secondary, as any real businessman with foresight would understand the value of such a soul weapon. If such rare soul weapons were used to make friends with the movers and shakers in the universe, it would show both influence and prestige. For others to have failed in getting their hands on a soul weapon, while the Heavenly Treasure firm was about to obtain 2 at once. This would widen the gap between the 3 leading trading firms so suddenly. This was a generous gift. Xia Fei had truly presented her with a generous gift. Suzu Treasure was already so excited that she could hardly form the appropriate words in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she said, "As for this Midnight Class Light multifunction warship on your list, I do have a better suggestion." Xia Fei was curious. "Oh, could there be a problem with the ship?" Xia Fei understood warships. He had already browsed the purchasable warships on the market in this universe, and the Midnight class was the best choice for him, given his current financial capabilities. It was not too large, but amazingly fast. Its electronic equipment was also first class. The Apex warships would cost several billions, and a price tag above 10 billion was not something Xia Fei was willing to bear. Even after taking the 100 million pearls treatment fee from Cloud Knight, Xia Fei only had approximately 105 million pearls, which was nowhere near enough to buy those Apex warships. Suzu turned on the multi-purpose nano device hidden in her bracelet, and a screen swiftly popped out. On it was a unique, diamond-shaped warship. Xia Fei sighed helplessly. "Miss Treasure, you're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Everyone knows that this is the famed Diamond Star-class super-speed warship of the Alpha universe. I can't afford something like this. Besides, even if I put in an order for it, it'll take up at least 15 years before its construction can be finished. Even if I have the money, time isn't on my side." Suzu shook her head and said solemnly, "This ship belongs to the Heavenly Treasure firm. I wish to give you this ship as a gift." Xia Fei was surprised, asking with a smile, "You're going to give me this Diamond Star as a gift? Miss, that's too big of a joke to make. Forget about how long it takes to construct one of these ships. Just the warship alone is worth, well, over 10 billion. Also, this is the price for the smallest model, with minimal configuration. The warship that you've just shown me doesn't seem to be a low-end model, and will probably go for 20 billion at the very least. I'm really giving this to you, including everything on your list, and we at the Heavenly Treasure firm won't be taking a single pearl, said Suzu in all seriousness. Xia Fei shrugged and took out a cigarette from his bosom, lighting it up. He then asked in a somber tone, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Speak, what's your goal?" His words had been so straightforward that Suzu felt her heart chill. It could not be helped. Xia Fei's thinking ability was plain for all to see, and even if one beat Xia Fei to an inch of his life, he would never believe that she was giving him this astronomically priced superspeed warship without any ulterior motive. Gritting her teeth, Suzu replied in a low voice, "I hope that if there's any healing soul weapon being produced in the future, you'll think of the Heavenly Treasure firm." Xia Fei had never been a hypocritical person. Since this transaction was done willingly, and he would not be taking a loss at all, he of course happily agreed. Very soon, Xia Fei would be on his way to Aquamarine's lair, searching for the inheritance that the old witch had left behind. This superspeed warship would naturally be of great help to him, so he was not about to reject the offer. Toss. After Xia Fei departed, Suzu quietly returned to his secret room in the backyard of Heavenly Treasure firm. "Grandfather," Suzu called softly. Inside the room, a lone, old man was currently sipping tea. He was, of course, Heavenly Treasure firm's current patriarch, Summit Treasure. Summit Treasure was all smiles, letting Suzu take a seat next to him as he said, "You've done well. I saw it all happen." Suzu momentarily froze, and then she asked, "You're not blaming me for giving Xia Fei your ship, Treasure Mountain, are you?" "Well, actually, I mind a little." Summit sighed. He, however, chuckled next. "After all, the Treasure Mountain is something my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather ordered all those years back, and is a unique existence in this universe. Honestly, that Xia Fei is quite exasperating, with him thinking that my ship is only worth 20 billion pearls. Still, you did the right thing, for building a relationship with a spiritualist of healing with unlimited potential is of far greater value than 10 diamond stars." After saying that, Summit widened his eyes, and he could no longer speak a word further. His face twisted in abject fear. Even Suzu Treasure nearly screamed. They had no idea when, but before they knew it, Xia Fei had appeared in this room like a ghost. He was presently standing in a dark corner of the room, holding half a cigarette in his hand. Suzu's face got drained of color. Xia Fei had told her before that she was not to tell another soul that the spiritualist of healing was actually him. But she could not help but tell her grandfather, thereby committing a big taboo of Xia Fei. Without a word, Xia Fei had appeared and disappeared just as quickly and mysteriously. After some time, Summit Treasure finally swallowed, and as if he had just received a great pardon, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. That night, Suzu Treasure personally came to deliver the things Xia Fei had requested. After the big fight, the Aurora clan's external courtyard was practically in shambles. Fortunately, the courtyard covered a large area, and the remaining 2 yards were enough for Xia Fei and the others to stay. As for the academy, it looked like they had to find another location to build it anew. "Xia Fei, Miss Treasure is here." Wistview led Suzu into Xia Fei's room, and very appropriately departed to give the two privacy. Xia Fei was expressionless, asking softly, "So soon? Didn't you say it'd only arrive tomorrow?" Today, Xia Fei had appeared like a ghost when Suzu Treasure was having a conversation with Summit Treasure. Though he had not said a word, it was a wordless warning that left the two shaking in fear. Evidently, he was able to take their lives whenever he wanted. No amount of security could prevent that from happening. The grandfather-granddaughter pair discussed the matter. They had truly offended Xia Fei this time, so they rushed to send him everything he requested. The fact that he did not do anything meant that he was showing the Treasure family some face, and as businessmen, if they were not able to tell what that meant, they would not be fit to be in charge of Heavenly Treasure firm. Suzu forced out a smile. "Actually, my grandfather personally came to deliver this batch of goods. It's just that we haven't yet finished the handover this afternoon, so I inferred that it'd be done by tomorrow." Xia Fei said softly, "Come take a seat. There's no need to be so afraid. If I had any intention to kill you, you and your grandfather would both be dead already." Suzu froze. Xia Fei was being too casual when he talked about stuff like murder, as if killing a few people was as simple as brewing himself a cup of tea and drinking it. The calmer he appeared, the louder it spoke of Xia Fei's confidence in his abilities. Suzu could feel a cold shiver run down her spine, and she bit her lower lip to stop herself from showing this fear. Xia Fei took the items from Suzu, and after a quick move of the things, he returned the spatial ring to her, saying, "I have no need for so many. You can take the surplus back." Suzu nodded quietly. She evidently felt immense pressure, exercising extreme caution with every action she made in front of Xia Fei. After some thought, Xia Fei stated softly, "It's fine for some things to be known to you and your grandfather, provided that you don't let a third person know. Act as I instructed, and you and your grandfather will remain all right. This is no small matter, after all. Revealing what you know will threaten my safety, and there's no room for negotiations when it comes to my well-being. Whoever threatens me, even if it's the Lord in heaven himself, shall die. Okay, go back. You'll receive the 2 soul weapons very soon." With that said, Xia Fei raised his hand and made a gesture of dismissing her from his presence. Watching Suzu depart gingerly, Radix frowned. "Aren't you being a little too strict? At the end of the day, Suzu is a lady, and she did give you her Diamond Star class. This clearly means that she values your cooperation deeply." Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and stood his ground. "So what if she's a lady? Some things aren't negotiable. I've survived to this day because I've been very cautious and been more low-key compared to others. I'm also more ruthless than most when it's time to strike. I reckon that she'll know after this incident that I'm not just wired differently from the rest of the Aurora clan. I'm the complete opposite of them, too." The basic soul vessels that Suzu had sent over this time were very good. In fact, they were of such shockingly good quality that, though all Xia Fei could create at present were primary-grade soul weapons, these embryos could even let him forge intermediate-grade soul weapons. It seemed like Suzu had really put a lot of effort in building stronger ties with Xia Fei. This serious attitude of hers was actually one of the few reasons that Xia Fei had stayed his hands on taking her life previously. Xia Fei picked out 12 basic soul vessels that contained the most spirit force. Aside from being sturdy, basic soul vessels needed to have high-quality spirit force, and the better the quality, the easier to forge that vessel into a soul weapon. The spirit energy expended would be lower as well. Though Xia Fei had obtained a total of 280 standard spirit energy units, he still needed to plan ahead for his future. Energy was the foundation of everything, and saving more would only benefit him. Just take his battle with Aquamarine before. If it had not been for him storing vast quantities of spirit energy in advance, it might be hard to tell just who would have survived. Besides, out of the 12 soul vessels, excluding the 2 soul weapons reserved for the treasure family and the 1 ode to Tong Jinliang, 9 would be prepared for the Law Realm. His grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, was already a level 1 founder who had his own soul mark and had also activated dark energy. He was in urgent need of a powerful soul vessel to use as a weapon. The soul weapon that Xia Fei was making for Gu Xiaqing would not only be of sufficient grade, but would also be able to heal wounds at critical moments, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In that recently ended major war, the Law Realm had suffered significant losses and incurred heavy injuries. Even great soul hunter Hosu had been severely injured. Soul weapons would be of immense help in getting them through such tough times. After all, having just started to make progress into the founder tier, there were still not too many who could use soul weapons in the Law Realm. 9 should be enough for now, and as long as little Goldie could establish a smooth channel for communication, Xia Fei would be able to send soul weapons their way every once in a while. It isn't hard to forge soul weapons. It's just that little Goldie will have a hard time doing it that way, said Xia Fei with a glance at little Goldie. Though little Goldie was a bit empty-headed, it actually understood Xia Fei's thought process very well. It immediately raised its head, a flash of fanaticism and perseverance shining in its one eye. Different from the crafty furball, little Goldie was never one to bargain. Even if the trip back to the Law Realm was long and arduous, it would nevertheless demonstrate absolute subservience, and that touched Xia Fei. Radix nodded. Little Goldie is in very good shape and is suitable for shuttling to and fro the Law Realm and the Alpha Universe. Also, it's no longer what it was before. This demon Chrysalis's combat strength has increased, and it's now also familiar with the route back. so I'm sure that its safety will be more or less guaranteed. I'm thinking that little Goldie incurred heavy injuries last time mainly because it was too anxious to find you, acting recklessly and carelessly. If it can, perhaps, be less impatient and make its way over at a steady pace, I'm sure that it won't suffer the same fate as before. Why don't you instruct it nicely? Get it not to prioritize speed, but safety instead. Xia Fei felt that what Radix had said made a lot of sense. No matter what, it was imperative to establish a communication channel between the law realm and Xia Fei. Xia Fei believed that with little Goldie's current state, nothing could threaten it in the dark space. 2 days later, Xia Fei and Fuchen astutely appeared at the harbor of Guard 83, both looking absolutely unassuming. Oh, a diamond star. That's a rare ship. It isn't too large in size and is extremely fast while having a lavish interior. Looks like the treasure family has really taken out their checkbooks just to curry favor with you, said Fuchen with a nod. Xia Fei was unmoved. Though this ship is amazing in its function, it's far too conspicuous. When I have time in the future, I'll be sure to give it a good refurbishing. I don't wish to have everyone eyeing me wherever I go. Diamond Star was indeed too outstanding, and aside from its peculiar diamond-shaped hull, it had a special composition, which made it shine in a mysterious, half-translucent sheen. The treasure family was business-oriented, so using such an apex superspeed ship as a sign of status was very normal. Alas, Xia Fei was the opposite. He had a slight dislike for conspicuous ships, always living by the code that being low-key was the way to live longer, especially in a complex and unfamiliar environment. Unfortunately, because this ship utilized too many top-grade components, it was very hard to do any arbitrary modifications. Moreover, considering how Xia Fei had been in a rush to head to Aquamarine's old lair, he did not really have the time to deal with the warship's appearance at the moment. The two got on the ship and saw that its interior was even more ridiculous than its exterior. Even the bathroom was covered in hand-woven cashmere rugs, and every inch of the walls was inlaid with marble slabs. Though these decorations are tasteful, they're just weighing the ship down and have no purpose beyond being aesthetically pleasing. I'll have to get rid of them all when I find the time. Xia Fei shook his head with furrowed brows. Old Fuchen burst into laughter. Xia Fei, you're really a maniac who seeks performance to the extreme. These marble slabs are called eagle stones and are a very rare type of geological material. They can go for an astronomical sum, yet you're actually thinking of having all these finest decorations removed for the sake of increasing the ship's speed? If the treasure family heard you say that, they'd surely vomit blood out of anger. After all, the price of having the ship decorated like this might be even greater than the price of the warship itself. Xia Fei did not see anything wrong with what he intended to do. Since they already gifted the ship to me, it's now mine. What do they have to do with whatever I intend to do with it? Luxury isn't something that can feed anyone. In my opinion, doing everything I can to maximize the warship's capabilities is the correct choice. Xia Fei had always been very steadfast on this point. The several warships that he owned had all been modified by him to the point where they were all beyond recognition. Forget comfort. He had no problem if this ship's interior was piled high with all the equipment he needed till there was hardly any space to stand on. He could even resort to eating his meals on the floor. Whoosh! The warship disembarked quickly and went plunging out into the sea of stars almost instantly. Xia Fei stood there on the command deck and calmly adjusted all the equipment, a familiar sensation creeping up over him. The first time he had ventured out to space, Xia Fei was filled with passion. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed, and Xia Fei arrived at another universe, going on an adventure and succeeding in something that many would have not even dared to imagine. Now, it was the continuation of this risky adventure. Just who knew where the finish line would be for him? Give me the coordinates, asked Xia Fei somberly. Radix sighed and muttered. I've kept memories of these coordinates not because I wish to return to that place again, but because I'm warning and reminding myself that there are some things that I shouldn't do and some places I must never go. Do you seriously intend to go to Aquamarine's old lair? That place isn't just anywhere good. So you, Hosu, and my grandfather could go, but I can't. Xia Fei retorted, feeling indignant. There was no way Radix could convince Xia Fei otherwise, so he had no choice but to obediently give him the coordinates, directing Xia Fei to the place where Wistful Valley had obtained the immemorial mystical armaments all those years back, his heart heavy with worry. The destination has been set. 17 of the galaxies along this journey have negative safety ratings. Do you require a new route? Asked the AI computer, 17 white nodes lighting up on the display screen. Safety rating was the most important consideration for people traveling across this universe, and galaxies with low ratings could be in the middle of a conflict or might have intense electromagnetic interference. On average, a place with a safety rating of above 5 was deemed as a peaceful region, while an area with a rating between 5 and 0 was considered unsafe. As for the route that Xia Fei was about to take, 17 galaxies along the way had negative ratings, with the worst having as low as a -6.8 rating. It was an extremely unsafe region. No changes to the route. Head to the destination with the fastest speed possible. Have all the weapon systems maintain a 24-hour recharge cycle. Radar system, carry out a compound search. Energy system, run at 85%. Have the secondary reactor on standby. Xia Fei rattled off one command after another. This Apex warship, Diamond Star, in the Alpha universe was battle-ready from the very second it lifted off. Xia Fei was completely speechless. It turned out that old Fuchin also had a violent side, and the moment he heard that there was someone with golden eyes among the inverse, he immediately wanted to go and gouge those eyeballs out so that he could forge soul eyes with them. I never knew that the inverse living in the fringe of the universe would actually have such good resources. If I did, I'd have long since killed my way there, but it's not too late. The inverse has grown in size by the fringes, and there are hundreds of millions of them. I'm sure that they have quite a few experts among them. So if we gouge all their eyes out, I think that they'll make quite a collection of very decent resources. Fuchin stroked his chin as he muttered this, his pupils jumping in his excitement. This was truly what it meant to search far and wide for something that one ended up stumbling upon by chance. Xia Fei would have a hard time dealing with the inverse all by himself, but if the great spiritualist Fuchin was willing to lend a hand, then it would be another thing altogether. Xia Fei now knew well just what kind of power that this mysterious old man was hiding. Blinking, Xia Fei asked inquisitively, "Are these golden eyes really that magnificent, worth eradicating the inverse from the face of the universe?" Fuchin chuckled. "But of course, this pair of eyes is a product of soul solidification. In the process of the long cultivation that the inverse undergo, even their eyes will get affected by soul power, not just their seventh brain region, and then a huge amount of soul power will pour into their eyes, turning those into best-grade embryonic soul vessels. As for eradicating the inverse, that's really not a big deal. Any clan, like your Aurora clan, or race that has strength will join the Chaos Society, but the inverse that stay in the fringes can't be considered conventional sapient life forms. Even if they have some force backing them, it won't be at the level that can compete with the Alpha Universe's Chaos Society. Vanquishing them won't be much trouble at all. Being able to eliminate the inverse so that he could bring over his beloved Avril to the Alpha Universe was of course something Xia Fei looked forward to very much. It was just that Fuchin had spoken so easily about taking care of the inverse that Xia Fei found it somewhat hard to believe. This was because, as someone who had fought with the inverse before, he was well aware that neither the quality nor the quantity of the inverse army could be underestimated. Fuchin could tell what Xia Fei was thinking, and he expressed his disagreement. Though the inverse are vast in numbers and are brutal in nature, they're nevertheless living out in the darkest corners of the Alpha universe, unable to threaten any of its residents. There's but one reason for this. The inverse aren't considered a powerful force around here. Let's just take Chaos Society as an example. The Aurora clan, Venus of Eternal Night, and Tongxing Pavilion's conglomerate. You've seen all three of them in action. The moment a battle breaks out, the Alpha Universe's Chaos Society will mobilize thousands and even tens of thousands of such clans to rally for battle. How can the inverse seek to resist that? That's why the main forces that the inverse can muster are nothing more than ants in the eyes of Chaos Society. Those vermins being able to roam freely in the fringes is just because they have yet to be dealt with, that's all. Xia Fei nodded. The Aurora clan could be considered second tier in the Alpha universe, with Wistful Hyzus as the sole peak war god among its soul practitioners. There were even more of those older men that had already retired from the pugilist world. With countless of such clans joining hands, They could of course wield a force that the inverse would be unable to fend off. The Alpha universe was undoubtedly a much higher plane compared to the law realm, and be it technology or the number of experts, the former obviously surpassed the latter in every way. Eliminating the inverse and returning into Avril's arms was naturally important to Xia Fei, but it was hardly the most urgent matter at hand. Right now, Xia Fei was keen on taking a look at Aquamarine's old lair and on re-establishing the Aurora Academy. With such thoughts swirling in his head, Xia Fei retrieved the pair of golden eyes from Fuchin and said, "Since these two eyes are great for forging soul eyes, why don't we use the time we have on this voyage to do just that?" Fuchin smiled and replied softly, "We won't be doing it. You will. These are yours, so if you want to make them into soul eyes, what has that got to do with me? Don't think that you can succeed in forging soul eyes just because you heard me explain the process, though. After all, that's a complex soul vessel. Most people will have a very hard time accomplishing it." The more difficult Fuchin described the forging process of the soul eyes to Xia Fei, the more he had the desire to try it. "You need at least 2 soul marks in order to forge a pair of soul eyes. You still can't do it at the moment," Fuchin said. Xia Fei shrugged. "Oh, so that's the case. It just so happens that I have enough spirit energy right now, so I'll first tackle advancing before attempting to forge my first ever pair of soul eyes." "How much spirit energy can you possibly have? You must have no more than a few dozen standard units left after using a lot to slay that jewel form of Aquamarine, right?" Fuchin asked. Xia Fei smirked as he answered softly, "Not a lot. Just 220 units left." "What?" This time, it was Fuchin's turn to lose his composure. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected that Xia Fei would end up with many times more than the amount of spirit energy he had used up. Even after forging 12 soul vessels, Xia Fei still had a shocking amount of energy left in his 7th brain region. It was as plenty as 220 standard units. How's that possible? You've only got 1.5 spirit marks. Normally, even if you have an unrestrained soul spirit mark, every spirit mark can at most only store around 100 standard units of spirit energy. Just how did you do it?" Fuchin asked, flabbergasted once more. Xia Fei answered nonchalantly, "I'm not sure, but I just did. Just did it." Fuchin said that he must at least have 2 soul marks before he could forge soul eyes, so Xia Fei immediately devoted himself to cultivation without dawdling for even a second. Energy was the foundation to everything, and energy was what Xia Fei had in abundance. "This is sick," Fuchin muttered under his breath while he watched Xia Fei delve into his cultivation with great fervor. This was no ordinary soul mark, but rather an unrestrained soul spirit mark. It was the most mysterious, most ancient, and rarest type of energy in the Alpha universe. A spiritualist that had an unrestrained soul spirit mark was not just any average spiritualist, but an orthodox spiritualist. Instead, boom. Following the forming of a soul mark, the cry of 9 dragons filled the air. For days after the superspeed warship Diamond Star began its journey to the Valley of Wind, Xia Fei finished forming his 2nd soul mark. It was no longer a vague and illusory shadow, but rather a complete and distinct soul mark. It spun rapidly, both soul marks juxtaposing. Xia Fei sighed, and then opened his eyes, only to find Fuchin staring at him with a modicum of surprise, almost as if he had been shocked by something. Shock was to be expected. Soul mark cultivation involved dark energy, and it was different from any law power. Of course, it was extremely shocking for Fuchin to see Xia Fei use just 4 days to form his 2nd soul mark. The strong led long lives, meaning that they could use decades, centuries, or even millennia of their time just to make a breakthrough. However, even if Xia Fei was at the extent where he could activate his utilization of dark energy, advancement was still up to the heavens. How could Fuchin not be shocked when he knew of this fact? Perhaps it was because he did not want Xia Fei to be too pleased with himself, but Fuchin pouted and acted as if this was not a big deal. "Oh, that's quite a good rate of cultivation. Since you've managed to attain your 2nd soul mark, this officially makes you a level 2 spiritualist. You'll be able to store more energy in your brain region now, and the speed at which you forge soul vessels, as well as your combat strength, will see a substantial increase. But don't you gloat just yet. Being a level 2 spiritualist isn't enough for you to roam the stars freely. You must work even harder in the future." Xia Fei nodded. He was not one for smugness and boasting in the first place. Xia Fei's development had halted some time ago because he was injured. Right now, his cultivation speed had merely gotten back in order. He was already used to having a rocket-like progress. After all that, he went to the command deck and checked the daily logs for this journey. Xia Fei had been pretty lucky this time. Though he had chosen a route with the lowest safety rating, he had not encountered any real danger thus far. Occasionally, this ship would come across one or more small-time pirate ships, but Xia Fei did not even bother paying them any amount of attention. After all, his was a super-speed warship famed across the Alpha universe. No pirate ship could afford to take on this Diamond Star even if they wanted to. In 3 days' time, we'll be arriving in the Valley of Wind. This ship is truly amazing. To think that we spent a whole month just to reach that place all those years back. Yet now we're about to reach our destination as we travel at a speed 4 times of ours in the past, Radix said excitedly, his voice slightly tinged with mild worry. Fuchin shook his head. We'll be fine most of the way, but the final star region we'll be passing through is the microquietude star region, which has a -6.8 safety rating. We'll need to be careful once we enter that area. Many warships end up getting destroyed, not even leaving behind any wreckage to speak of, for no apparent reason while passing through it. No one knows just what can possibly be causing such accidents in that region. Radix chimed in. We also felt nervous and on edge when we passed through the microquietude star region back then. Fortunately, we were quite lucky and didn't encounter anything major. Aside from a meteor shower carrying electromagnetic pulses, the rest of the journey could be considered uneventful. The reason why very few people will set out for the Valley of Wind star system and why Aquamarine managed to evade detection by hiding there is mainly the microquietude star region serving as a natural barrier. After all, anyone who's thinking of heading to the Valley of Wind will have to pass through the area, and only a few dare to take the risk. We'll be fine in the micro-darkness star region after passing through the microquietude star region, for our ship will only be traveling on its periphery, and there's nothing much to worry about that. Xia Fei nodded. He had already designated the system to wake him the moment they arrived at the border of the microquietude star region, transferring toward manual control for him to pilot the ship. Xia Fei, who was a speedster, could drive the ship at a faster rate compared to the AI computer. Furthermore, he had a stronger sense of danger that no computer out there could match, so Xia Fei trusted himself more with the warship than the machines. After getting everything set up, Xia Fei sat on a couch and lit himself a cigarette. He proceeded to take out the 2 yellow eyes from his spatial ring. Now that he had reached a sufficient level, the next step was for him to try turning these golden eyes into soul eyes. Xia Fei, who was quite the excellent thinker, would plan through every step and consider every possible unforeseen change first before getting started in anything. Fuchin eyed that pair of golden eyes, and he could not help but say, "What you've got there are the quality materials, so don't let them go to waste. If I'm not wrong, you'll likely achieve unimaginable functions if you manage to fashion soul eyes out of that pair of eyeballs." Xia Fei was startled and then asked with a smile, "What sort of function? Combat-related, perhaps?" Fuchin replied, "It's just a feeling, and I can't say for sure. You'll naturally know what it does if you succeed in turning that pair of eyes into soul eyes." To elicit such a reaction from Fuchin meant that this pair of eyeballs was by no means some inferior item. Xia Fei chose his bedroom as the place where he would forge the soul eyes and then got the area ready. Environment was very important when forging soul weapons. This was akin to planting watermelons in the desert. It took a miracle for it to grow. Whatever was needed for forging whatever soul weapon must be met. So if a spiritualist did not have the right environment, then they had to create it themselves. Xia Fei, who had vast amounts of energy stored in his brain region, would not be forging a soul weapon for the first time, so he soon had the room prepared. The luxurious bed had been very savagely torn apart, revealing the sturdy floorboards below. Xia Fei had even used a dagger to dig out 2 ditches, where he placed the 2 golden eyes inside. Interesting. He didn't seal them. Instead, he directly placed the eyes into the center of the spirit energy, Fuchin said with wrinkled eyebrows. Peeking at Xia Fei through the half window, he muttered, "Just what will this freak create? I'm truly looking forward to the result." The golden eyes were floating in mid-air, enveloped in a strong spirit energy. The spirit energy Xia Fei released kept flowing along the set path, almost like an ocean's current, until it converged, like a vortex, submerging the golden eyes. Fuchin was carefully watching through the half window in the bedroom. The moment he saw the spirit energy gathering into a vortex, he finally could not resist the excitement he felt and tightly clenched his fist. Could Xia Fei not be fooling around doing it like this? Fuchin's exclusive soul servant, Wraith, asked inquisitively. Having followed Fuchin for many years, even Wraith had decent knowledge of the spiritualist path. Unfortunately, he was ultimately a soul, so he could never be an actual spiritualist. However, though he could not become a spiritualist, Wraith still had quite some foresight, and what he had seen Xia Fei do was not something he had seen before. Not bad. Not bad at all. Those spiritualists who have forged soul weapons before all relied on their strength to control basic soul vessels, mostly by using force, before flooding them with spirit energy, changing the soul vessel's nature. But what Xia Fei's doing is borrowing the power of nature instead, exclaimed Fuchin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The power of nature. We're on a ship, though, inside his room even, not at some picturesque landscape with mountains and rivers. Where's this power of nature coming from? Asked Wraith, even more puzzled than before. While there isn't any power of nature aboard this ship, Xia Fei managed to transmute the environment and to create his own version of the power of nature. Fuchin said loudly, "Look, the energy, which can guide soul power, is mimicking how an ocean wave moves, and this energy will accelerate as it passes through the veins of a soul vessel. He's created an undercurrent of nature." What Xia Fei had done was not actually something hard to comprehend. No one could control the flows of nature. So how did these currents become waves? And how did these waves end up turning into tides? It was actually because of external forces: wind, sun, moon, and even temperature. Things that existed beyond the waves helped move the seas and oceans, turning one peaceful sea surface into a rough sea after another. Xia Fei did not touch the spirit energy itself, but did a little trick of rearranging his room, allowing his own spiritual energy to flow like nature's ocean wave. There was no need for Xia Fei to feed a soul vessel with spirit energy, for spirit energy could now flow naturally into the soul vessel according to his arrangement of the room. What an ingenious idea. Fuchin became animated. He may not possess a high level, which is his only weakness when forging soul weapons, and has no way of doing it my way, forcibly flooding a soul vessel with spirit energy, but his own method is actually more efficient, since Xia Fei can now transmute spirit energy to the power of nature. Like this, he won't need to expend much mental energy as he makes a powerful energy wave, which no soul vessel can resist by the way, and as long as he focuses on reversing the soul vessel, he can even skip the process of infusing spirit energy to it. This is no different from how a paddy field can do without the troublesome and labor-intensive process of a farmer manually carrying water and irrigating it by placing a water wheel beside it. The farmer won't need to perform manual labor and can irrigate the paddy field by making use of nature. Wraith froze momentarily as he mumbled. So that's how it is. Xia Fei sure is clever. Because of his low level, he is unable to infuse much spirit energy, which can be deemed as a shortcoming. But with his method, his shortcoming has actually turned into his strength. Even if he has to spend days and nights forging a soul weapon, Xia Fei won't tire out easily. This method is too formidable. Why hasn't anyone thought of it before? Fuchin shook his head. Anyone? Even if someone did think of it, they might be unable to do it. And that's because they don't have Xia Fei's fine control of energy. Don't just look at how Xia Fei has managed to skip the step of pouring spirit energy into a soul vessel. He's actually making fine-tuned adjustments to his environment at every second. Without super speed, dexterity, and superb energy control, there's no way anyone can do it. This is a talent uniquely Xia Fei's. No one else can copy his method. Energy control had always been Xia Fei's forte. Even way back, Xia Fei had demonstrated incredible control of energy. This did not mean that he possessed powerful energy. Rather, no matter how potent the energy, Xia Fei could perfectly control it once he got hold of it. The energy would go as Xia Fei directed, like a docile little lamb. Another proof of that was currently happening right before his eyes. This surge of spirit energy, which no one besides Xia Fei could control, was being perfectly controlled by him. Energy was the foundation of everything, and forging soul vessels required it even more. The moment Xia Fei gained control of energy, successfully forging soul weapons would just be a matter of time. For 3 consecutive days, Fuchen did not leave his spot outside Xia Fei's window. Sometimes, he would even wake up in the middle of the night to check on Xia Fei's progress. His glee would grow exponentially, but so would the look of worry in his eyes. It was almost as if something had been bothering him. Wraith, who could understand what Fuchen was feeling, sighed. The spiritualist population has been on a steady decline, while the orthodox spiritualist populace has long since reached a point where there's no one left to inherit the ways. These are all things that can't be remedied. It doesn't matter how melancholic you feel. Since Xia Fei has caught your eye, why not just take him in as your disciple? Fuchen heaved a long sigh, shaking his head slightly as he replied with a heavy heart. Orthodox spiritualists don't have seeds of life. Even someone as powerful as I am will die one day. I've already taken a casual look at my eventual demise and accepted my fate. What I can't let go is my sect. I have this nagging feeling that letting the orthodox spiritualist line die out with me is letting down my master and ancestors. Xia Fei is really strong, but if I do take him in. Spiritualists placed an emphasis on talent, and while Fuchen had the desire to revitalize his sect, he had not found someone who possessed an unrestrained soul spirit mark. That was until he met Xia Fei. The young man had no master, but had still managed to activate his soul mark. He was also brimming with talent and had plenty of traits Fuchen looked fondly to, which was why he had this idea of taking in Xia Fei as a disciple. Alas, Fuchen found Xia Fei's personality to be very unfathomable. He was too crafty. He was an obstinate person who refused to ever be at a disadvantage or to take a loss. Anyone who stabbed Xia Fei in the back would find him stomping on their ancestral graves, even if it meant mutual destruction on both sides. He was simply too ruthless. Wraith commented, "For the sake of survival, many warriors will adopt a ruthless persona, but only a handful can demonstrate Xia Fei's depth of ruthlessness. I suppose that you're worried about others having no way of surviving if Xia Fei officially treads the orthodox spiritualist path. Honestly, Xia Fei is quite good at killing, especially those people he dislikes and his enemies." Hearing Wraith's words, Fuchen could not help but roll his eyes. Wraith was truly someone who would say what should not be said, specifically picking on Fuchen's worries. Fuchen actually had 2 disciples, Basalt and Lingxing. How could a significant figure like him be out traveling on his own? He had no disciples accompanying him, which showed just how dissatisfied he had been with those disciples of his. As for his fellow orthodox spiritualists out there, Fuchen had his qualms on how they behaved. There were not many spiritualists, and even fewer were orthodox spiritualists. Every spiritualist in the universe had been spoiled rotten till all sorts of attitudes, like only being after profit or only caring about themselves, cropped up. The number of vices they had acquired was simply too many to count. Fuchen was a very sentimental sort. When he met Xia Fei, he had traveled a long distance just to help a descendant of an old acquaintance. Though he had requested the specialties of that family, what kind of figure was Fuchen? Did someone of his caliber have to make a trip to that remote planet in some backward galaxy, just so he could enjoy some local specialties? At the end of the day, he was just being sentimental. Fuchen even wanted to find ways of protecting the partial descendants of a dead friend, and this point became even more obvious the longer he spent time getting along with Xia Fei. For the sake of Xia Fei, he had willingly used that tricolored soul eye, which he had been saving for so many years without a second thought, and this was despite the fact that the two had only been acquainted a handful or so of days. After some rumination, Fuchen said, "Given Xia Fei's personality, he'll definitely end up fighting with Basalt and Lingxing when they meet. Though my 2 disciples have good cultivation, they're far from being Xia Fei's match, be it their brains or talent, so they'll only end up getting killed by him." Wraith smiled. "That's of course. It'll be fine as long as they don't provoke Xia Fei, but the moment they do, they'll surely be doomed to death. Unfortunately, given the personality of those 2, if you accept Xia Fei, Basalt and Lingxing will definitely act despicable toward him. Even before, I've always thought that Basalt and Lingxing are too insidious and ruthless, but after meeting Xia Fei, I have to admit that he's the most vicious out of them 3. Still, I have to speak fairly on this. Xia Fei is devious against others, but he's a lot more loyal and righteous to those people he cares about compared to your two disciples. Fuchen sighed again. He glanced at his exclusive soul and said in a low voice, "How rare. We've butted heads for so many years before, and yet for the first time, I've actually heard you say some heartfelt words." Wraith pouted disapprovingly. "You're nearing the end of your life in any case. I'll be free once you're dead, so there's no need for me to keep being your enemy." Fuchen remained silent for a while before saying, "Then speak. I won't blame you." SC. Wraith continued, "I shall be honest then. I think that it's fine if Basalt and Ling Xing die. At most, the universe will just be losing two scourges. You only told Xia Fei that the orthodox spiritualists are the strongest type of spiritualist, but you didn't tell him that orthodox spiritualist reputation is in the gutter. That doesn't matter, though. It'll just be a matter of time before he finds out. Not only will Xia Fei find out, Basalt, Ling Xing, and that senior brother of yours will learn of your connection to him. While you didn't take in Xia Fei as a disciple, it's not as if you didn't impart anything to him. How else would he be able to forge soul eyes inside that room if not for that? Just from this point alone, Ling Xing and the others are sure not to let him off. And knowing Xia Fei's personality, how do you think he'll react?" The color on Fuchen's face drained as he exclaimed, "Are you telling me I've already caused grief to Xia Fei?" Wraith did not answer and merely nodded. Thinking on this, Fuchen said, "If I really take in Xia Fei as a disciple, given his personality, the orthodox spiritualist line will be finished. My disciples, my senior's disciple, they'll all die at Xia Fei's hands." Wraith shrugged helplessly. "Well, I can't help you there. You'll have to make the decision yourself." Fuchen was utterly stupefied. Fuchen felt that Xia Fei had high chances of revitalizing the orthodox spiritualist line, but taking in the young man would spell out doom to his entire sect, be it his disciples or his senior brother. Despite how they had turned into, Fuchen had never once picked a fight with them. Xia Fei, meanwhile. Speaking of which, it really could not be helped. It had been quite some time since Xia Fei stumbled into any trouble. He was, in fact, having a rare few days of peace. Alas, trouble was about to find its way to him again, for before he even joined the orthodox spiritualist line, he had already made a bunch of enemies for no apparent reason. That was when something unexpected happened. The superspeed warship's, Diamond Star's, engine came to a complete stall. "What's going on? Why has the warship stopped on its own?" Fuchen asked, puzzled. Though Diamond Star was advanced, it still made noise as it flew through space. It could not be helped. The superspeed engine power was too great, and going at full speed, the ship's hull would shake ever so slightly, which was why both Fuchen and Wraith immediately felt it happen when the ship came to a sudden stop. "We must have reached the microquietude star region. Xia Fei set this warship to manual mode the moment we reached the microquietude star region." Wraith thought about it and said. Fuchen did not pay much heed to this. This was when the light inside the room suddenly dimmed, but then a golden glow, akin to that of a sun, instantly filled the room. It was so bright they had to shut their eyes. "The soul eyes are complete," Fuchen and Wraith exclaimed at the same time. Several minutes later, Xia Fei walked out of the room with a big grin on his face. Because he had utilized his unique method, Xia Fei had expended the least amount of concentration in forging those soul eyes and was not in the least bit tired. Seeing Fuchen, Xia Fei smiled and handed over a golden eye. This golden eye, which had once been extremely sturdy, appeared to be very fragile now. But it was not fragile in the sense of weakness. Rather, its attribute had completely been altered by Xia Fei, transforming from a solid soul form into a proper soul weapon. 1. As long as the soul eyes were shattered, it would unleash an attack on a massive scale. Fuchen took the golden eye into his hand and laughed. "The quality isn't bad. Its previous solid soul form has already been completely converted, but just what attribute did you add to the soul eyes, and what soul array is hidden in it? These are all conditions that directly decide the attack power of a soul eye." Xia Fei shrugged. "It's easy if you wish to find out. Why don't you shatter the eye and see it in action?" Fuchen burst out laughing. "Then I'll be wasting this pair of soul eyes that you spent a lot of effort forging. Forget it. Better if you leave it on you to protect yourself with." "I'm giving this to you," said Xia Fei in a completely casual tone, unexpectedly. Fuchen was surprised and felt very awkward. Xia Fei was being extremely generous. This was a top-grade golden soul eyes, and he was actually giving it to him so easily? Are you insane? This is a pair of soul eyes. You can exchange it for half of Tongxing Pavilion if you sell this to Tong Jinliang. Fuchen blurted out, confused. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stated softly, "There's no way I could have forged soul eyes without your help. Plus, there's an old saying from where I come from. A drop of kindness should receive a fountain of gratitude in return. I don't care about others, but I know very well who is good or bad to me, and I take it to heart. Last time, because of me, your tricolored soul eyes got used, so this one here is my compensation. I couldn't possibly let you keep taking losses for me." Xia Fei was speaking rather casually, but this was ultimately still a pair of soul eyes. Even Fuchen, a peak individual, found it to be a decent combat weapon, so Xia Fei's act of giving this to this old man had caused him to feel rather touched. Actually, this was but one side of Xia Fei's personality. He treated his own very well. In fact, all those individuals who had become his comrades in the past ended up with wealth that could rival nations. These people whom Xia Fei called his own had all found success after following him, so they were of course even more loyal toward him, forming a close-knit group of friends. Of course, being acknowledged by Xia Fei was no easy feat. Fuchen was speechless. He had been so moved he was at a complete loss for words. Several minutes ago, he had been complaining about how crazy Xia Fei was, becoming unsure if he should take the young man in as a disciple, but now it seemed like the benefits of having Xia Fei were much greater than not having him. Heaven to one side and hell to another. Xia Fei's two different personalities put Fuchen in quite the spot. When Xia Fei was kind, he was very kind, but when he was bad, he could be the most heartless demon, and there was never an in-between. "What's the matter?" Xia Fei asked curiously when he saw Fuchen's eyes suddenly turning glossy. "Nothing. I must have had too much dinner, so my stomach is now feeling bloated." Fuchen lied. Xia Fei promptly lifted his head and frowned. "The warship has come to a halt." He looked down to check the time, and his expression turned stern. He then made a beeline for the command deck. "We've reached the microquietude star region. The warship naturally came to a stop, as you programmed it," Fuchen said. "First, the warship is set to inform me automatically the moment we arrive at the microquietude star region, yet I haven't been informed. Second, according to the time, we should have arrived at the microquietude star region 1 hour and 20 minutes ago." Xia Fei's gaze went cold as he somberly refuted Fuchen's initial presumption. Shock. The moment Xia Fei learned of the reason behind why the warship had come to a halt, he and Fuchen were both completely shocked. "According to the route I plotted, we ought to have arrived at the microquietude star region, yet we've reached micro-darkness instead," said Xia Fei in a low voice after he checked the data on the star map. Fuchen asked, curious, "I don't understand ships, but a star map won't lie, and it's even less likely for an AI navigation system to lie. There's no reason for the warship to lead you to the micro-darkness star region when you clearly assigned your destination as the microquietude." Xia Fei shook his head and rapidly tapped away on the system interface. The daily logs of the voyage, the records on the star map. Xia Fei pulled everything out, causing the entire screen to be crammed full with the windows open. Anyone who had not been professionally trained to read all these complex data and numbers would surely find themselves disconcerted at the convoluted sight. The warship didn't make a mistake, and the route is fine, too, but the position of the star region has changed. Xia Fei concluded after he took a drag of his cigarette, looking out into the inky black space. The position of the star region changed? Radix was astonished. The universe was in constant motion, but was it enough to facilitate this change, or had it been a long time since he last came here that everything was not as he remembered it? This was trouble. Compared to the microquietude star region, microdarkness was far more dangerous. Anyone or any ship that planned to pass through this star region would be at risk of dying by 90%. Xia Fei shook his head again. This change didn't happen in the past, but just several days ago. Everyone was stunned. An entire star region had inexplicably moved in a matter of days. This was simply incomprehensible. "Everyone look." Xia Fei pointed at the star map on the screen. This star map was updated 9 days ago, meaning that something or someone changed this star region in those 9 days. The warship coming to a halt at this time was was because of the sudden change in the star region being something far beyond the scope of the computer's calculating capabilities. It couldn't make heads or tails of what had happened here, thereby triggering its emergency safety protocol, which caused the ship to halt completely. Incomprehensible. This was an utterly incomprehensible situation. Star regions were vast. How could they change so drastically in such a short time? More importantly, they had no idea if the old layer of aquamarine, Valley of Wind, was still where it should be. If even the Valley of Wind had moved, then this operation would become a lot harder, for this was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. What should we do now? Radix asked. In front of us is the micro-darkness star region, an infamous place of death in the Alpha universe. Why don't we send out some unmanned surveillance drones for now? We'll make our move in accordance with what we find out after. Unmanned drones were very popular in the Alpha universe as well. Aside from engaging in combat, they could aid people in the exploration of unknown regions. As they were just machines that would not be afraid of death, they had no qualms on venturing into very dangerous territories. There's no time. Xia Fei rejected the suggestion firmly. His fingers tapped away quickly, turning on the multispectral ray emitter. He saw 3 distinct lines appear on the screen, extending deep into the micro-darkness star region. 3 ships before us have already ventured into the micro-darkness star region. Of the 3, 1 is a large warship and 2 are small warships. If I'm not mistaken, they should be on their way to the Valley of Wind, too, for Aquamarine's leftover inheritance. Those searching with unmanned drones will be a lot safer. The speed can slow us down. By the time we acquire enough information from the drones and end our search, I'm afraid that our competitions will have gotten far ahead of us, Xia Fei said. A ship's drive would exhaust energy, leaving behind a distinct energy signature in space. These residues were at the molecular level and would not dissipate in a short time. The 3 aforementioned distinct trails were not far away, meaning that, at most, a day had passed when these 3 warships took that huge risk, venturing deep into the micro-darkness star region, the star region of death. Why? Why had they all appeared in unison? Were they not afraid of the destructive environment of the micro-darkness star region, going ahead without hesitation? Xia Fei had a bold hypothesis. Aquamarine. It was Aquamarine's death that had caused this star region to change, causing strangers to risk it all and charge headlong toward the Valley of Wind. It was very possible that the secrets Aquamarine had hidden were more plentiful than what Xia Fei originally assumed. There was no way for Xia Fei to know exactly the sort of secrets Aquamarine held, but he was certain that those people on board the 3 ships were all his rivals. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved his hands quickly and proceeded to have the ship accelerate at top speed. I have now designated the ship to follow the trail left behind by those 3 unknown ships. Fuchen, there's still time for you to regret coming along. Xia Fei smiled. Fuchen shook his head. What regrets will I have? Let's go. I want to see just what sort of people managed to reach this place earlier than us. Originally, Xia Fei thought that he was lucky enough to be heading to Aquamarine's old lair in the Valley of Wind, and it would be his good fortune if he found anything of value, but it would not be too big of a loss if he found nothing. Now, with unknown warships ahead of him seemingly bound for the Valley of Wind as well, Xia Fei had no choice but to focus on proceeding with caution. To gain the greatest rewards, he would have to bear the greatest risks. From the moment he realized that the star region had gotten displaced to when he later learned of the unknown ship's presence, Xia Fei had not left the command deck even for a second. In the Alpha universe, only a few warships could rival the Diamond Star in terms of speed. Though Xia Fei was late, his ship had a more top-notch speed. Plus, the rumored dangerous micro-darkness star region was uncharacteristically peaceful, making those in it feel that something was very off about the place. RS-0. 10 hours or so later, the radar's klaxon blared. According to what it had surveyed, there was a large piece of synthetic metal on their route, which was directly in front of them. Synthetic metal was high-grade alloy that had been processed by sapient life forms, making it not a natural resource. Evidently, Xia Fei had already caught up to the last warship. Do you want me and Furball to get out and prepare? Radix asked. Diamond Star was not a dedicated warship, and its speciality lay in its speed. In a real fight, they would have to rely on Radix controlling the fiendish blade Nirvana and both Furball and Xia Fei getting out in space. There's no need. This is a death signal, Xia Fei solemnly stated. A death signal? Everyone was shocked. In such a short time frame, a massacre had already broken out. After over an hour, Xia Fei and his companions saw the source of the signal. The large cruiser was the one that had been scuttled, its entire hull riddled in holes, meaning that it had been subjected to a crazy assault. Some parts of the armor were still glowing red and emitting smoke from scalding heat, which signified that the battle involving the cruiser had occurred not too long ago. Diamond Star was a small superspeed warship. While that unknown ship, which had been struck down, was a cruiser, it was many times larger compared to Xia Fei's ship. From the damage, this ship must have been scuttled through sheer firepower. These aren't the signs of an expert's attack, Radix said. Xia Fei had already come to the same conclusion. If this was the handiwork of a being, the damage would not be so consistent. So out of the 3 warships, at least one has superb firepower. Even if the warriors on board don't head out to space and fight, they'll still have the power to deal a fatal blow on their opponents. We'll have to be careful against such an opponent, Fuchin advised. Fighting out in this kind of place was not the scary part. It was that they would be in trouble if their warship got damaged or even destroyed in the process. Without the support of their superspeed warship and just going by their strength alone, it would take even for the speedster Xia Fei to make it out of this uninhabited region. This was why it was very important for people to protect their warships even in the Alpha universe. After all, one still had to depend on their warships to leave a place after every battle. From what I've observed so far, a large warship might be responsible for the destruction of this warship. Xia Fei shared his thoughts out loud. That's very possible. Large warships are of such gargantuan size that they can be fitted with plenty of arsenals. How should we deal with such a scenario? Radix nodded and asked. Give chase, but don't engage, Xia Fei replied firmly. 3 ships arrived here one after the other, which shows that they're from 3 different teams. Combat will break out if they bump into one another, and from the remains of this ship, all we can do is wait. Radix was surprised at first, but he soon exclaimed, We can wait till the other 2 ships are severely damaged before swooping in and eliminating them all. Xia Fei let out a long sigh. It won't be that easy. If one side is too strong and can handily beat the other without incurring much loss, we'll still have to face that strong opponent at their peak capability. Come, let's just take things as they come. It will always be troublesome when it comes to dealing with potential opponents. There was no way plans could adapt quickly enough or keep up with the changes. Just as Xia Fei was tracking down the remaining 2 warships, an unexpected storm struck. It's a dark matter particle storm. Xia Fei, we must come up with a way to hide from this storm as soon as possible. Radix cried in alarm. No need to panic. The warship can withstand it, assuaged Xia Fei. Dark matter had a violent nature, and though it was just a minor particle storm, it was still more than capable of inflicting substantial damage to any warship. Fortunately, Xia Fei's warship had a resilient diamond-shaped hull, which could adapt to a storm's strength, so it would not have a hard time withstanding such volatile elements. Fuchin was still a little worried. What if the number of these particles increases, intensifying the storm? I'm afraid that we'll be in hot soup. Xia Fei chuckled. What can trouble us can also trouble our opponents. Though our warship is small, it actually has the slimmest chances of being threatened by it. This is a once-in-a-million opportunity right now. Maintain our engines at 100% capacity, full speed ahead. Xia Fei gave this order to the AI computer. For some reason, Xia Fei had actually ordered the ship to increase its speed. The radar had a limited search range, and right now, those 2 warships still had no idea that Xia Fei was secretly on their trial. The moment he increased their speed and closed in the distance, though, their ship would appear on the rival warship's radars, thereby exposing it. Radix and Fuchin both kept quiet. It was clear that Xia Fei had his plan, and given their current circumstance, all they could do was place their trust on him. Their speed kept climbing. Diamond Star was almost forging ahead at full speed. Half an hour later, a white appeared on their radar, indicating a large battlecruiser. Its speed was not great, but it boasted impressive firepower. Sure enough, the ship with the greatest firepower has been sandwiched in the middle. If my assumption proves to be right, the warship far in front should also be damaged, Xia Fei stated calmly. Fuchin and Radix could only express their astonishment. They had no idea where and when Xia Fei had come up with his speculation. After all, none of them had even seen that ship far out in front. Yet Xia Fei had already guessed that it was damaged. His reasoning abilities were simply too ridiculous. "How did you know all these things?" asked Fuchin, curious. "It's clear to me from the traces left behind that the 3 ships are all different models. When we entered the star region, I saw that the 3 residual trails were not too far from one another. There could only be 2 possibilities for that. 1, all 3 warships are about the same size, and 2, they entered the region one after another separately. Because of the time that has passed from the first entry, the trail has gradually dissipated, so now it appears as if the 3 trails are more or less going on the same route. According to the molecular residual theory of the 3 ships, one is definitely a battlecruiser with overwhelming firepower. It's not hard to guess that the huge ship was the first to enter the micro-darkness star region. It came first, but since the other 2 ships are smaller compared to it, both have an edge when it comes to speed, so they'd have naturally eventually outrun the big ship. One of the small ships must have received damage from that large ship's firepower, and now the small ship in front is having trouble ensuring its safety, too. Though it's in the lead, it has probably sustained damage, too. Xia Fei's analysis was fairly comprehensive. Radix and Fuchin nodded repeatedly as they listened to him. Radix was fine, for he had experienced Xia Fei's extremely accurate inferences before, but Fuchin, who had only been in Xia Fei's company recently, was truly greatly shocked. "So what do we do? Should we take on that battlecruiser by force?" Radix asked. "No, we'll speed past it to get in front," replied Xia Fei calmly. "That's too dangerous. The battlecruiser's firepower covers a wide area. If we want to speed past it, then we'll have to take a wide arc. In the event it's fitted with a super long-range strike weapon, we'll find ourselves buried in the stars." Radix yelped. He was different from Fuchin. He was once a Soul ship's core, so he had a deep understanding of how warships operated, and he could easily tell just how dangerous that maneuver was. None of the 2 had expected Xia Fei to smile at this time. He then contradicted Radix's statement. "First, the area that the ship in front's firepower covers isn't that large, or else the other cruiser would have already been destroyed. Second, the dark matter particle storm is still raging. That'll make it extremely difficult for it to target and lock onto our ship, making this an excellent opportunity for us." As their diamond star got closer and closer, the radar could already clearly make out the battlecruiser's outline. Xia Fei attempted to overtake the ship by circling around it from the outside, but after that cruiser discovered the diamond star's presence, it very quickly changed its course and moved close. "It really didn't open fire. Does it really not have a super long-range strike weapon?" Radix exclaimed. At this moment, the distance between the 2 warships had already grown big, while both kept pace with each other. Furthermore, Xia Fei's warship was quickly leaving the other in his engine plume with the diamond star's advantage in speed. Seeing this scene, the enemy warship had probably gotten very anxious, but it was useless anyway. The battlecruiser had amazing firepower, but its speed was average, with it not being in the least bit agile. Xia Fei had already determined its weakness through logical analysis, so the one on board that other ship could only watch blankly as Xia Fei overtook them. Speed was everything. All of them were heading to Aquamarine's old lair, and whoever arrived first could gain the benefits that came along with that feat. Radix felt excited, but the expression on Fuchin's face had become somber at this time. His gaze was locked onto the sight outside the window. That dark matter particle storm was extremely scary, capable of puncturing holes the size of sesame seeds on their ship's hull if it ever made contact. Fortunately, the hull was thick enough, so minor damages would not be something they should fear. The dark matter particle storm is becoming even more intense. We might be getting close to the heart of the storm. Fuchin gulped audibly. "Yes, but this is the fastest route. I already calculated it. The battlecruiser has an 80% chance of brushing past the eye of this storm," replied Xia Fei calmly. Radix was stunned, the excitement he was initially feeling completely gone now. He muttered, "A chance of 80%? That means that there's a 20% chance of encountering danger." "That's right," replied Xia Fei simply. His eyes were filled with so much determination. Xia Fei's decisive expression brought Fuchin and Radix great confidence. Without a doubt, he was an expert when it came to piloting warships. In addition, he was great at calculating things. 2 hours had passed, and the warship, which was in front, had also appeared in the radar's range, but the dark matter particle storm was getting even fiercer. The radar display was filled with static, as the entire ship rocked more vigorously. You're right. That warship has indeed received damage. Its signal radius is obviously stronger, but its signal is erratic and unstable. Radix stared at the radar for several minutes before reporting this. VV. On average, the smaller and flatter a warship, the weaker the signal radius. However, after this warship got struck, its shape had become irregular, which was why the signal radius increased accordingly. Xia Fei had guessed correctly. When this ship went past that battlecruiser, it had received quite a severe beating. It was just that its engine was so advanced that it could forcibly increase the distance to escape with the lives of those aboard. Xia Fei's grip on the wheel became firm as he steered it into the eye of the storm. What are you doing? That's in the direction of the eye of the storm. We're doomed if the particle storm hits us. Radix shouted in fright. Xia Fei was unfazed. If you got a chance to kill an opponent, would you pass it up? Radix and Fuchin were both startled. After all that, Xia Fei was actually hell-bent on killing his opponent here. As they drew closer to the eye of the storm, the shaking of the warship became much more severe. Xia Fei's brain was racing, as everyone's lives were now in his hands. Right when it seemed like the warship could no longer withstand it, Xia Fei suddenly controlled the wheel to turn the warship around. Fuchin and Radix had finally understood at that moment. The storm was proliferating from the center. Xia Fei had chosen the appropriate angle by which he could borrow the dark matter particle storm's force. Whoosh! Their speed had become faster than ever. Due to the storm's force, the Diamond Star warship was now moving at a speed well past its limit and was now like a beam of light as it shot forth. Even more amazing was that Xia Fei and the storm were heading in the same direction, so no opponent could lock onto him, and all they could do was wait out the storm. This was what it was like to sail 1,000 miles in a day by going with the river flow. That cruiser, which had obvious damage in several areas, was presently going at its max speed in hopes of avoiding this fierce assault from Xia Fei. Unfortunately, everything had been well within Xia Fei's calculations, so how easy could it be for them to attempt an evasive maneuver? Lock on and fire. Xia Fei's command was very simple. The most difficult route adjustment had already been accomplished, so now he just had to reap the benefits. Kaboom! A grand explosion rumbled from afar. That cruiser, which simply had no way of defending against both Xia Fei and the dark matter particle storm's battering, had instantly been turned into smithereens. Whoosh! As the Diamond Star came hurtling through that conflagration, everyone did a sharp inhalation. Turning around, the ship was now finally truly heading to the Valley of Wind at full speed. The only battlecruiser that could threaten Xia Fei had already been halted firmly. Whatever is in Aquamarine's lair, it all shall belong to me, Xia Fei hissed through gritted teeth. The Valley of Wind. 2 days later, Xia Fei arrived at Aquamarine's legendary old lair. There's no mistake. I'll never forget this place for as long as I live. The Valley of Wind. My lord and I only located this mythical place after much grueling effort, Radix expressed in a shrill voice, pointing at the colorful galaxies displayed on the screen. A hint of indignance and sorrow could be felt in his voice. After all, while their adventure to the Valley of Wind had been a success, it was also what had changed the fate of Radix, Hosu, and Wistful Valley. Rumble. The ship instantly began swaying the moment it got near one of the galaxies, almost as if they were entering the eye of the storm. Xia Fei was mildly taken aback, muttering, "What a powerful gravitational fluctuation. Though this galaxy appears to be peaceful, it actually contains a frightening force. If I wasn't informed by you beforehand, I'm afraid we would be in a touch of trouble." Radix replied enthusiastically. The gravitational fluctuation is indeed very troublesome. Unlike a cosmic storm, it's invisible to the naked eye and intangible. This is a standard dark energy pulse. We had also been given a huge fright when we had ventured here back then. Xia Fei nodded. Because he had made the necessary preparations before coming here, the warship was able to bear the gravitational fluctuations and remain stable for now. Though it was a bumpy ride, they still made it, safe and sound, in the end. We'll be entering Aquamarine's sphere of influence in 10 minutes. It covers a total of 2 planets. We were in a rush last time, so we only managed to investigate the smaller one. Radix pointed into the distance. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he observed the circuits on board. Following several strong gravitational pulses, a good majority of the electronics had started to fail, so Xia Fei could only rely on his 2 eyes to look around, as all he got from the radar was visual snow. Okay, let's search that planet that you guys went to. I surmise that it'll take 30 hours for our competitions to arrive. That should be enough time for us to do what we came here for, Xia Fei said solemnly. Whoosh. Xia Fei adjusted the direction and piloted the diamond star toward a planet filled with ring belts. This planet was not in the standard spherical shape, but looked more like a watermelon someone had taken several bites of, making for a very odd shape. Fuchin had not said a word throughout the entire ordeal. Instead, he swept his gaze across the ship's reinforced hull from the window. There was a hint of worry reflected in his eyes. Xia Fei was definitely a madman, pushing the limits of this ship's potential with his super strong judgment. Even ignoring the fact that he had pulled everything off while maintaining the warship's top speed the entire time, Xia Fei had still plunged this ship deep into a dark matter particle storm, causing the once beautiful and sleek armor plating of the Diamond Star to become filled with uneven dents, looking more like a reef that had been battered by the sea waves for so many years. How was there even half the air of luxury that it once exuded? With the armor plating already in such a shape, how will it withstand the return trip later? Fuchin asked. Xia Fei nodded. That'll depend on our luck. If we pass through a similar dark matter particle storm on our way back, then the ship will definitely fail to hold out. Fuchin was rendered speechless. Xia Fei had spoken so casually. Definitely fail to hold out? At the end of the day, it just meant that he had not considered their return trip at all. Xia Fei did not think that he was in the wrong. Because we were in a rush to get here, we took the risk of traveling through the eye of the storm. I'll do everything I can to avoid that on our return journey. Actually, our biggest enemy is still that battlecruiser, so our main problem is still how to avoid getting into a head-on battle with them. This warship looks a lot better now, looking like a ship that has weathered a storm. It was originally too pretty, like a toy, and it's not low-key enough. Fuchin shook his head. Xia Fei's logic was always shock-inducing, but after some careful consideration, what he had said made a lot of sense. A glance at a ship with not a single battle scar, and it would be obvious to anyone that it was no more than a rich man's toy. Xia Fei had complained a time or two about its conspicuousness before, but in just a few days to their dangerous voyage, the ship had been through so much so that there was no longer an urgent need to refit it. It had truly become a peculiar, yet inconspicuous warship. Whoosh. The warship swiftly landed on a planet's surface. Though Xia Fei had managed to leave that battlecruiser behind, the threat it represented still existed, so Xia Fei needed to complete his search and leave in what little time he had. Wait for me here. The warship's radar search on this planet has located dozens of questionable locations. I am fast, so I'll take at most an hour to complete this search. Rather than splitting up, I'll act as a scout while you'll be my support. You can also protect the important warship while you're at it, since without it, we'll have a very hard time leaving, Xia Fei told Fuchin. The important warship? Fuchin frowned as he gazed at the Diamond Star, which looked like it had seen a lifetime of unwelcome experiences. If the treasure family were to see how this ship looked now, they would surely burst into tears. Xia Fei directed strength to his legs and disappeared with fur ball in his bosom sans a trace. After Xia Fei had gone far away, Fuchin lightly bruised his finger on his bracelet, saying, "Come out. Xia Fei's gone. You can check who's on that distant planet." Wraith nodded nonchalantly. "Since you knew that there's someone on that other planet, why didn't you tell Xia Fei? Are you sure that it's fine?" Fuchin replied softly. "I feel that the aura of that person is something I'm familiar with. Head over and look first before we do anything else. Don't make any sudden commotion, either. Xia Fei's awareness is pretty sharp." "Understood," Wraith answered. Whoosh. A single weak soul beam shot off into space. Wraith, Fuchin's exclusive soul, was a little peculiar when he took action. The energy pulses he gave off were different from Radix's as well, almost as if there was this greater gloominess around Wraith. They were both immortal souls. Yet why did Radix and Wraith give off such distinctively different types of aura? It looked like everyone had their own secrets to hide, and Fuchin was no different. Dashing off from one location to another at a speed of 8 million meters per second, Xia Fei was like a blur of light. Every suspicious location that the ship's search had indicated was investigated by Xia Fei while maintaining his astonishing speed. This place is strange. It's clearly an underground river, yet heavy metal can be detected from it, said Xia Fei as he came to a halt and inspected his surroundings. All he saw was a murky river around 15 kilometers underground, like a meandering, long water pipe. Its surface was empty, but he could hear swift water rushing below. The air was damp and chilly, with several strange-looking bats flying off in fright when they saw this sudden intruder. They were very easily dispatched in midair by Radix, who controlled the fiendish blade, Nirvana. Ocular cognition. Zing. Xia Fei's eyes abruptly shone, and then light shot out from them. The darkness no longer became a visual obstruction, and he could even see into the dark depths of water. Several seconds later, the corners of Xia Fei's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he said in excitement, "Ah, so that's why heavy metal seems to be coming from it. To think that there'd be something like that at the bottom of the river." Splash. Sans any hesitation, Xia Fei dove into the water. Though the water flowed with urgency, this was no different from a game to him. He moved his two arms in tandem as he swam through the 100-meter depth to reach the bottom of the river. The riverbed was smooth, with several silver pieces of metal lying on its floor. It did not budge at all no matter how fast the water flowed. This must be some super-grade heavy metal alloy, or else it would have been washed away long ago. After all, the speed that this water flows is by no means slow, Radix exclaimed. Xia Fei went and picked up a silver piece of metal, which was about the size of his nail. Though it was just a small piece, it was heavier than expected. "Do you know what sort of metal alloy this is?" Xia Fei asked. "I'm uncertain. If an artificer like you doesn't know what it is, how can someone like me be any better?" Radix shrugged. Xia Fei said after some thought, "A metal of such density must be worth a lot. Let's collect every piece first." Radix had no idea whether he should laugh or cry. Thinking that Xia Fei's greed had reared its head again, he said, "That's a waste of time. With how long this river stretches, you'll have to spend quite some time picking everything up, even the furious speedster. Why don't we visit the other locations first before returning here later, once we have more time to spare?" Radix's fear of the Valley of Wind was ingrained in his bones, causing him to be very cautious. Xia Fei thought otherwise. "Trust me, it won't take long, for I have Peacock Blue." Rumble. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated while underwater, and Peacock Blue's 13 blades of grass quickly sliced their way in the water. These huge blades of grass were like extremely nimble mechanical arms as they gathered all the strange metal alloy pieces. With Peacock Blue's help, the speed at which Xia Fei collected increased by several-fold. In no time at all, he had managed to collect several dozen cubic meters of said metal. "I see light ahead. This place connects to the last location noted by the AI sweep," Xia Fei said. The river was not pitch black, and light was coming from somewhere ahead. There was a loud roar. Then this river seemingly came to an end. Xia Fei kicked himself off from the riverbed and went spearing forward like a swordfish. This was an incomparably huge underground chasm, like a deep well that buried everything, horizonless. The river water naturally fell off the edge after reaching a point deep into the chasm. There was not just a single riverbed in the chasm. Instead, there were countless inlets, which formed numerous waterfalls. "So there's another cave here. Strange. Why did the sensors on board the ship fail to detect this place?" Radix exclaimed. Xia Fei stopped in midair and touched a nearby wall before saying, "Heavy metal surrounds us, so the sensors only picked up the strange heavy metal, nothing else. That's to be expected. The key here is that this cave is far too tidy, almost as if someone intentionally dug it out. And that's a little strange." Radix was stunned. "True. There's a line here that extends further down, almost like a chute track." Xia Fei frowned. "We'll have to go down and make sense of this no matter what." Swoosh. Flipping over, Xia Fei kicked off the wall and sent himself bounding downward. He went diving headfirst into this huge chasm, which neither he nor Radix had any idea just how deep it went. "There's something in the depths. Something huge," Xia Fei blurted out. Something akin to a huge ocean was in the chasm. Xia Fei used his ocular cognition technique and instantly spotted the existence of a large metallic object. That's a damaged spaceship. From its model, it definitely doesn't belong to the Alpha universe, for it has never had such a mega-dense alloy before. Radix exclaimed, clearly excited. Adding this chasm and that spaceship in the water, it was not difficult for Xia Fei to surmise everything a long time ago. A warship had crash-landed on this planet, creating this huge crater. As time passed, the crater got blocked by rocks and soil from above, sealing this place up. As for the straight underground inlets around them, they were caused by that metal alloy scattered everywhere following the crash landing, blasting out a passage when it pierced through the rocks. A warship not from the Alpha universe, hidden in Aquamarine's old lair? Xia Fei, you've struck rich. We found Aquamarine's warship, the one from her universe. Radix was thrilled when he added 2 and 2 together. Xia Fei had finally found Aquamarine's warship, the very vessel she had brought with her from another universe to here. Figuring that there must be something special about it, he began to conduct a careful sweep of the ship. He was hoping to find anything of use. At the same time, Fuchin, who was waiting up on land, had received Wraith's report. You were right. There are 2 people here, and they're old acquaintances of yours. That was close. They almost sensed my presence, said Wraith with a slight tremble in his voice. Fuchin nodded. Who are they? Bell Hill and Orchid Chime. Wraith hurried back to Fuchin's soul vessel. While immortal souls appeared strong, they were actually rootless. They needed to return to their designated soul vessels to recover their strength. Radix worked the same as well, relying on Nirvana to replenish his energy. Fuchin was at first surprised, but he soon revealed etches of worry on his face. How come those people from the Spiritualist Association are here, too? Bell Hill and Orchid Chime, that couple, are bad news. I don't believe that they have no ulterior motives for coming here. What are they up to? Wraith answered. It seems like those 2 are dealing with a seal. They look exhausted. Fuchin nodded. Oh, Orchid Chime has somewhat weak cultivation, but if even Bell Hill has trouble dealing with it, then that ought to be interesting. Perhaps there's really something of value that Aquamarine left behind. Should we tell Xia Fei about Bell Hill? That way, he can be prepared for them. Given that couple's personality, they have surely ensured a path of retreat by now. Did you discover anything? Wraith replied. There's a concealed solar ray that neither you nor I will fall for, but Xia Fei may have a little trouble with it since he hasn't encountered that sort of concealed array before. Fuchin gave it some thought before relaxing and revealing a smile. A concealed array? Good. Very good. What a strange propulsion system. The propulsion force is powerful, yet it doesn't increase the speed of the warship. Xia Fei frowned as he mumbled this. Why would one design a warship like this? Could it be for pushing away a defense mechanism or something via a strong thrust? Recalling that Aquamarine was from another universe, Xia Fei did not find it that strange anymore. Everybody knew that there were mysterious barriers separating universes, and they were very powerful barriers that even experts like Hosu and Wistful Valley had to expend their life forces just so they could seal them up. This was evidence of just how tough those barriers were to break. If Xia Fei was not mistaken, this ship should have been created for the specific purpose of breaking the seal. This warship's sturdy heavy metal alloy hull and powerful propulsion force meant it was powerful enough to tear everything in its way. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei found this silver warship even more remarkable, as it was the key to how Aquamarine had gotten to the Alpha universe from her own, and she had done so without exhausting her life force in the process. Going by this thought, Xia Fei could not help but do a sharp intake of cold air. If more similarly capable warships were mobilized, would it mean that transporting countless experts to another universe, unharmed, could be made possible? That would be entirely calamitous. Let's leave this place for now. This warship has already been stripped off its valuable contents, while the parts and equipment inside aren't something one can figure out the use in a short time. Let's head to the other planet and look around first. We'll return here later if we have the time, Xia Fei said after carefully evaluating the situation. What if someone discovers this warship while we are away? Radix asked, a little uneasy. The reason why we'll set fiddling with it at a later time is to prevent others from discovering it. This chasm has been sealed well, and even the advanced radar system on board the Diamond Star is incapable of detecting the strange warship. The moment we move this ship, it can very well be revealed to our competition, who won't have found it otherwise. That will be a real tragedy, Xia Fei explained patiently. Radix was taken aback. At the end of the day, it was still Xia Fei's meticulous thinking that had let them find the best solution for this hidden ship, and that was to continue keeping it a secret. It would not be too late for them to make their move at the appropriate time. That makes sense. Let's hurry up and go back now. Radix concurred once he understood the logic behind Xia Fei's decision. Whoosh. Xia Fei quickly returned to the ship the same way he came. He had searched the planet in its entirety, and aside from Aquamarine's warship, there was nothing else of value on it. What's the matter? Did you find anything? Fuchin asked curiously when he returned. We did find something, but now isn't the time to move it, Xia Fei answered cryptically. Fuchin did not press the issue, but, instead, raised his hand and pointed at the other gloomy-looking planet in the distance. I did discover something, though. There are people on that planet. Zing. The expression on Xia Fei and Radix's faces changed instantaneously. How's that possible? There were no other trails along the way. We should be the first to have arrived at the Valley of Wind, Xia Fei exclaimed. Unless those people have been here way earlier, even before Aquamarine died. Fuchin shook his head. I don't know how they got here or why. You'll have to judge that for yourself. With that said, Fuchin regarded Xia Fei. This had already become a habit of his. Whenever they encountered some problems, Fuchin would not take charge and would, instead, hand all decisions to Xia Fei, just so he could see how the other would act. At first, Fuchin had done so with the goal of testing Xia Fei, but now, it was more out of admiration. Every trick Xia Fei ended up pulling would always pleasantly surprise Fuchin. You're right. This isn't the time for us to wonder just how they got here. Instead, we should think of how we can dispatch them, Xia Fei said, his expression turning grim. Fuchin originally thought that Xia Fei would try and scrutinize the enemy's move, so he truly did not expect Xia Fei's killing intent to rear its head the moment he heard that there were people vying for Aquamarine's inheritance. The young man had not even bothered to care about the opponent's identity. How did you discover that there are people on the other planet? Xia Fei asked. Fuchin chuckled. I have my ways, of course, but I don't know how many people there are or what their level of cultivation is. Xia Fei nodded. There are strong gravitational pulses in this region, and electronic systems have trouble working. The enemies may not have discovered our presence yet. Come, let's think of a way to get close so that we check the situation and think of a plan. Fuchin moved to get on board the warship after hearing that, but Xia Fei reached out to stop him. We won't be using the warship. That's too large a target. We'll rush there on foot. How thrilling. Who knew that speed would be so thrilling? Fuchin, who had been dragged across space by Xia Fei, had eyes widened in excitement. Those non-speedsters would have a hard time voicing just how quick this awesome ability was. Xia Fei was used to traversing the stars at a speed of 8 million meters per second, while this was Fuchin's first time experiencing the speed ability's prowess. Seeing others move at high speeds in the past, but not truly experiencing what it was like firsthand, was like watching a speeding roller coaster. Fuchin was thrilled to have finally done it. Xia Fei had not forged forward in a straight line, but had, instead, utilized the many floating objects in space to change his angle constantly. Every time Xia Fei rounded a corner at high speeds, Fuchin's heart would lift. Anyone who drove a car before would understand this feeling. Accelerating in a straight line would forever be incomparable to a high-speed cornering. The sensation that came from the act of drifting made it hard for anyone to keep their blood from pumping. The two planets were not that far from each other, so it did not take too long for Xia Fei and Fuchin to arrive on the other planet. Under the protection of the war armor, Fuchin was not at all injured. Though he was dressed casually, he actually had a very powerful suit of soft armor underneath. As for what model it was, Xia Fei had no idea. Considering that it was something a person of Fuchin's caliber used, it must be some exceptional product. The scene in front of Xia Fei left him astonished. He saw a man and a woman bombarding a cave indiscriminately. The shockwaves of energy they created were so strong that Xia Fei hardly needed to waste much effort in finding them. The entrance seems to be sealed, and these two are attempting to open it. From the traces of energy around us, they must have already spent quite a lot of time here. Alas, they have yet to uncover the method of opening this energy seal. Xia Fei quickly analyzed the situation. Fuchin added, this cave has a sort of padded seal. One can't enter from the entrance, and there's no way to carve a way in from other points as well. Now, I'm very curious why these two, who are continuously attacking it with such intensity, can't even make a dent on it. I really have no idea just what's so weird about it. Xia Fei smiled. You don't know those two there? Nope, Fuchen lied. Well, that's strange. They're using spirit energy, which should make them fellow spiritualists. Xia Fei casually reasoned. What BLLSHD colleagues? Anyone who dares to say that we, orthodox spiritualists, are the same as these normal spiritualists shall be cursed to their death. Don't debase your identity. Fuchen spat furiously. He had always been very particular when the identity of orthodox spiritualists was involved. Let's not dwell on that. Radix, did you and the others locate the immemorial mystical armaments through that hole? Xia Fei asked. That's right. I remember quite vividly that there's another entrance to this cave. In fact, there are at least 78 other locations that will allow one entry to Aquamarine's lair, Radix said. Xia Fei nodded. That's good to hear. Let's ignore who these two are for now. Since they've been desperately trying to get in, who knows if there are really something good inside. Let's go find an entrance for ourselves and not snatch these two's chosen entry point. In any case, it's not as if they can unseal this entrance with what puny strength of theirs. The reason why Xia Fei was confident that he could get in was that he possessed the law of primal chaos, a force that could subvert everything. Aquamarine had her old lair set up like this because she could go in and out freely with the law of primal chaos. Unfortunately, Aquamarine was not alone in wielding this power. Xia Fei had the same qualifications. Whoosh! Xia Fei took a step out and was about to slip over to one side when something unexpected happened. A solar ray rose without any warning. Walls had promptly appeared in front of Xia Fei. They partitioned a big area from Xia Fei and left him trapped within. He did not know what he had done that triggered this array, which caused such a huge change. Someone has activated our solar ray. Who? Quick, let's go look. Bell Hill and Orchid Chime had been in the middle of attacking the entrance to the cave when they were startled by this development. The couple immediately sped off to where Xia Fei was, while he remained completely still. Xia Fei, who had learned solar ray techniques from Fuchen, knew that the first thing one must do when they accidentally activated a solar ray someone else had set up was not to panic. As long as he remained motionless, the solar ray would not operate, and the circuit would remain open. If he were to take a step back right now, this solar ray would immediately close up, and a voluminous amount of energy would come crashing down on him like a boulder. Huh, so it's you. Orchid Chime had recognized Fuchen and let out a sinister laugh. Bell Hill and Orchid Chime did quite look like a couple, with the pair sharing a square face and an upturned nose. The two were fairly ugly and had this air of suffocating arrogance. It could not be helped. Spiritualists were rare, and with everyone in this field being held to the heavens, they had long since lost any grace and patience. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and gave Fuchen a look, which seemed to say, "You didn't tell me that they know you." Fuchen shrugged, acting all innocent. Xia Fei realized then that Fuchen actually had a cunning side to him. The expression on Bell Hill's face was rather dark, and as he strode closer to them, the eyes he used to meet Fuchen and Xia Fei's across the energy wall separating both parties seemed to be filled with killing intent. Bell Hill strode over to face Xia Fei and Fuchen, with only the solar ray between them, and questioned, "Fuchen, you said that you won't be meddling with the Spiritualist Association's business anymore, agreeing to disappear from the face of the universe. Are you going back on your word now?" Xia Fei was stunned. After all this, it turned out that this couple was from the Spiritualist Association. It was not hard to tell from Fuchen's expression the last time that name came up that he did not like the organization in the least bit, and the reason for that dislike was something this old man had been quite unwilling to divulge till now. Fuchen pouted and did not say a word in response, though his eyes failed to hide his desolation. Bell Hill paused before he growled with an unfriendly expression. "If I were you, I'd already kill myself. Who would still have the cheek to keep appearing in the Alpha universe, huh? Don't you think so, Sectmaster?" Next to him, his wife, Orchid Chime, was even more insidious. She let out a mirthless titter and said, "Fuchen used to be the Sectmaster, but after he was expelled and kicked out of the association, he's now like a bereaved dog." Sectmaster? Kicked out of the association? Fuchen, who had always put emphasis on him being an orthodox spiritualist, had never once referred to himself as a sect master. In fact, he was a sect master that had been expelled from his own sect. Xia Fei had some thoughts floating around in his head. Given Fuchen's capability, he should not have been in such an abject state. If Xia Fei had Fuchen's cultivation, anyone who dared to threaten him would immediately be killed. And though he was not as powerful as Fuchen, he would never let anyone step on him this much. This one point was what made Xia Fei feel rather annoyed. At that moment, he seemed to understand the look of desolation in Fuchen's eyes, including why this old man had been traveling across the stars all by himself. "Who are you calling a bereaved dog?" Xia Fei asked softly, a sliver of killing intent in his eyes. "Who are you? Fuchen and I are having a conversation here. It's not your place to butt in." Bell Hill glared viciously at Xia Fei, the tone of his voice matching his ferocity. The next second, the expression on Bell Hill's face froze. His eyes glazed over with fear, almost as if he had seen the god of death himself. This was because Xia Fei had shattered his soul array with a single thrust of his palm. What concealed soul array? Even though Xia Fei had yet to discover what the array did, he still had his law of primal chaos. It could break any soul array. White Dragon Screech let out a shriek. After Xia Fei had shattered the soul array with his left hand, he immediately pulled out White Dragon Screech with his right. The distance between him and the couple was not far, so Bell Hill had no way of preventing the speedster Xia Fei from getting right in front of him. White Dragon's Screech was like a beam of light as it was viciously plunged into Bell Hill's lower abdomen. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect Xia Fei to be someone who had a grasp of the law of primal chaos. Soul array? That was nothing to Xia Fei. Even when behind a soul array, Xia Fei was more than capable of killing Bell Hill. Besides, Xia Fei was not Fuchen. He would enact vengeance right on the spot with his explosive personality. "Ah!" Orchid Chime let out a scream and then clutched her head with both hands, absolutely terrified. Rumble. Following the collapse of their erected soul array, Bell Hill was slain by Xia Fei right before her eyes, and she had been completely helpless to prevent that from transpiring. Xia Fei then emotionlessly stabbed the man before advancing to Orchid Chime. Nirvana, with Radix controlling it, cleared his rear, eliminating Bell Hill's body and soul. It was an utterly vicious combination of attacks. Even if he had a seed of life, there was no way for him to come back to life again. Squelch. White Dragon Screech came slashing down. Xia Fei did not care that Orchid Chime was a woman. As long as one was his enemy, death was all that he would grant. Xia Fei moved at such high speeds that it only took him a blink of an eye to end Bell Hill's life. Orchid Chime was frightened the second it happened, but she subsequently did an extremely strange action. She hugged herself tightly with her arms, as a slight shiver ran all over her body. White Dragon's Screech slammed on its target, shattering Orchid Chime's head. "I'll kill you." This voice seemed to escape at the same time that Orchid Chime's body fractured, and then an inexplicable scene played out. Orchid Chime shattered like a mirror, scattering all across the ground. This was a persona, living, breathing being with blood running through her veins. How could she have shattered into pieces as if she were some pure solid object? Xia Fei could not fathom this. Wrinkling his brows, he turned toward Fuchen. "That's Orchid Chime's inherited life-saving technique. Right now, she's already far, far away. What you shattered is just her reflection," said Fuchen softly. He seemed to be feeling a little downcast following Bell Hill's humiliation of him. Failing to eliminate an enemy, roots and all, left a bitter taste in Xia Fei's mouth. This was quite the hidden snake in the grass for him. Clearly, that Orchid Chime was no ordinary person. Who was to say that the shrew would not appear before Xia Fei in the future, causing him plenty of trouble when the time came? There was no point in him fretting over this now, though, for he was still a newcomer to the Alpha universe and had yet to get a good grasp of his enemy's characteristics. An enemy or two escaping from him was only normal. "So what's that about you having been expelled?" Xia Fei asked. Fuchen rolled his eyes. "Don't put it like that. No one can stop me from leaving if that's what I want to do. I didn't bother arguing with him on account of our past relationship." Xia Fei sighed helplessly. In his view, Fuchen was no different from those old Mr. Nice Guys of the Aurora clan. In this day and age, being the one taking a loss was never right, no matter the reason. "I don't get it. With your strength, why bother bearing such insults? Can't you just kill whoever looks at you the wrong way?" Xia Fei asked. Neo. Fuchen sighed. Do you think that everyone is like you, taking revenge over every small slight? If that were the case, the universe would long be in turmoil. Xia Fei no longer bothered arguing with Fuchen. Instead, he turned around and walked toward Aquamarine's old lair. Everyone had their principle, and Xia Fei's was his dislike to suffer losses. He truly did not care if others were okay with taking losses. Kaboom! The amazing law of primal chaos demonstrated its prowess once more. That energy barrier both Bell Hill and Orchid Chime had trouble breaking was easily destroyed by a powerful punch from Xia Fei. Bell Hill was nothing but a minor interlude, nothing that could interrupt Xia Fei's good mood as he searched for Aquamarine's inheritance. As for Fuchen, he was of course anything but in a good mood. However, Xia Fei spared not a lick of sympathy for the old man. A person needed to protect their interests and could not always be a good person. When dealing with people harboring ill intent, the best solution was always to be even more vicious. It's right ahead. There's a large hall over there, where we found the law of primal chaos and immemorial mystical armaments before. Radix, who was leading the way, informed Xia Fei of this. Several minutes later, Xia Fei finally arrived at Aquamarine's living quarters. All he saw was an already excavated open space, where all the items from the warship had been moved over. Upon closer inspection, it was not hard to tell that Aquamarine had lived and cultivated here. So Aquamarine was heavily injured when she first arrived in the Alpha universe, and that's why she chose to make this her home, spending many years in this place to recover her cultivation, Xia Fei commented. How could you tell? Radix and Fuchen asked in unison, both curious. Xia Fei pointed toward the water stains on the wall and said, Look here. Aquamarine didn't pick this place for no reason. There was once an abundance of energy here, but after spending many years absorbing it, there's now this obvious chromatic aberration, marking the process by which the energy disappeared. Xia Fei knocked off a bit of rock following his speech, and sure enough, while the exterior had a light color, the interior had a deep hue. This made it seem like different layers of fabric were piled together. Fuchen and Radix nodded. No doubt that these were traces left behind when changes in the surrounding energy occurred, which proved Xia Fei's supposition. This stone hall was immensely big, with all sorts of large machineries for a warship inside. It seemed like Aquamarine had not often stayed here long, for a lot of the things here had gathered a layer of dust. Everyone, start looking. Let's see if there's anything of use, Xia Fei called. More importantly, look for any traces of a hidden room. If I were Aquamarine, there's no way I'd put anything important with all these random things, especially after getting robbed. Radix could not help but protest. We didn't steal anything from her. We, including my lord, were merely passing by and happened to have grabbed a few things on the way. Xia Fei could not be bothered to argue over semantics with Radix and his stubborn desire to maintain his master's dignity. So he said, Look carefully. What's different from what you see here now and what you saw back then? Radix carefully examined his surroundings as he recalled the past. It's different, definitely different from before. There's originally a conspicuous stone platform in the center of this hall, and many items were placed on it. Now, the platform is no longer in its spot, and it looks like this hall is bigger now compared to back then. More importantly, the atmosphere of the place has changed. I don't know why, but this cave had a chilling aura that made our hair stand on end. We didn't have any desire to stay around too long, leaving immediately after taking a few items. But now, I feel none of that chilling aura from before, which is very strange. Xia Fei nodded. Aquamarine would of course take extra precautions after having been robbed of some things. But even if he did not find any valuable inheritance she had left behind, these warship parts were still very useful. Xia Fei wondered if there was any way for him to restore that amazing silver warship he found underwater. Even if he could not do a perfect restoration, a partial restoration would still give him a top-tier warship equipped with a proper propulsion power, something far more exceptional than Diamond Star. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's eyes glowed brightly. He had enhanced his vision in an effort to search for any secrets that could be hidden inside this hall. All of a sudden, Xia Fei froze. What had been a pretty normal-looking hall actually turned into this magical array of colors with his ocular cognition. It was as if there were very lifelike paintings on the walls around them. and the floorboard right in the center of the hall even had this series of patterns that left Xia Fei spellbound. What's the matter? Fuchen saw the look of shock on Xia Fei's face and asked this question. I have activated ocular cognition and am now seeing a completely different scene, Xia Fei mumbled. Radix frowned. Ocular cognition is another secret ability that Aquamarine brought over from another universe. Perhaps it is the key to this place. What do you see? Xia Fei gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. That's the thing. I don't know what I'm seeing. Still, I am certain that it's not something left behind by any sapient life form or human. Zing. The look on Fuchen and Radix's faces changed dramatically. Xia Fei had an exceptional head on his shoulders, and he was very good when it came to analyzing and understanding problems. However, what Xia Fei had said was somewhat confusing and a bit of a mess. This was not because he had suddenly been at a loss for words. Rather, he truly could not make sense of what he was seeing right now. Quick, point it out for us to see, Fuchen said. Xia Fei squatted and used his sleeve to wipe off the dust on the ground in the center of the hall, revealing a weird, giant stone carving. Depicted on it were three creatures, which were so strange-looking words failed to describe them, in the middle of a massacre. The entire scene was gory and of such grandness that it was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking. Swallowing audibly, Fuchen revealed a look of extreme terror as his suddenly parched throat croaked. This image reminds me of a legend. What legend? Just what exactly are you reminded of? Radix asked urgently. The atmosphere was getting stranger by the second. Even Fuchen, a man of such unfathomable cultivation, was beginning to tremble. There was no way to know if this was due to the excitement he felt or out of fear. Xia Fei subconsciously lit himself a cigarette as he said in an unnaturally calm tone. Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, an ancient dragon. You know it as well. Fuchen was shocked when he heard what Xia Fei had said, his eyes shining as they darted over in the young man's direction. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.